At last, you are here, my long-awaited child. Our new light, our shining one, born to rewrite destiny. You are our final hope against the fallen Shining Ones, the King of Gems and Phantaminum. All our faith and power now live within you, Urek Mazino. In that moment, the prophecy begins, and a sleeping power awakens. Blinding light floods her eyes, announcing a new era. Beside her, a guardian washes the mother's face with sacred water. Then she continues her vow with absolute conviction. One day, this child will light the entire world forever. Suddenly, blue energy consumes the chamber and tears through reality. Urek Mazino now stands alone beneath a heavenly beam in an unknown world. One question cuts through his mind. Am I lost? Endless wilderness surrounds him, and only the wind answers. He curses aloud. How does he escape? And where the hell is Phantaminum? Frustration hardens into fury as he demands an answer. A pulsing ring of energy suddenly splits the darkness and calls him closer. A mysterious guide materializes, her presence swallowing the space. Congratulations. You opened the door and earned the right to climb as a chosen one. Inside the tower, he could claim anything he has ever desired. Tempting, isn't it? Urek silently weighs the offer. As Urek studies her, one thought grips the guide's mind. This man must never be allowed inside the tower. She revokes the invitation, but Urek demands a way back. The White Rabbit refuses, leaving him stranded, but Urek will not retreat. Resolve flashes in his eyes as he asks the only question that matters. Phantaminum's name draws no answer, yet the White Rabbit does not crush his hope. With no other exit, Urek follows Phantaminum's trail into the tower. The logic is simple. If this is the only path, he takes it. A heavy silence falls as the White Rabbit accepts the inevitable. With one gesture, he opens a portal and declares, "After all, the tower never rejects anyone who truly longs to climb higher." Urek steps through without hesitation and accepts the tower's challenge. A faint smile appears as one name echoes around him. Urek Mazino. A new world crashes into view. Floating islands, impossible structures, an alien sky. Then a thunderous voice erupts. "On your feet, regulars!" This is the test floor, the inner tower's lowest, most lawless level. And this is where the selection begins. Urek awakens on fresh grass beneath a sky he has never seen. A suited man explains, "Your task is to kill and be killed, and whoever survives advances to the next test." The disembodied voice leaves no room for tricks or loopholes. "If half of you are not dead within 1 hour, everyone is disqualified." Hiding is useless. Hungry eyes already stalk the grass. Only one choice remains. Move and kill. The young contestant grips his staff and sprints through the tall grass. Before he can blink, a crushing strike drops from above. A giant warrior raises an enormous sword, leaving no escape. "I don't want to die," the boy screams, fleeing certain death. Then a sudden flash blinds him and rewrites the battle. A razor-edged blade bursts through his pursuer's back, spraying crimson. The warrior's head falls first. His massive body follows. Still shaking, the boy looks up at his savior. Her name is Lo Po Bia Evelyn, his unlikely guardian angel. "Why save me? We have to kill each other to advance," he blurts. Evelyn tightens her grip and reveals her ruthless logic. She would rather face 199 weaklings than fight the strongest herself. This test can erase the strongest, and she spared him because he is weak. Panicking, he insists he may be the weakest man alive. "Perfect. Move, Mr. Weakling," Evelyn says, charging ahead. Elsewhere, a four-eyed mutant storms into the slaughter, roaring with monstrous power. Evelyn finally sees worthy prey, while her companion forces himself forward. In the next heartbeat, she strikes. Her blade sinks into the monster's shoulder, tearing out a savage scream. One precise thrust punches through him and paints the grass red. The creature crashes down among the growing field of corpses. Evelyn orders them onward, and the young man stays close. He knows he cannot survive alone, and she sees it immediately. Suddenly, he grabs Evelyn and drags her behind a boulder. Atop a distant mountain, a majestic figure appears inside a storm of wind. A long-haired woman surveys the battlefield, polearm in hand. Terrified, he asks if even Evelyn must hide from her. "She is one of Zahard's princesses," Evelyn whispers. He has never seen a princess, and now one stands inside his first test. Even in danger, Evelyn admits the rumors never exaggerated her beauty. Without warning, Evelyn raises 3 fingers and drives them into his eye before demanding an explanation. "The princess may be stronger," Evelyn snaps, "but beauty is another battle." He instantly praises Evelyn, but she insists she wanted no compliment. Above them, the Princess of Zahard readies her weapon. At the last second, he tackles Evelyn down and shouts a warning. A murderous whistle tears from the summit. Invisible blades shred the air, turning the field crimson beneath a chorus of screams. Shielding Evelyn, he hears one deafening slash, then a strangled groan. Horror fills his eyes. Can one person really do this? Hundreds of bodies answer as blood floods the earth. The loudspeakers announce it almost proudly. 252 contestants fell instantly. "Still beautiful?" Evelyn asks. Stunned, he can only whisper, "Yes." She stands like a goddess, but now he sees an executioner. With one small gesture, the princess calmly silences the battlefield. Evelyn smacks him and dryly notes that blindness has advantages. Then the princess rises again, preparing another massacre. Her razor-sharp gaze catches something impossible in the distance. At the center of the carnage, one man sleeps peacefully. She spots several contestants creeping closer and notes their sudden alliance. His peaceful nap is almost over, and she watches with a faint smile. One attacker scoffs. "They were right. The tower is full of freaks." A brutal kick wakes him, followed by an order to stand. "Get up," the attacker repeats, but the sleeper simply rolls over. 5 more minutes, he mumbles, curling against the ground. Rage spreads across the attacker's face. Did this fool really dismiss him? Seething, he decides the joke is over. The sleeper dies now. At his command, 3 thugs rush in to finish the job. Expecting easy prey, they attack without sensing the danger. A blur erupts, and their bloodied bodies spin through the air. The princess's suspicion is confirmed. This man is terrifyingly strong. He lands lightly, a thin haze of power curling around him. Scarlet eyes ignite as his chilling voice condemns them for ruining his sleep. The lone survivor clutches his spear and begs for peace. Too late. The nap is ruined, and someone must pay. Seconds later, the attacker lies unconscious at the stranger's feet. Maybe now he can finally go back to sleep. Then the loudspeakers announce that only one opponent remains, and only 10 minutes are left. A soft impact lands nearby, like a stone touching grass. Sensing a presence, he turns toward a figure crossing the field. A mysterious woman appears and answers his date request with icy contempt. A golden spear slams beside the fallen body. The test is not over. She offers her hand, but his transformed fingers seize her weapon. He calmly refuses the help, completely certain of his strength. Her confusion is obvious. The rules leave no other option. Yet he calls himself a free spirit, bound by no one's rules. A golden blade flashes, forcing him aside by inches. "Then I'll kill you myself," she says, pressing steel to his throat. His scarlet eyes widen. How did he fail to notice the immense power hidden inside her radiant gaze? His face flushes as he awkwardly avoids her eyes. He claims beautiful women simply make him nervous. Her irritation spikes. "Can you take anything seriously?" "Wait, why kill each other while everyone else hides?" he protests. She would rather erase the greatest threat than chase a few rats. "Why ignore the prey already standing before me?" Her voice cuts like steel. Suddenly, he points towards something she cannot see. "A lighthouse? Do you think I'm stupid?" she snaps, but he is no longer listening. His crimson gaze locks onto something far beyond their fight. High above, a mysterious cube hangs in the sky, covered in loudspeakers. From the shadows inside it, an impatient voice calls, "Come on!" Anger flares in his eyes as he accepts the challenge. Then he raises one hand and gives a brutal thumbs down. "Come down, coward. I beat you. I earned 2 victories. Deal?" Mocking laughter spills from above, promising an explosive collision. The ridicule feeds his rage, and a deafening impact shakes the field. Far beyond the battlefield, other destinies tremble before the coming storm. In this world of trials, calm and fury are about to collide. Hidden power gathers as absolute resolve burns in the warrior's eyes. "You must be from the slums if you've never heard of rankers," he sneers. "Do you truly think you can defeat a test director?" His stare cuts through his opponent. The young man tilts his head, mischief flashing in scarlet eyes. "Honestly, you look like a complete weakling," he replies. Power crackles around the director, but the young man's smile never fades. He faces the giant without fear, his gaze sharp enough to cut. A furious roar shakes the field as crushing energy erupts from the director. "He's laughing, but his Shinsu surges like a tsunami," the observer whispers. "Listen to yourself," a thunderous voice booms across the battlefield. "Rankers cannot harm regulars," the director says, "but test directors may. Discipline anyone who breaks the rules," he finishes, staring him down. A massive hand seizes his collar. "Maybe I am reckless." The grip tightens, but he continues. "Yet how can you impose?" Disbelief flashes in the director's eyes. "A regular this strong? Impossible. Punishment when you are this weak," he grins, and something cracks. One savage motion crushes the director's grip and exposes terrifying strength. Barely recovered, the director erupts in humiliated rage. "You defy me, brat? You have never known Shinsu's true power." His only answer is one final, deafening crack. A mechanical voice declares the battle over and confirms the final eliminations. The game is over. Yu Han-sung senses the enormous burst of power and raises an eyebrow. Another kill. Another obstacle erased. Still, the outcome is hardly surprising. One influential rival no longer blocks the path. But anyone who challenges a test director is no ordinary regular. Her hand drifts toward her weapon, already expecting another threat. Then Director Danjong appears before the young man with a final warning. Luck saved the chosen one. But only humility will keep him alive. He only grins. A few more seconds, and I would have beaten you. The answer enrages Danjong. Crimson light ignites around his body. As your Shinsu explodes outward, twisting into a colossal wave. The air groans as Danjong's overwhelming power crushes the space. The young man's eyes widen with awe, but never fear. This power, I have never felt anything like it, he thinks. Before Danjong attacks, a masked stranger appears between them. One quiet command stops the fight with unmistakable authority. Danjong obeys at once, moving like a puppet on invisible strings. Before he advances, an announcement booms. "The test is over. Survivors advance." Lifted skyward, Danjong shouts, "Prepare yourself. The next test will be harder." Even from above, his furious gaze remains locked on the young man. "You barely survived. Act like that again, and I will tear you apart." The Chosen One smirks, dismissing the threat as empty noise. Once more, the announcement congratulates everyone who survived the first test. Everyone still alive will be transported immediately to the next testing ground. The story shifts to the Chief Test Director's grand office. "Interfering in the very first test. Disgraceful," the masked chief says. Danjong apologizes. "I let a regular provoke me," Danjong admits. "I lost control." "Are you questioning my authority while the floor ruler is absent?" the chief asks coldly. "No, sir, never," Danjong stammers, remembering the chief's dark reputation. "Good. Make sure it never happens again. And if another regular provokes you, teach them a lesson they will never forget." His quiet voice freezes Danjong. "I accept no responsibility for what follows," he adds, then dismisses him. Danjong hurries away. "I am not afraid of him, only of what he can do." Yet one sinister thought comforts him. Now he may destroy the Chosen One. Elsewhere, a hidden hologram displays one name, Urek Mazino. The unseen observer smiles. At last, someone may deliver a real spectacle. But Urek's birth records are gone, burying his origin beneath a deeper mystery. Below, survivors flood a vast hall, their noise announcing another test. A broad-shouldered brute laughs. "Maybe I should have killed a few more. Watch it," he snaps at a stranger, who calmly answers, "My mistake." Recognition flashes in Urek's eyes. He remembers this brute. Unexpectedly, the aggressor bows. "Right this way, sir." He bulldozes through the crowd, muttering, "He is definitely older. Everyone, move!" Brilliant light floods the hall. "Welcome! Congratulations on surviving the first test." A horned woman appears. "I am the director of this test, Gisli." Urek watches closely, absorbing every detail. Gisli surveys the crowd. "The rules are simple. To climb the tower, master two things: cooperation and conflict." She faces the former enemies. "Now, you must work together. Form teams of 3, but stay ready to betray one another." Her palms glow. "Remember, cooperation is always followed by division." Energy rattles the hall. "Now, let me explain our favorite team game." A grotesque split image presents one brutal choice: success or failure. Confused voices rise while Urek mutters, "Success? What?" A mad, two-faced creature howls on screen. "Flip or fail?" Far away, another test floor erupts into its own brutal drama. On a rocky ledge, Rahab toys with a shimmering sphere of energy. With one lazy motion, it becomes a blinding, devastating beam. The victim crashes backward, bleeding as the world shatters around them. Rahab barely reacts. Even they can see you were not trying. Another man materializes. Rahab, when did you get here? Rahab answers with a colder question. How is the new group of regulars? The broken contestant lies helpless, living proof of the test's cruelty. Behind his spiked mask, Rahab mentions them, then suddenly stops. Figures hover above the peaks like silent judges or new predators. Back in the hall, the director repeats, "This game will form your teams." The split-faced image flashes again. Flip or refuse? Flip? The crowd murmurs, while Urek whispers, "What?" The fateful image returns, tightening the tension inside the room. Flip or refuse? She repeats. Contestants whisper, "Never heard of it." A veteran scoffs. "They have never played? What rock were they under?" Flip your hand, palm up or down to form teams, he explains. Anyone who matches your palm becomes your teammate. A newcomer scoffs. "Who says I want to join your team?" A commanding voice cuts in. "Unfortunately, your version has different rules." Amused eyes sweep the crowd. "You will play heads or tails, with the giant goat behind me." The hall gasps as everyone finally sees their enormous opponent. "Watch his hands," she says. One raised, one lowered. She copies the pose. "That means I passed this round." They must track Mr. Goat's hands and copy his final position. "Experience is the best teacher," she smiles, starting before anyone is ready. Mr. Goat's eyes ignite. "Mr. Goat, begin." His joints grind as the chant begins. "Do not fear, flip, or disappear." The hands blur with predatory speed, almost impossible to follow. The newcomers panic. "That was way too fast!" The goat freezes. "Did anyone understand?" Every answer is, "Nothing." The host smirks, savoring their confusion and promising worse surprises. "How disappointing," she sighs, surveying 200 stunned contestants. "Only 24 of you passed." Among those marked passed, one fair-haired young man looks completely unfazed. Princess Zahard also succeeds, giving every winner the right to choose a teammate. Surprise flashes across his face. "Choose our teammates?" "Yes, select anyone who failed. Let me demonstrate." "Which lucky winner chooses first?" Evelyn immediately raises her hand. "Excellent. Pick an eliminated regular." Her companion wonders if she will choose him. As Evelyn turns, he clings desperately to hope. She walks straight past him while he quietly whispers her name. "I saw you fight. You are strong." "Join my team?" she asks another man. Of course, she would never choose someone like me, he thinks bitterly. "All right, the same rules apply," the host declares. "Begin after the chant." Evelyn thinks, "Copy my hands," and he joins. But if he is too slow... The boy repeats the chant, unaware. A blur flashes past, leaving him frozen in confusion. 4 hands whirl through a nearly invisible dance, foreshadowing disaster. "I thought you wanted me!" he cries. Evelyn answers, "How disappointing." "I hoped you were among the best," she lies. "What?" Evelyn smiles. "Miss one simple movement, and you are useless to me." A shadowed voice praises her family's cunning as the boy screams, "You cheated!" A massive clawed hand closes around his body. The monster squeezes, and his scream freezes the entire hall. "Eliminated again. You will be sacrificed to Mr. Goat.
No! You never said anything about...
Realization cuts off his scream. The monster swallows him whole. The crowd erupts.
It ate him!
Their screams fade beneath the host's calm, almost delighted explanation. Fail after selection, and the goat eats you. Win, and gain power. The winner controls their selector's fate while building a 3-person team. Anyone without a complete team is disqualified, which means death. This is not cooperation. It is another ruthless selection. Follow the goat's hands, and you earn the right to eliminate someone. Song Jin-hong watches in silence, reflected light burning in his eyes. The remaining 23 winners may each select one eliminated regular. The selection begins. A red-clad girl points at a helpless, long-haired man. Some choose victims calmly. Others scream and beg for mercy. Desperate pleas fill the hall, because every choice feels like a death sentence. Then Jin-hong locks onto one contestant and calls him forward. Let us play. The chilling invitation makes the boy shudder. The boy asks again, stunned. He had proposed joining Jin-hong first. Why so frightened? Jin-hong asks, though terror covers the boy's face. Refusal means sacrifice, so the terrified boy reluctantly accepts. Now he can only follow the rules and pray. Jin-hong recalls the goat's speed, yet urges him not to retreat. Gathering every ounce of courage, the boy promises to show both palms. Jin-hong raises an eyebrow. Both palms? Is he revealing everything? One thought haunts Jin-hong. Trusting this boy could get him killed. The boy squeezes his eyes shut and clenches his fists. Then, as if defying fate, all 4 palms appear. With a strained cry, he opens every hand completely. Jin-hong flinches as the boy pleads, "Sir, please, not that!" Why would a stranger gamble his life so recklessly and place it in the hands of someone he just met? Jin-hong warns that he could kill him instantly. The boy calmly nods. Why trust me over stronger players? Jin-hong asks. Because you trusted me. So I decided to trust you back. Jin-hong smiles darkly as scarlet tendrils hint that betrayal is still possible. Terrified, the boy screams, "Stop! Do not touch him!" The goat's hand freezes as he declares, "He is my new teammate." Mr. Goat snorts, openly displeased by the decision. Jin-hong answers with a broad, victorious grin. The boy bows deeply, apologizes, and admits he was nobody before the tower. He vows eternal gratitude and promises Jin-hong complete loyalty. Jin-hong asks him to use his first name, and he quickly agrees. One more member, and we are unstoppable, Jin-hong says. A girl coldly disagrees. The host ends the first game. Only 7 complete teams have formed. She immediately reveals the next challenge. Choose one team representative. An eccentric contestant steps forward, urging everyone to embrace the risk. Brightly gloved hands snap into motion at impossible speed. For one breathless instant, everything stops. Then the hands move again, swift as the wind. The spectators stare, unable to understand what just happened. The giant goat looks delighted by the result. Kangchul calmly lowers his hands. "Master, you lost!" Jin-hong cries. Kangchul claims it was deliberate. Jin-hong cannot imagine why anyone would choose to lose. Kangchul says the strongest already exposed themselves in round 1. Challenging them now is reckless. Avoiding conflict is smarter. So, nobody will challenge us? Jin-hong asks. Perhaps, But this world is full of lunatics. Another voice cuts him off. Princess Zahard remembers Kangchul, while Jin Hong gawks at her priceless ornaments. "Play against me," she demands. Jin Hong gasps. "That is Princess Zahard." Kangchul studies her. Has this lunatic really chosen him? He asks what she wants and warns that killing him gains nothing. She reveals the prize. If he wins, he joins her team. "Accept, master," Jin Hong begs. Kangchul refuses. His heart belongs elsewhere. She cannot understand rejecting the world for something else. Still, she offers one game with his future as the prize. Nearby, Jin Hong flirts awkwardly and receives a merciless warning. She says death would be better than joining his team. Kangchul tells Jin Hong to focus. The princess will hold nothing back. The crowd chants as both players raise their hands. Their eyes sharpen, and every word feels like a death sentence. Energy coils around them as fire ignites in Kangchul's eyes. One move will decide everything. Kangchul chooses, and the world seems to freeze. Jin Hong explodes with joy. His master won! The princess stares in disbelief and demands an explanation. The crowd is stunned. This outcome should be impossible. Kangchul's crimson eyes and her horror reveal the truth. The verdict falls. Princess Zahard is eliminated in the second test. The impossible result seems to shake the tower itself.
Rage and despair twist the princess's face. She charges Mr. Goat, screaming his name. Kangchul and Jin Hong shout, trying to stop the inevitable. Too late. The goat swallows the princess whole. The hall trembles. That was one of Zahard's princesses. The entire crowd falls silent, frozen in horror. How could an untouchable symbol of power be swallowed? And before she even finished the second test? Bewildered whispers race through the room. Is this some kind of joke? Does the creature even understand what it has done? Kangchul calls her the perfect teammate, but his companion points elsewhere. A distant boy desperately tries to avoid being selected. Kangchul rejects the coward, but his companion senses something familiar. He smelled salt when they arrived, and it came from that boy. Kangchul explodes. He sacrificed a princess over one vague instinct? His red eyes flare as he screams that this decision is insane. Then Shibisu asks, "What exactly is this Zahard you keep mentioning?" Kangchul realizes his companion knows nothing about Zahard's princesses. He explains that ancient King Zahard originally entered from outside. Shibisu recoils. "Why did you not tell me sooner?" He demands the goat return her, then declares he needs the king. How will he find Phantaminum and escape now? Kangchul groans. Shibisu decides to wait and select the salty boy next round. Meanwhile, Mr. Goat dances happily and sings his ridiculous song. Metallic echoes fill the hall, where one gesture decides a life. It feels as though an unseen force is choosing their paths. One furious woman realizes they have been deceived again. The selection races onward. Some advance, others are abandoned. Another confident figure steps forward with their chosen contestant. One young woman grows desperate. She still has no ally. In this deadly game, skill matters less than absolute trust. But how can trust exist when every glance hides suspicion? In another corner, young Ru stands completely alone. He failed again, bitterness tightening both fists. Even if Evelyn trusted him, she would never choose someone this weak. Then a voice calls out, forcing him to turn. Ru watches two men approach. Are they really about to? A nearby woman swallows nervously, sensing something unexpected. Nobody needs a weakling.
They will not kill or choose me, Rue thinks. When this ends, I will be disqualified without a chance. And sent beyond the Pilgrim's salt flats, where the outcasts fled. A familiar voice cuts in. "Hey, you, the one in the hat!" Rue backs away, begging for mercy, until the man stops him. "Relax, we will not kill you. Join our team and play." Before Rue can answer, another voice suddenly calls, "Evelyn!" Rue turns and recognizes his savior. The red-haired man protests that they reached him first.
Evelyn claims she invited Rue first, while he begs them not to fight. Then, a majestic woman enters and commands every eye. "Both claims are valid. Rue will decide." He freezes. Overwhelmed, Rue must choose whom he will challenge. His uncertainty hardens into resolve as he begins to speak. He sincerely chooses Evelyn, and romantic hearts flood the scene. Evelyn cannot hide her surprise or her embarrassment. Rue vows loyalty and keeps his hands visible, hiding nothing. The first inviter wonders where the timid boy found such courage. Evelyn suspects a trap, but Rue desperately denies it. His choice is genuine. He wants her because he loves her. The confession freezes Evelyn, while another contestant mutters, "Not bad." The two men exchange looks and leave her to process it. Her lips silently form Rue's name as she watches him. Then she smiles, praises his courage, and even hints at marriage. Evelyn extends her hand, accepting both his challenge and partnership. Their hands meet, and shimmering light seals their trust. A warm, hopeful smile blooms across Evelyn's face. Rue stares as if he has just witnessed a miracle. Another contestant mutters that he hates sickeningly sweet couples, yet curiosity flickers beneath his irritation. A dark-haired woman approaches and asks sharply, "Who are you?" With a slight smile, she admits she may be weaker, but she is stronger than most, forcing both men to reconsider. One acknowledges her power, but says he trusted only the boy. He finishes bitterly, "I could never trust you like that." Her turquoise eyes gleam. She agrees that trusting her would be foolish, but neither man is the true reason she came. While Rue celebrates, the red-eyed man catches a familiar salty scent. It comes from Rue. He tells the woman, "Fine, join us, if you can match my movements." She gratefully accepts. Every contestant carries a hidden story and unanswered mystery. A sharp electronic signal slices through the hall. The host returns and announces the first stage is over. Only 10 teams formed before time ran out. Anyone without partners is immediately disqualified. Their journey ends here. For Rue and Evelyn, the harsher trials are only beginning. The second phase ends beneath a triumphant victory announcement. Some celebrate wildly, while others remain completely lost. The enormous beast releases one final farewell cry. And so the bloody struggle inside Mr. Goat comes to an end. The 3 survivors, including Evelyn, form a team and advance. Predatory light glints in Evelyn's eyes, hinting at hidden power. The princess's mind-bending ability shocks even those who expected it. The test organizer appears satisfied and addresses the princess. She calmly defends the test's seemingly inhuman cruelty. "I never said disqualified, only eaten. I take pride in my honesty." Evelyn receives one final privilege: eliminate any contestant who passed. She has already chosen the man who humiliated her. "I will make him regret rejecting me," she promises, delighting the organizer. Her revenge will follow him until his final breath. Meanwhile, the announcements declare the second test complete.
The 30 survivors must now gather for their third challenge. The Crown Game? Its title flashes on screen, promising pure spectacle. For certain observers, that promise means entertainment. The directors arrive to personally guide the survivors onward. High above, a magnificent floating city awaits their next trial. A colossal liner glides beneath an alien sun. The ship resembles a floating city of terraces and glittering pools. Stunned, they realize their next test waits aboard it. Then, an unusual craft descends, announcing someone important. Imposing figures emerge, each radiating terrifying confidence and power. They are test directors, judges who decide every contestant's fate. Chief Director Rahab welcomes those who survived through blood and suffering. 2 merciless trials have already marked them as exceptional candidates. Rahab explains that the cruiser carries them between testing grounds. Pass its final trial, and they become true chosen ones. Wealth, fame, authority, strength, and truth await at the summit. Rahab urges them to follow Zahard and the 10 family heads. A mighty roar signals the vessel's departure. The contestants form a line and enter the next chapter of their climb. Among them, Bam senses something strange and turns. Unfamiliar silhouettes flicker nearby. Not everyone here feels ordinary. Inside, breathtaking luxury reveals an entirely new scale of danger. The contestants realize they barely understand the tower's true vastness. From above, the directors greet them warmly, hiding their real intentions. Danzhong announces that he will supervise their upcoming trials. They must remain aboard and train in their assigned positions. Between tests, every chosen one studies their role before evaluation. Position directors will assess them and reward exceptional performance with privileges. One contestant demands to know whether they can still be disqualified. A dark-haired girl explains that positions are specialized team roles. The scout moves first, tracks the enemy, and ignites the battle. The light-bearer analyzes, commands, and becomes the team's eyes and brain. The spear-bearer attacks from range, guided by the light-bearer. The wave controller commands Shinsu, the tower's fundamental power. The fisherman moves freely, draws enemies out, and hunts them down. These 5 roles dominate, she says, then mocks Bam's isolated upbringing. Danzhong returns to introduce the director assigned to each position. The mentors who will train you! Baskerville teaches wave controllers. Phaedra will command the light-bearers. Wild and predatory, Gisli oversees the animas and scouts. Deceptively pleasant Heidi trains the spear-bearers. And finally, last but definitely not least, the fisherman's mentor will be me! Danzhong's voice detonates across the hall. Some contestants wonder whether me is actually his name. Urek narrows his eyes, surprised by the assignment. The display confirms it. Urek Mazino, fisherman. He smiles. Bam dislikes becoming a spear-bearer, but Urek sees no problem. Wave controller Kuhn says mixed roles create stronger teams. Bam agrees. Urek smiles and wishes them all good luck surviving. A sign reads, Fisherman Training Room, followed by a deafening welcome. Danzhong wastes no time and immediately gets to work. His furious expression says it all. Fisherman is the tower's greatest position. He calls them the strongest fighters on the ship. Dark energy leaks from him. No weakling will survive his training. Water surges around his feet as he towers over the class. Others get orientation. Fishermen enter purgatory to expose every weakness. He announces an entrance exam and threatens to throw failures overboard. The students wonder how they ended up with this deranged relic. Danzhong spreads his arms.
Let us begin. Come at me.
How? What are the rules? They panic as purple energy surrounds him.
Just attack me, losers, he bellows.
The blonde contestant, Danjong, threatened volunteers to go first.
I hate going second,
he says, surprising even Urek. Danjong approves, then orders him to put on a loincloth. The blonde man lifts what looks like a narrow ribbon. The living cloth coils around his hips by itself. Humiliation stiffens his body as he tries to walk. Every step somehow makes it worse. Danjong gestures impatiently.
Grab on tight.
A moment later, both men take their starting positions. Danjong explains that grip and distance decide everything. The contest begins, and the students openly cringe.
Stop posing, brat,
Danjong growls.
I will show no mercy.
Before the challenger reacts, Danjong's massive leg moves. One violent jerk flips the entire world upside down. His body crashes into the water with a brutal splash. The Shinsu impact sends agony exploding through his back. Then the verdict falls. You lose. The spectators exchange stunned looks at their instructor's power. Danjong casually brushes the entire exchange aside. His voice shakes the arena.
Who is next?
Deathly silence answers. Nobody dares to move. Seeing their fear, Danjong offers a second chance to 3 volunteers. Hope ignites, and several students rush forward at once. A white-haired man waits, watching every match with amusement. His companion looks away. Rules and restrictions never suited him. Wonderful. Another lunatic. The white-haired man sighs. Deep inside the liner, enormous mechanisms thunder in the darkness. Within the iron maze stands a cold, determined woman. Her infiltration succeeded, but that was only the first step. Before midnight, she must steal a regular passenger's ticket. Split up, she orders, and 3 shadows vanish. Her eyes remain fixed on Urek, the so-called fisherman. His ticket will belong to her before midnight. Back in the churning Shinsu, another desperate struggle unfolds. The instructor throws opponents aside like weightless toys. Nothing moves him. He stands rooted inside the Shinsu. Next, he growls, while the white-haired observer smirks. One fallen girl cannot move and begins begging in panic. Stop whining. Weaklings do not belong here, someone snaps. Then the white-haired man steps in and helps her up. Danjong's furious glare silently demands an explanation. The young man grins crookedly and accepts the challenge. He lifts the girl effortlessly and asks if she is hurt. She says no, and he completely ignores the threatening giant. With one motion, the dark-haired giant removes his belt. Once she is safe, the white-haired man eagerly takes his turn. He watches Danjong's feet, anticipating the force behind them. Each confident step brings him closer to that mysterious power. Ominous fire burns in Danjong's eyes as he remembers the man's strength. The giant's aura thickens into savage, explosive pressure. The white-haired man remains calm, revealing power born outside the tower. Danjong retreats. How is he this strong without using Shinsu? Water boils around the challenger's foot, almost obeying his will. One crushing stomp shatters the surface and releases violent power. He raises a hand, inviting Danjong into the storm. Danjong asks what he means. It means I am ready. With a sly grin, he tells Danjong to stop hesitating. Danjong's eye burns brighter with furious defiance. Enraged, the giant charges and demands respect. Danjong taunts him, but the challenger calmly offers the belt. Danjong grips the loincloth, officially beginning their duel. The giant freezes. No ordinary regular possesses strength like this. A violent spray erupts as the two titans collide. The young man's foot rebounds from the water like solid ground. Caught off guard, Dan Zhong loses his balance. One powerful kick launches the director above the water. Sweat slides down Dan Zhong's face as he flails through the spray. The watching contestants erupt in astonishment. Every spectator holds their breath in disbelief. "He knocked the director down!" voices shout. Dan Zhong surges upright, furiously rejecting the defeat. "I held back. It does not count." His assistants immediately mock him. Their taunts make his entire body tremble with rage. "Shut up!" Dan Zhong bellows, raising a fist at them. While he threatens his assistants, the challenger grins at his temper. Still, Dan Zhong really did loosen his grip on purpose. "Show me your true power," he demands. The challenger agrees. "I wondered why you fell when I barely touched you. Fight me without restraint so I earn this position properly." Dan Zhong approves. "Excellent. Take your starting position." Both fighters brace again as Dan Zhong vows not to fail. "I underestimated him and relaxed," the director tells himself. "This time, he will show what true strength really means." A decisive strike tears across the water, shattering its glassy surface. Every witness freezes in stunned silence. Nobody believes their eyes. They are watching the impossible. One violent pull lifts Dan Zhong like a feather. Rage twists his face as humiliation sinks in. His opponent mocks him and demands his hidden power. Meanwhile, spear-bearer training begins high above. Director Heidi introduces herself and promises to teach spear mastery. The contestants watch, captivated by her grace and concealed strength. With a breeze-light motion, she launches her spear flawlessly. The weapon screams through the air, trailing brilliant energy. It crosses the vast distance with terrifying precision. The spear strikes perfectly, a masterful display. Heidi receives admiring stares and thunderous applause. Smiling, she invites them to repeat her feat. Their competitive spirit ignites. Everyone wants the first throw. The opening spear misses, barely scraping the target. Excitement fades as they grasp the exercise's true difficulty. "Watch and learn, weaklings," the next contestant boasts. His throw is powerful but inaccurate, earning only a modest score. He celebrates anyway, his proud voice echoing across the range. For Rui, every successful throw crushes his confidence further. Each failed attempt makes his weakness painfully obvious. Despair whispers that he has no talent and no worth. Then the confident contestant approaches, interrupting his self-hatred. Rui admits he cannot do it, expecting mockery, but receives encouragement. The man introduces himself as Rohan and recalls Rui's earlier achievement. A simple handshake begins their unlikely friendship. Rohan says the team leader would never choose someone hopeless. Rui still doubts himself, but Rohan senses hidden potential. "We can do this," Rohan promises, offering to teach him. He flexes proudly and tells Rui to watch closely. Rohan compares the proper spear grip to holding a stone. Rui realizes how lucky he is to meet helpful people. For the first time, he feels accepted. Yet their mysterious room hides new trials and revelations. Before everyone, the warrior lifts Dan Zhong like a child's toy. Humiliated, Dan Zhong invokes his rank or status, yet remains helpless. Then, hidden power awakens within him like light through darkness. The warrior mocks him and demands the promised strength. He warns Dan Zhong that everyone is watching his humiliation. Dan Zhong lowers his head. "If we're discussing Shinsu, I'll show you exactly what you want. Primordial energy erupts. Danzhong's body grows denser and heavier, sending a tremor through his opponent. What power can transform body and spirit this completely? With a blazing stare, Danzhong warns, "Never forget, excessive curiosity can lead directly to death." Then he surprisingly admits he cannot use that power here. Tower law forbids rankers harming newcomers without proper permission. Breaking it means exile or death. His Shinsu would kill the regular. He prefers humiliation over eternal exile for murdering a newcomer. Then his opponent proposes an arrangement satisfying Danzhong's curiosity. Danzhong asks again. The man confirms with a predatory smile. In 3 days, with permission, they will fight to the death.
Danzhong knows a hidden crown game arena where nobody will see. With consent and secrecy, they will fight at full power until death. Danzhong rubs his hands, already imagining the challenger's corpse. But one condition abruptly stops him. Danzhong must release him, kneel, and publicly admit defeat. In exchange, he ends the test and passes everyone present. Pressed by the crowd, the challenger reluctantly agrees. His foot slides across the water, splashing as if losing balance. Then, his massive body crashes down in a staged fall. The newcomers stare, unable to understand what happened. One contestant asks how Danzhong won, mocking the man's filthy hair. Danzhong shakes his hand and formally accepts the false victory. He presents the incident as proof of a fisherman's potential. He declares the exercise tested their limits, and everyone passed. The students question it, but Danzhong firmly confirms their success. Cheers erupt as they realize they are officially fishermen. While they celebrate, Danzhong anticipates something far greater. For this young man, the crown trial will become a grave. The challenger returns his stare, sensing Danzhong's hidden danger. Danzhong dismisses them to find rooms and recover. The young man recognizes an invitation to mortal combat and welcomes it. Elsewhere, exhausted newcomers discuss their break and luxurious rooms. A mischievous girl quickly catches up with the young man. She calls out and recalls their first test encounter. After introducing herself, she says she came to thank him. With a radiant smile, she sincerely thanks him for protecting her. She darts away, leaving him frozen with an awkward, "You're welcome." He struggles to process it as whispers spread around him. His heart jumps, and teasing whistles expose his blush. "I knew this tower wouldn't disappoint. Look at these encounters." Pleased by his reaction, she runs off, smiling faintly. His pounding heart reveals complete romantic inexperience. Behind her determined gaze lies a calculated plan. She chooses him as her partner, making the crowd erupt again. Yet a hooded presence watches the cheerful scene. Within violet eyes, one name burns: Urek Mazino. The threat is clear. Your ticket will be mine tonight. Wrapped in mystery, the cloaked figure strides forward. Another man recognizes her and addresses her by a lofty title. She responds by suddenly sending him flying. Stunned, the blue-haired man explains they have met before. Recognizing him, she warns caution. He apologizes and explains himself. Urek listens nearby, trying to uncover their conversation's meaning. The man bows and offers absolute loyalty, begging to join her. Her cold gaze beneath the hood promises nothing. "I carefully choose who may stand beside me," she replies. The metallic clink of cans suddenly changes the mood. Two contestants discover paradise, bags overflowing with free food. A familiar voice calls, "Having fun without me?" Their boss appears, amused by the surprise. Amid cheers, all three head toward their room. From the shadows, red eyes follow them warily. Inside, cans clink as the friends celebrate. The youngest has never tasted soda, so both companions encourage him. Holding his breath, he finally takes his first sip. Unfamiliar sweetness fills him with astonishing joy. Then the door slams open, revealing an enraged girl. Evelyn storms in, accusing them of corrupting their innocent companion. Soon, Rue apologizes with a black eye while enduring her lecture. Evelyn declares the others enemies and forbids all contact. Her hateful words terrify everyone watching. But seeing Rue squint in pain, she hesitates. Her anger collapses into tears as Rue calls her name. Then Evelyn grabs the condemned soda and gulps it down. The sensation overwhelms her. She writhes and collapses. Hidden nearby, someone watches these carefree fools with contempt. The observer spots a new target and anticipates chaos. Cold calculation burns within him. Every mistake benefits his plans. He imagines exploiting the princess's strength and influence. "Your Highness," he thinks, seeing only a movable chess piece. Meanwhile, trembling Evelyn describes her horrifying training session. Her mentor forced her to touch something utterly disgusting. Shocked, Rue begs to hear exactly what happened. She was forced to touch a puppy, a nightmare forever. Rue stares in total confusion. Could such an innocent creature cause this terror? She recalls being forced to pet it despite desperate pleas. Touching animals violates her nature, but refusal enraged her mentor. Through tears, she says this goes deeper than hating dogs. She crushes another can. Every creature she touches is doomed. A third companion enters and notices her fear. He asks about training, unaware someone watches behind him. The princess joins them and praises his sharp perception. She approaches casually and describes her test as effortless. Then she reveals a brilliant Shinsu sphere above her palm. Silence falls as everyone witnesses genuine Shinsu. Kun recognizes it, but she calls it only Shinsu's echo. Another girl cannot believe a complete beginner achieved this. Kun demands instruction. She senses he is no ordinary student. Far away, another figure calmly tracks time before ticket inspection. Her plan is complete. She will act 30 minutes beforehand. She will strike when everyone believes their tickets are secure. Meanwhile, Kun's group bids farewell to their tipsy companions. Afterward, Kun demands training, though he lacks every fundamental. He bounces impatiently, forcing her to sigh. She begins. Shinsu fills the tower, letting inhabitants breathe, eat, sleep, and even despair, she adds, remembering something deeply personal. Shinsu can concentrate within spaces called bangs and serve countless purposes. How do you create one? She asks, revealing two methods. Draw from yourself, or compress surrounding Shinsu through talent and training. How do I draw it out? Kun asks. Visualize it. Imagine a sphere and a tube carrying Shinsu from your body. That forms and fills a bang, creating a vessel of power. Kun closes his eyes, focusing on the sphere and tube. Only one thought remains. Create a bang. Then a pulsing sphere materializes before him. Power awakens inside Kun and shakes the surrounding space. But one blink erases the vision completely. It failed? He asks, though her expression says otherwise. She reminds him of her exceptional talent and urges patience. A strange light enters his eyes, like forgotten memory returning. An inner voice insists ordinary people cannot do this. Feel it. The image flares again, and he summons every ounce of strength. Then a tremendous impact shatters his concentration. A terrified employee bursts into Danjong's room, screaming him awake. A gigantic bang appeared directly beneath the ship. What is happening? Danjong roars, following his men. When he sees it, horror twists his face. Golden radiance floods the space, leaving Danjong speechless. Meanwhile, Gosu keeps failing as Yuri explains that bangs require talent. Outside, the growing bang threatens to swallow the vessel. Passengers fly sideways as an emergency course change begins. The crew blames unexpected weather, hiding the disaster's true cause. The vessel keeps convulsing. Everyone knows something is wrong. Gosu and Yuri feel the tremors, so he investigates outside. Danjong demands answers, but nobody knows. The chief has vanished. The crew panics and urgently calls Director Baskerville. Even the pink-haired director has never seen a bang shine this way. Then blinding light erupts, accompanied by an insult from nowhere. The director recoils. Is Shinsu mocking his appearance? Another flash insults him again, making him question reality. The radiance consumes everything, calling him a background character. Aboard the ship, lights flicker and screams fill every corridor. Passengers flee, convinced the vessel will collapse. Amid chaos, one hunter targets the sleeping Lopobia girl. Gosu and Yuri are isolated, perfect conditions for a predator. Cracks and hissing machinery warn of further destruction. Ignoring debris, the attacker races toward his target. A sharp gleam reveals complete focus and readiness. A sudden strike lands, and Rohan collapses in pain. Blood sprays across the deck as wounded Rohan falls. His companions demand answers. The attacker curses missing his target. He wanted a strong contestant's ticket from the silver-haired man's team. But time is short, so any ticket will do. His eyes shift toward Yuri. Hers will work. He grins. Attacking the pack's weakest member is most logical. A deep roar shakes the ship like an approaching storm. One passenger battles seasickness inside a restroom. Then the door bursts open, revealing a silhouette. Yuri enters determinedly and notes this is the men's restroom. Ignoring convention, she steps forward without concern. His date joke dies beneath her icy response. She has come for Mazino's ticket. The ship shakes as she says stealing it passes the next test. Mazino shows his ticket. Yuri confirms it is correct. He asks why him. She says the choice is hers. He accuses her of stalking. Yuri dismisses him contemptuously. Mazino proudly reminds her that he is unbelievably strong. He suggests an easier victim, but Yuri grips her weapon tighter. Predatory fire flashes as she declares she always chooses strength. Whether ally or prey, power remains her only priority. Still confident, Mazino again emphasizes his exceptional strength. He offers one final retreat. It only strengthens her resolve. Her merciless gaze says only the strongest deserve attention. Easy victories bore her. Only true challenges matter. Mazino clenches his fists. Does she truly want this fight? He dislikes hitting women, but promises an exception for her. His grin widens as he accepts with devilish excitement. At that moment, huge impacts shake another ship section. A long-haired woman stops, feeling the vessel tremble. Something threatening waits around the corner. She spots Mazino beside two frightened men in defensive stances. Terror twists their faces as blood spreads beneath them. Pain grips her heart when she sees the crimson trail. She presses against the cold wall for support. The boys demand why eliminated Mazino is attacking them. Mazino answers by revealing thin, razor-sharp needles. Without speaking, he lunges forward as a furious blur. One merciless strike follows another, spraying blood across the floor. The girl realizes Mazino is exploiting chaos to steal tickets. He turns and maliciously invites her into the bloodshed. She answers by stepping across the mosaic floor. Determined fire ignites in her icy eyes. She enters the hall as battle-ready figures appear behind her. She says the horrifying goat statue should have swallowed Mazino. Smirking, she asks how he escaped its stomach. Mazino freezes. Her blade-sharp words cut through the silence. Mazino mentions her drunkenness, but she coldly denies it. She drank only soda and faked everything, mocking his gullibility. Nearby, Rue realizes he was merely a prop. She blushes theatrically, claiming Rue's kindness intoxicated her. Rue nearly vomits, while his companion watches suspiciously. The facade vanishes as she jabs 2 fingers into Rue's eyes. She tells Mazino he will not hurt her teammate again. Mazino clenches his fist, silently asking how she will stop him. His fist whistles toward the insolent girl. She blocks cleanly. Blood sprays, and Mazino cries out. As he grips his hand, she advises him to use his brain. This is the inner tower, where breaking rules brings severe consequences. Her eyes darken. Anyone who touches me dies. Recovering, Mazino dismisses her as a pathetic little girl. She smirks, catches her staff, and braces for his charge. The staff spins with deadly grace and furious speed. It smashes Mazino's face, spraying blood and leaving a brutal mark. Mazino screams, but she continues without slowing. A powerful chest kick launches him backward. She follows with relentless strikes driven by absolute fury. His body cracks under the assault, yet he remains conscious. Each blow pushes him closer to his limit. Finally, he collapses bleeding across the ruined arena. His head hangs as blood blurs his vision. Witnesses stare. One whispers Evelyn's name. Another flatters her. A green-haired girl recognizes a great family descendant's terrifying power. Then, a mechanical chime makes Evelyn look upward. A loudspeaker begins ticket inspection and orders everyone prepared. A ghostly, uniformed figure appears, demanding their passes. Her glowing eyes promise disaster for anyone refusing. A predatory grin spreads across her furious face. Otherwise, I will swallow you whole. A sharp whistle signals a projectile crossing another arena. Elsewhere, a pink-haired girl faces a fair-haired young man. She grips her rapier, cold resolve filling her gaze. He dodges her thrust. Not bad, but still insufficient. They clash again, metal ringing as sparks scatter. A glancing strike cuts his cheek with burning pain. She attacks again, slipping aside before his counter. He recognizes the superiority separating Zahard's princesses from ordinary residents. Then she directly interrupts his thoughts. She asks about Zahard. He says the king feels like a father. When he misunderstands her status, she reveals her adoption. Zahard selects gifted girls, empowers them, and sends them climbing. His ignorance amazes her, and she draws her weapon. Calling him stupid, she attacks. He says those rules are tower-bound. After dodging, he proposes one favor if he wins. She refuses negotiation, slashing as he ducks beneath death. During their fight, a cruise ticket drifts slowly from above. She unleashes a storm, but he dodges every strike. Her leg sweeps through a deadly circle. He blocks her fist and says his request is simple. Crimson eyes reveal his goal. Meet the king himself. The princess freezes at such an audacious ambition. She steps back, considering him with total seriousness. Meeting Zahard is nearly impossible, even for his princesses. Only a princess wielding one 13-month may meet him. The 13 months? He repeats as legendary blades appear. Receiving one earns an audience and explains why she climbs. Determination hardens her face. Her final words fall, "And kill him." The confession strikes him like lightning. She clenches her fists. "Shut up! The details matter." He persists. "I'll help you obtain one of those 13 months. Crimson eyes brighten. "In exchange, arrange my meeting with Zahard." She stays silent. "If he's a bastard, I'll help kill him." An official announcement interrupts their dangerous conversation. "Attention! Boarding pass inspections begin in 10 minutes. The princess flinches and looks toward the speaker. Already? Fortunately, she prepared for this moment. The young man also freezes, confusion filling his eyes. He looks down and realizes his ticket is gone. Panicking, he dives toward the floor to recover it. But the next movement is far too fast. A sharp slash opens his jacket, exposing a hidden ticket. He stares. That's my ticket! The princess attacks like a predator, scythe gleaming ominously. Then she smiles sweetly, holding 2 tickets and returning one. "What is this?" he asks. She innocently explains the second ticket. "I found it boarding and secretly planted it on you." With a cunning smile, she reveals the entire deception. Only his ticket ever interested her aboard this cruise. Her trick ends as she hides it inside her boot. He rages at her scheme and demands her next move. The princess deliberately challenges his modesty. He overcomes hesitation and offers anything, briefly confusing her. "Then try," she says, turning completely serious. Drawing her weapon, she warns against threatening the king. Her aura transforms, as though something dormant awakens. Then something pierces her, and the stolen tickets fall. A mysterious spirit appears, demanding their passes. Both stare at the ghostly figure that targeted them. It is ship crew, and its demands grow relentless. Its piercing gaze begins understanding their deception. The spirit transforms, its face twisting with fury. "Those tickets do not belong to you!" "No stowaways!" echoes as the specter blocks every escape. The princess explains, but the furious ghost refuses excuses. Its rage rises until its entire body trembles. More phantoms appear. Invalid passengers face merciless punishment. Traveling without a ticket is strictly forbidden. Spectral hordes descend, their curses forming one enormous chorus. This violation carries only one punishment: inevitable doom. An enormous phantom opens its jaws above them. They will be swallowed and dissolved without a trace. Death hisses before them, anticipation burning in its eyes. Resolve flashes in the princess's gaze, and she smiles. If that is the price, she will fight with everything. Elsewhere, panic spreads. Director Baskerville has vanished. Blinding light floods the area as energy vortices shake space. The ship moves under invisible will through burning energy. Within the brilliance, a silhouette soars high above. He surveys the violent Shinsu, searching for its source. His gaze says something inexplicable happened during his absence. Whose power could shake even the sky? Back on deck, the hunter finds his target escaped. Failure irritates him. Rahap will not forgive it. If the light's host contacts ordinary people, consequences are unpredictable. Yet blood was spilled, creating a trail she cannot hide. He will track her anywhere and deliver retribution. Then a new threat appears, prompting urgent calls for Rahap. Even Danjong only points at the impossible power burst.
From nowhere? Rahap's masked question carries deeper doubt. Such Shinsu cannot form alone. Something greater caused it. No time remains. Rahap takes command and orders retreat. Purple energy pours from him, foreshadowing collision. Darkness devours radiance as colossal forces collide.
Explosions shake the world and echo across the dimension. Violet energy wins, swallowing the light and leaving emptiness. Danjong celebrates, convinced his superior triumphed. Indeed, the anomaly vanishes without a trace. An assistant praises Rahab, but he silently stares onward. That power did not disappear. It merely changed form. Then righteous fury erupts from the void. Do you understand the severity of your crimes? Both of you. The words hang ominously. Then comes the verdict. Are sentenced to death. The monster unleashes fury, shaking the surrounding space. A red-dressed woman appears, sword raised and eyes blazing. She challenges it fearlessly, displaying cold, lethal beauty. Echoing words call her an empty vessel awaiting power. She invokes an ancient wandering spirit to merge with her. Her voice summons water from the 16th lake. Water answers, coiling around her as blue fire ignites. Wrapped in living water, she becomes majestic and terrifying. Before it recovers, she leaps and slices through currents. Her deadly body spins through the air like a dancer. Blood-red tentacles lash out, trying to bind her. Calmly, she turns and assesses the new threat. The white-haired man admires her surprises. Exactly his favorite game. Yet the enormous creature remains alive and terrifying. The young man decides to confront it differently. He clenches his fist, preparing to unleash his strength. A lightning-fast punch slams into the monster. A devastating kick follows immediately. He strikes repeatedly, leaving no chance to recover. The monster nearly falls, then roars and orders surrender. Its enormous fist barely misses the effortless young man. The creature restores its horrifying form, mocking them. It roars that it is a masterfully crafted vessel containing all this place's power, crushing anyone who challenges me. You rookies cannot form a bang. You cannot defeat me. Meanwhile, the white-haired fighter struggles to understand Shinsu. His hidden light could win, but revealing it exposes too much. He clenches his fists and tries forcing Shinsu to obey. All right, how did this work? He mutters. Azure energy spirals, beginning to form a bang. Then a blinding beam shatters his concentration. Chief Rahab freezes and whispers, "Impossible." The vanished bang begins pulsing golden again. It has returned. Rahab's panicked subordinates report it and demand instructions. Anger burns behind Rahab's mask as his fist tightens. This is my domain. Nothing defies my will. A violent jolt throws everyone down amid screams. A red-haired warrior struggles upright. What is happening? The white-haired boy staggers within a crimson whirlwind. Fighting nausea, he says the pilot desperately needs training. Then a graceful red figure leaps toward the monster. Yuri's sword tears through the air with devastating force. The creature grins and calls her attack useless. Despite its power, Yuri's strike barely moves the giant. The world trembles, yet the monster seems indestructible. It warns that failing to return the ticket means disqualification. Yuri despises these rules and those obeying blindly. She can fairly take a director's ticket, and intends to. Irritated, she says the incorporeal enemy ignored her warning. Pink energy engulfs Yuri as glowing plants bloom.
The monster rages while an observer stares in confusion. Yuri names the power Rotala the Red, spirit of the fifth river. The observer wonders what the fifth river means. The creature senses her strength changing, but cannot understand. The observer realizes Yuri has become a deadlier fish. Raising her weapon, Yuri calls herself Wrath Incarnate, and the river's madness itself. She names herself Scarlet Current, sword whistling for another strike.
One swift dash leaves only a shimmering trail. This time, her blade cleanly slices the monster. The creature freezes in shock, pain, and disbelief. Did she truly wound it? Could this be real? The monster cannot comprehend what happened. She should be an ordinary newcomer beginning her climb. Her inexperience should kill her, not protect her. A mediator creature intervenes, trying to end the bloodshed. It recalls Yuri's mission and warns she has the wrong ticket. Her true target is that young man's ticket. Yuri thanks it with amusement, but changes nothing. Her foot lands firmly, delivering a silent declaration. The monster realizes its warning was completely ignored. Yuri lunges, blade flashing as the mediator reacts too late. Pain tears through the mediator as Yuri's strike lands. Her gaze remains cold and merciless. "We aren't finished. Give me your ticket, Mazino." He considers peace, but she repeats that he is prey. Predatory determination shines in her violet eyes. Mazino answers by charging with a furious strike. Their weapons collide in the deafening crash. His grip tightens as strange light fills the weapon. Energy inside him begins pulsing. Then he senses the same force flowing through her. Their powers collide inside a violent, space-tearing whirlwind. Mazino marvels at her masterful control of that energy. Frustration erupts. He desperately wants its secret. No time remains. Yuri attacks again at blinding speed. Retreating, he realizes she cannot maintain this state long. But his ticket and freedom are at stake. He dislikes using full strength, but she leaves no alternative. Only one option remains: keep forcing himself. Until the dormant Shinsu finally awakens. Sparks break through his palms. "Come on, work!" Golden flame erupts from his power. Far above, alarmed voices rise aboard the ship. An observer sees something immense expanding across the sky. A golden beam races directly toward the vessel. The energy relentlessly seeks something important inside. At battle's center, Mazino's eyes ignite with terrifying fire. He feels the power break free and marvels. Golden energy pulses obediently between his palms. "Do you see this?" he shouts, thrilled by his Shinsu. But the force keeps expanding into something unimaginable. As it swells uncontrollably, Yuri charges directly into danger. Mazino knows he may never receive another chance. He raises both hands against her racing blade. Above, the observer sees golden energy threatening everything. Rage twists beneath his mask. This defiance demands punishment. Dark Shinsu expands around him, beginning a terrifying counterattack. He vows nothing living will ever defy his will. Even his subordinates fear the ship may be destroyed. Purple energy explodes, drowning the deck in darkness. The heroes combine strength, preparing for desperate collision. Debris tears past, but Yuri's resolve never wavers. Mazino gathers Shinsu into his fists, forming golden blades. The golden torrent cuts through the violet storm. His attack pierces darkness and forces the enemy backward. At once, Yuri adds an equally lethal strike. Her blade leaves a brilliant crimson trail of fury. Their combined force shakes reality itself. Together, they drive the hostile energy back and breathe. Blood covers Mazino, but both fighters remain resolute. They advance together. Neither intends to retreat. Mazino steps forward, his voice cutting through tension. The sky splits, revealing an ominous figure above. The cold voice asks whether this newcomer created that Shinsu. Mazino grins through blood. "Let's say I did. Problem?" He challenges the stranger and orders him down. Behind the mask, contempt rises. "You expect me to descend?" The answer falls mercilessly. "I'm afraid that is impossible. After all, you are unworthy." Mazino and Yuri freeze at his naked contempt. Mazino cannot swallow such an insult. The masked figure lectures him on rank, law, and authority. Mazino's provocation failed, but unimaginable prey now stands above. A blinding flash interrupts and makes the masked man turn. A tremendous impact hurls the rancor away like a toy. Mazino panics. "What is this? Not again!" Something colossal falls from the sky amid desperate warnings. The fortress-like ship plummets, wrapped in destructive Shinsu. Inside, chaos erupts as energy tears through the hull. The gigantic vessel seems ready to vanish into the elements. Below, Mazino and Yuri stare upward in terror and awe. The ship convulses, spreading panic through every passenger. Even the masked man appears to be losing control. Mazino challenges the force, but nothing obeys him. The rancor watches his reckless attempt indifferently. Then, true power descends in a purple vortex. Darkness spreads across light like an ancient awakening predator. Everyone watches the terrifying phenomenon without blinking. The shadow-devouring light grows tangible and absolute. Recognition flickers in Mazino's gaze, a distant, unbelievable memory. This is the power of beings who consumed light itself. The world's Shinsu radiance retreats before formless darkness. Golden brilliance slowly surrenders to the consuming void. At its center, the mysterious stranger hovers silently. His words are simple. Talent is worthless without control. He names Urek Mazino and dismisses him as an inexperienced newcomer. Urek stares, struggling to accept those words. Who is this man, if not one who devoured light? Resolve ignites. If Phantaminum is connected, hesitation is impossible. But an unexpected call interrupts the masked man. He reminds the princess inspection is ending and demands her choice. She backs away and removes her boot. Urek offers a ticket, surprised the exchange will happen. She trades hers but warns they will never become allies. She promises to eliminate him next test. He only grins. Tickets exchanged, Urek still vows to recruit her against Zahard. Heavy doors close, separating the departing princess from Bam. Bam relaxes, then notices Urek sitting unusually seriously. He wonders what caused such an expression. Bam suggests indigestion and receives an explosive denial. Bam studies his hand and softly repeats, "Shinsu." He asks how to surpass even the chief director with Shinsu. Urek hardens and warns against provoking someone so dangerous. Chief Test Director is a warning, not merely a title. Still, Urek knows the ship's second strongest possible mentor. Hope and wonder fill Bam's eyes. Next day, he enters wave controller training determinedly. A pipe-smoking instructor begins practicing bang creation. Bam is shocked to find Urek already comfortable there. He asks why a fisherman attends wave controller training. The instructor echoes him, demanding an explanation. Urek says the disgusting-haired director had nothing left to teach. Elsewhere, that enraged director demands his missing trainee. The woman who challenged Mazino now awaits their rematch. Assigned as a fisherman, she prepares to confront him again. Meanwhile, the scout hall contains only despair.
Evelyn refuses an animal while her mentor invokes her noble anima blood. Evelyn rejects that potential and refuses touching any animal. Her mentor presents a puppy, praising her branch-head heritage. She forces Evelyn's hand onto its fur despite resistance. Disgusted, Evelyn begs her to stop. The puppy's eyes ignite red and it growls threateningly. Evelyn freezes, confused by the transformation. Speechless, she can only stare. The puppy attacks and bites the mentor's hand. An instant later, it lies dead and bleeding. The teacher stares while Evelyn curls up, sobbing. Tears stream as pain and disgust overwhelm her. With effort, she stands and drags herself away. At the exit, two acquaintances ask about training. Emotionally shattered, she apologizes and asks for solitude. As she leaves, her friends exchange worried looks. Watching her exhausted steps, one says she needs time. Still, concern darkens both their hearts. Alone, Evelyn curls on her bed and cries silently. Elsewhere, a different scene unfolds in Lightbearer training. A young student impresses his mentor by igniting energy spheres. Interesting, the mentor thinks. This one has true potential. Meanwhile, energy surges across spear-bearer training. A swift throw whistles through the air. The spear strikes the target's center perfectly. Kun cheers, Rak embraces him, and the woman applauds. Then we return to melancholic Evelyn on scout grounds. On the fisherman's field, another woman defeats every opponent.
She surveys the fallen as someone wonders whether Mazino will attend. Finally, wave controller training reveals entirely new power. A dog-headed pipe smoker watches beside a young woman. At the hall's center, a radiant young man creates the impossible. A witnessing girl freezes as someone cries, "Finally!" Impossible. 2 days ago, he couldn't form a basic bang. A powerful eruption throws him backward, startling everyone. Casually, the mentor fires a mighty, perfectly controlled pipe blast. Blinding energy rocks the hall and throws everyone away. "Power this wild is rare," he tells stunned Bam. "But I can tame it and make it obey you." Bam nearly shouts with joy at the promise. "Call me Mr. Puppy," he corrects, baffling Bam. But Kun keeps analyzing every detail of the mentor. Could Shinsu itself truly have chosen and loved him? Meanwhile, an announcement orders every regular assembled by 9. They approach the next test site, anticipation rising. Corridors fill as regulars hurry toward the meeting point. Everyone must prepare. Tomorrow brings an entirely new challenge. Bam, Kun, and Rak advance as tension grows. Then Bam spots the mysterious girl and calls out. They keep moving, but their eyes promise a coming reunion. Her words carry an unhesitating challenge. Fire fills Bam's eyes as he accepts. Elsewhere, a startled shout erupts inside Rahab's office. "This is nothing like what I was told." "I only raised the difficulty slightly," Rahab replies calmly. The examiner is horrified. Even rankers struggle against that queen. Rahab senses resistance, and the examiner immediately denies defiance. Yet fear knows using this monster is madness. Unless Rahab plans to eliminate every contestant. Meanwhile, life continues inside the net dolphin's habitat. A colossal limb crashes down, scattering smaller creatures. The ground splits as young dolphins narrowly escape crushing death. She has arrived, the queen feared even by rankers. Her crown hovers above the frozen wasteland. Ancient, primal fury burns in her gaze. The colossal queen bends slowly to reclaim her relic. Back aboard, participants prepare for the coming test. An orb delivers Danzhong's message. Come prepared to die.
The glowing death threat leaves no doubt. One man only grins and calls Danjong charming. Tomorrow offers more than a test. It promises true battle. Across the frozen desert, the Dolphin Queen roars menacingly. Meanwhile, Rahab watches shadowed mountains beneath whipping hair. Far away, waves quietly announce an approaching storm. An unknown figure falls into the raging water. The abandoned body washes ashore under the merciless ocean. Elsewhere, an energetic figure sprints at full speed. Breathing hard, he stops upon seeing an unexpected visitor. But she twists her ankle and begins falling. With a cry, she hits the ground before colliding.
He recognizes the cat girl and hears her unusual request. Blushing, she offers a jar like priceless treasure. He accepts, smiling, wondering what it is worth. Delighted, she praises his dedication to training. Then she confesses weakness for strong, muscular men. Realizing her words, she panics and bolts away. Her final meow echoes as she vanishes. One strange encounter gives way to another shadowy figure. Rage burns in his eyes, promising coming retribution. Intrigued, the hero resumes running and analyzes everything. Then, an unimaginable creature blocks his path. The penguin stares coldly and asks an absurdly serious question. Stunned, the hero points, unable to believe it spoke. Before he recovers, the penguin attacks. It furiously demands respect as an extraordinary regular. The penguin then peacefully sunbathes while he watches fondly. The tower's stranger secrets deepen his determination. He races onward as heroic strength awakens inside. Soon he finds a man watching floating heroic holograms. 3 lighthouses project an immersive animated series. On screen, a mighty champion unleashes superhuman power. The melodrama leaves the red-eyed hero openly disdainful. The champion calls every blow the ultimate warrior's fist. Even our hero silently judges it ridiculous and embarrassing. The fan erupts, defending comics and boasting Po Bidao heritage. His unrecognized family name enrages him while the hero stares. Then something catches both men's attention overhead. The majestic halls hide more secrets before the next trial. They meet Baskerville, the dog-like instructor overseeing the test. He says everyone will descend underground for a team trial. An ancient game lies at its heart. The hero looks puzzled, but a tall woman understands. Zahard and the family heads once used it to choose leadership. The game decides fate and who deserves the crown. Baskerville orders everyone off the ship immediately. Without hesitation, participants cross the metal ramp. Baskerville watches silently, anticipation shining in his eyes. He wants a fight, someone mutters as excitement spreads. An abyss opens before them, leading to the crown game. Its bottom vanishes into blue darkness, frightening everyone. Somewhere below, creatures squeak within the gloom. A platform appears. Welcome to Sector 7, home of net dolphins and their predators. Details are in your pockets. Now, the rules. Light reveals the radiant crown, their key to victory. Beside it stands a majestic throne awaiting its ruler. Find the crown, wear it, and claim the throne. Sitting starts your timer. Removal stops it. 5 longest teams advance. But final control of crown and throne guarantees absolute victory. The test ends at 7, 9 hours from now. Questions? Go down and discover the answers yourselves. At 10, beneath ominous humming, the crown game begins. One woman worries. Crown games usually occur safely indoors. What if a bull appears, or the dolphin queen attacks? Her companion trusts the director built barriers against creatures. The queen ignores contestants unless they enter her distant territory. Still, rumors of Rahab's willingness to sacrifice regulars haunt her. Then her companion scans the area and finds the crown. It lies at the heart of the Dolphin Queen's domain. The trap's scale terrifies both women. Deep underground, the crown game begins in river-carved caves. Wading through freezing water, regulars complain about soaked shoes. Their jokes expose vulnerability before the unknown. Playful rivalry cannot hide tension before real battle. Then, a pulsing symbol announces the crown game. One contestant senses immediate danger within it. The symbol spins faster, blazing with ominous energy. It transforms into a projectile and shoots toward a stunned man. A shadowed figure catches the blade bare-handed.
Scarlet eyes reveal power beyond any ordinary regular. The attacker freezes before the stranger's water-wrapped aura. The cold-eyed man spares them, for now, and orders them away. Terrified contestants flee, screams echoing through the cave. Danjong reminds allies that every outsider is an enemy. Meanwhile, Rue and Evelyn's team struggles to plan. Finding the crown is obvious. What follows remains unclear. Rue suggests sitting until death, smiling carelessly. Evelyn rejects the childish plan and proposes cunning. Find the crown, hide, then seize the throne near the end. They can win everything without wasting effort. They would advance without additional tests or hardship. Evelyn boasts, Rue praises her, and Sancho smiles gently. Their veteran feels touched by their childlike excitement. Then, one crucial problem darkens Evelyn's expression. Without a light-bearer, finding the crown is nearly impossible. Rue comforts her, while Sancho suppresses another smile. Sancho proposes following a team with a light-bearer. Let them find the crown, then steal it unnoticed. Rue and Evelyn marvel at his elderly wisdom. Rue praises him until Sancho blushes. What if they detect us? Evelyn and I are experienced scouts. Their observers can hide them completely within shadows. Rue waits behind with his spear while both scouts follow. They shout, "Yes!" together and begin the mission. Behind a ledge, Evelyn and Sancho launch their observer. Their first target controls 3 lighthouses and perhaps the crown. Without delay, both pursue their promising target. Rue stays behind, carefully tracking every movement. Minutes pass as the observer glides through crystal caves. Unaware, the target team advances among ice and lighthouses. Then, a tense whisper warns of approaching danger. Sensing someone, the light-bearer searches the darkness. Suddenly, the opposing team splits into different routes. Evelyn chases the light-bearer. Sancho follows the others. Watching from shadows, Rue suspects an obvious trap. Evelyn races through passages echoing with every water drop. She ventures deeper, following the light-bearer's flickering silhouette. Then Evelyn's sharp gaze catches something strange. The ice patterns look too perfect. Is this a trap? An ominous gleam exposes the light-bearer's true intentions. He knew from the beginning. Only now does Evelyn realize. His icy words stop her and paralyze her with fear. The crown was never his target. She was. He chose these silent depths as her grave. When he speaks Evelyn's name, something rises from the abyss. A gigantic monstrosity emerges, promising merciless retribution. Where did it come from? Horror fills her mind. She throws her blade in one desperate defiance. Rage and despair consume her before certain death. The creature towers above, dissolving every trace of hope. But Rue and Sancho are already racing to rescue her. Far away, a plea for help pierces consciousness. "Please, help me," it whispers, awakening something ancient. Then another colossal creature erupts from the depths. Elsewhere, 3 companions plan near the throne without a light-bearer. The girl proposes letting others find the crown, then stealing it. She calls the shameless plan brilliant. Her companions hesitate. Then one man casually asks to leave briefly. "Nothing important. I just need to meet someone." He bids them farewell, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Only 10 seconds away, yet crimson eyes reveal a predator. Hidden elsewhere, someone waits and quietly says, "Mazino." A mysterious light flickers overhead, drawing attention. A masked figure holds a cube displaying a familiar image, but its subject is nowhere near his expected location. Back with Evelyn, fear freezes her before the monster. She needs no name or history
to know she cannot defeat it. She makes one desperate attempt to escape, but the creature is far too fast. Its crushing grip closes instantly, wrenching out her scream. Even through pain, one thought remains: survive. Then an enormous wall of water crashes over her. The monster hurls Evelyn into the current, stealing her breath. Elsewhere, underground, Danjong waits for his opponent. The mighty fighter stands calmly, radiating overwhelming strength. Then a carefree voice breaks silence. "Yo, Danjong!" A young man appears, greeting him with an arrogant smile. Danjong rises contemptuously, surprised the newcomer actually came. The fool still ignores the gulf between regular and rancor. Danjong imagines that smile becoming desperate pleas. First, he explains rancors need permission to harm regulars. The young man must formally issue a duel through his pocket. Usually only rancors use it, except occasional madmen. Before the warning ends, the young man activates it. Ignoring Danjong, he selects the opponent with the funny hairstyle. Danjong stares. He truly did it. Energy vortices swallow both and carry them elsewhere. Even the newcomer is surprised by the duel's scale. A colossal, one-eyed creature appears, its body becoming their arena. Its enormous eye demands an explanation for his insolence. Within its gaze comes immediate recognition: an outsider. The challenge is accepted if they bear every consequence. The whale judge withdraws, but the young man calls out. One powerful opponent is apparently insufficient. He asks permission to challenge the judge itself. After brief confusion, a calm answer follows. The tower's administrator never refuses a challenge. But then he fights the tower's laws themselves. He accepts and begins warming up. Excitement blazes. His long-awaited dance is beginning. Danjong can only stare at such arrogance. Then his foot plants firmly. The first strike shatters stone beneath them. A lightning kick follows, barely avoided. Then a massive impact launches the young man. His body spins helplessly among shattered stone. Danjong attacks again, denying him any breath. In a blink, he seizes the battered young man. He swings him like a toy toward the ground. Scarlet eyes flash as the young man demands more. Danjong hurls him down like a meteor. He crashes into a crater amid steam, dust, and rubble. Ignoring pain, he smirks. "Still angry about that workout?" Danjong darkens. "This is no wrestling match." He dives, snarling. "Hurry if you intend to survive." But the newcomer intercepts with a sudden kick. A rapid exchange erupts, each precise blow thunderous. A devastating counter sends the massive warrior stumbling. The young man plants a foot and launches forward. He vowed to crush this rancor using only Shinsu. Energy rages around him. "Inside the tower, I've only trained and restrained myself. But outside, I never did any of that. And now..." "This is unbelievably fun!" Mr. Puppy once told him, "You possess extraordinary power." He grinned. The instructor marveled. I've never seen so much Shinsu, he protested. That's the minimum. Mr. Puppy said, You possess extraordinary power. He grinned. I know. The instructor marveled. I've never seen so much Shinsu. He protested. That's normal. The instructor snapped. You have no idea how to control it. Most people form a bang and channel Shinsu inside, but his formless Shinsu tears space apart, then vanishes. You aren't using Shinsu. You're unleashing a natural disaster. The young man stares back with burning determination. A natural disaster? I like it. That was not praise. What should I do? He cries. Let me finish, Puppy snaps. From now on, your task is taming your Shinsu. He must force that wild energy into submission. He will learn net weaving, beginning with spread arms. He opens them hesitantly. Exactly. Your hands become the net.
The master demonstrates how to catch released Shinsu.
Then close your palms and force it to obey.
Mastery may take several years, leaving him stunned. Then he grins, promising to master it within days. And with that, we return to the present. Explosions erupt as Danjong shouts, Stop running! Fear a rancor? Deflecting debris, he grins. I was about to strike back. He clenches his fist and commands mentally, Come to me. Golden radiance descends, making Danjong recoil in horror. The light awakens a dreadful memory. Golden Shinsu. The ship's chaotic power has somehow entered this arena. The young man reaches forward and air trembles. He smirks. Every grueling practice led here. His palms open like a net around the energy. Untamed Shinsu answers, condensing and spiraling around him. He will bind, dominate, and weaponize the wild element. Danjong watches tremendous power concentrate in disbelief. Golden radiance engulfs the young man before his strike. The energy surrenders, and triumph spreads across his face. Danjong realizes all surrounding Shinsu gathers inside those hands. With a victorious cry, he clenches concentrated light. Trapped Shinsu erupts, ready for release. One explosive motion unleashes a devastating blow. A golden blast races toward the stunned rancor. Terror twists Danjong's face as it approaches. The young man remains calm, Shinsu dancing around him. The ground splits, leaving a vast crater. Oops, I missed, he says, while Danjong freezes. The rancor's mind screams one word. Impossible. Could that limitless Shinsu truly come from him? A cocky smile savors Danjong's reaction. It isn't perfect, but arrived just in time. Serpent-like energy coils around his fingers, binding Shinsu. I call this the 10 Serpents Binding. Even an observer finds the grandiose name tasteless. How can a beginner command this much advanced Shinsu? Danjong assumes he belongs to a mighty clan or race. A sinister smile promises something even greater. Then the warrior declares himself, the light itself. Radiance becomes unbearable, as though cracking reality. His words echo. I am the light itself. Could a mere regular truly produce all this Shinsu? Even past rankers never showed Danjong anything similar. The warrior forms another sphere while Danjong struggles to understand. Who are you, Urek Mazino? Danjong shouts. Yet azure energy surges around Danjong, ready to consume everything. A direct hit from that Shinsu would cause grave damage. So he must change tactics. From this moment, he must face me as an equal. Danjong vows to stop restraining himself and treat Urek equally. Mazino seems unimpressed by this sudden change. He smirks, claiming fear fills the ranker's eyes. Mazino shapes his Shinsu into a mighty serpent. Golden and blue energy collide in a devastating wave. Mazino tries seizing and absorbing the incoming power,
but Danjong's attack exceeds expectations, exploding behind him.
The reversed wave catches Danjong and hurls him backward. His body slams into an invisible barrier. Despite pain, fierce determination fuels his battle rage. Danjong acknowledges Urek's power, but notices his attacks lack accuracy. Mazino admits he barely controls his Shinsu. He simply gathers energy and throws it randomly. Danjong sees weakness. Each huge attack leaves Urek vulnerable. Within the inferno, he spots the perfect opening. But Mazino grins and promises the next attack will land. Danjong thinks chaotic blasts were Mazino's only terrifying power. Then Mazino gathers everything and charges directly. A deafening strike shakes both air and earth. Confident, Mazino prepares to end the battle. His foot lands, concentrating Shinsu through his body. He surges forward, determined to crush Danjong. But Danjong smiles coldly, convinced victory is his. The ranker catches Mazino's arm and redirects the charge. His iron grip crushes Urek's forearm in place. As Urek grunts, Danjong confidently declares the match over. They stand face to face in a heavy, silent deadlock. Danjong studies him, knowing Mazino will never yield. He praises Urek mockingly and ends their little contest. Fighting pain, Mazino finally treats this seriously. He strains against the hold, but Danjong remains firm. Danjong speaks Mazino's name and prepares to finish him. His fingers tighten in one final warning. Then Mazino reveals unimaginable physical power. Danjong rises off the ground, staring in shock. Mazino grins, revealing why victory always felt certain. The brutal truth crashes into Danjong. Mazino casually hurls the ranker aside. Before Danjong recovers, Urek ends the unbelievable duel. Mazino's fist smashes his face with earth-shaking force. On the ground, Danjong realizes his terrible misjudgment. Urek smiles, remembering Shinsu was meant as his trump card. But his true strength appears through merciless physical blows. Each strike erupts like a whirlwind of force. He gives Danjong no chance to retaliate. Finally, he draws back for the decisive blow. A brilliant Shinsu blade descends upon the enemy. Smirking, Urek invites the hidden observer to watch. Far away, the masked watcher sees Urek inside his cube. Was Mazino truly addressing him, or was it coincidence? No doubt remains. Urek kicks Danjong aside for another challenge. His gaze locks onto the observer. You are next. Battered Danjong watches Urek consider a more spectacular ending. Mazino's aura shifts as blue Shinsu gathers obediently. Danjong stares in terror while power surrounds him. Urek shapes Shinsu into a serpent. There is no escape. He wraps Danjong in energy and summons 10 binding serpents. Golden power explodes, swallowing the ranker. Danjong's scream vanishes beneath raging Shinsu. Yet through pain, one vital truth remains. Urek says this was never a battle between equals. It was only a lesson in incomprehensible power. Golden fists unleash a dazzling Shinsu barrage. Terrified Danjong feels the radiance swallowing his soul. A deafening explosion drowns his final hoarse scream. Afterward, only silence and spiraling dust remain. Energy currents dance like the battle's final breath. Danjong lies defeated, while Urek stands calmly above. One unreadable glance passes over the fallen ranker. He lives, but only muffled groans escape. One furious question burns. Who and what is this man? His humiliated scream insists no regular crushes rankers this easily. Years of training became nothing before someone he dismissed. Urek offers reassurance, only confusing Danjong further.
He calmly admits coming from the world outside. The truth strikes Danjong. Only irregulars enter from outside. Urek knows no term. Danjong recalls Zahard and the family heads. Ignoring pain, Danjong grabs Urek with another urgent question. Were there others, and had anyone escaped home? Why would anyone abandon this sanctuary for the suffering outside? Zahard and the family heads supposedly built refuge from outside despair. No sane person would surrender that safety. Urek understands why nobody speaks truthfully about outside. He realizes all those legendary rulers remain inside. So why lie about everything beyond the tower? Urek believes the fallen ranker is not lying. Deception shaped his naivete, but also forged his strength. For Danjong, exposing an irregular would spread chaos everywhere. Then the fallen warrior speaks again. Urek approaches carefully. Danjong wants only one answer. Deep shock still fills the ranker's eyes. He denies knowing the salty island, then realizes his mistake. Urek says he saw an island while traveling here. With mischief, Urek admits bluffing, but the secret is exposed. Now explain the island and the tower's salty-smelling inhabitants. Danjong presses his lips together, refusing to answer. Urek smiles and reaches for something persuasive. He reveals a plush rabbit, making Danjong scream. Urek stole it after seeing Danjong cuddle it asleep. A furious cry erupts from the jealous warrior. Urek looks aside as though the emotion means nothing. Grinning, he condemns this relationship and sentences it to death. Danjong protects the rabbit and promises tremblingly to keep it safe. Urek questions him sharply. Danjong swears truth. He claims no role in creating or approving the island. He begs Urek not to tell Rahab, and Urek agrees. New fire appears in Urek's eyes. His jaw tightens as understanding turns into anger. If Danjong speaks truth, Rahab is a complete bastard. Meanwhile, a serpentine monster rises near the bull's nest. It glides over rocks like a living shadow. Its gaze finds a motionless body on frozen ground. The mighty tail twists, stirring a violent vortex. More creatures gather around the victim like predators. Two people now lie together in ominous silence. The second stranger bears signs of battle and a brutal fall. Far away, a lone silhouette appears on an isolated beach. He enters cool water, annoyed he must swim. Rolling his shoulders, he hopes the ascetic stayed nearby. He strides forward, eager to finish quickly. Meanwhile, Urek Mazino sits in deep thought. He pities Miss Bunny, a pawn in Rahab's scheme. He wants destruction, but the cost may be too high. One mistake could permanently close the path upward. Rage tempts him to abandon caution and seek revenge. Then, a low rumble makes Urek look up. A gigantic palm crashes down, filling the air with dust. The impact convulses the earth and surprises Urek. The surrounding space keeps trembling and cracking. The colossal limb sweeps past, exposing Urek and terrified Danjong. Urek stares toward the chaos with astonishment. A gigantic figure emerges and unleashes a terrifying roar. Its enormous eye glows ominously. Danjong recognizes the impossible visitor, the Dolphin Queen. He says she rules these waters and cannot be defeated. Their queen? Impressive, Urek replies without fear.
Then recognition flashes as he studies the monster. That is the crown. But why is it on her head? Urek stares in growing astonishment. No mistake. It is the crown everyone seeks. Danjong cannot believe it. Urek excitedly confirms it. Mazino announces he will take it by force. If she refuses, he will tear it away. Danjong desperately warns that her power defies reason. Then he realizes Mazino might actually defeat her. Too late. Mazino charges as Danjong shouts after him, "You cannot attack the queen!" His warning fails.
Shinsu blazing around his fist, Mazino prepares a gentle punch. The devastating punch slams into the queen's head. Danjong freezes. Urek actually did it. The crown rocks as though his insolence shook the world. Inside the observation room, someone screams, "No!" The queen has awakened and wears the crown. Disaster approaches. "Anyone reaching for it will die instantly," an administrator cries. Panic spreads. Unless stopped, Rahab's test may kill everyone. "Wait! Danjong is beside the queen, and another contestant!" They assume Danjong rushed to save the regular. Then they see him lying motionless, saving nobody. The observers stare, unable to understand this bizarre scene. Then Urek launches forward without considering danger. Like lightning, he strikes the queen again. Other contestants stare, unable to process it. Did that regular truly punch the queen? And Urek has no intention of stopping. His hand reaches toward the crown atop her head. With mad agility, he races across her massive body. One light touch instantly changes his direction. He leaps away, narrowly avoiding her counterattack. Urek lands heavily, creating distance. Grinning, he praises her for surviving his gentle punch. Her colossal size cannot intimidate him. Danjong says the queen cannot be attacked. Urek asks why. The crown matters, but killing her was never intended. Danjong explains her vital role in this ecosystem. Urek still struggles to understand the warning. When she wakes, net dolphins weave Shinsu nets for food. They gather fish for Madam, who prepares the queen's feast. Only after her meal may the other creatures eat. Net dolphins gather food. Every species depends on that feast. Kill the queen, and the whole ecosystem starves. Urek finally understands. She supports all regional life. Before them stands this world's true sustaining power. Urek admits underestimating her importance. After thinking, he surprisingly lets her leave. Her silent gaze seems deeply grateful. Her footsteps recede, shaking earth and raising dust. Relieved, Danjong collapses and hugs his rabbit. The breathless observers erupt in celebration, yet some question why Urek released her. The queen never forgives invasion or aggression, so why did she simply walk away? Only one theory fits. Predators retreat from equals, or stronger beings. Could this regular exceed the queen? Impossible. Yet that unbelievable doubt has already taken root. And why did she awaken before her usual feeding? Perhaps these regulars themselves provoked her reaction. Meanwhile, another observer holds a mysterious golden cube. He considered intervening, but now finds it unnecessary. The queen accepts the intruder and acknowledges his strength. Her ancient, deathly gaze becomes recognition and submission. Fire-eyed Urek silently claims the throne as his. Everything within these lands now seems subject to him. Behind him, Danjong fears what Urek may do next. Meanwhile, a deafening crash erupts inside the bull's nest. Ominous, scaled figures emerge amid thunderous impacts. They find motionless bodies scattered across cavern rocks. Water ripples over one victim before another crash. Sinister markings cover the submerged body. Then faint consciousness returns and its eyes stir. Nearby, another victim hears a secretive whisper. Psst! Her eyelids twitch as another crash makes her flinch. Confused, painful eyes slowly open in darkness. A stranger presses one finger to his lips. Elsewhere, an alarm sounds and raises tension. A high-ranking woman hears a report about forbidden territory. Her subordinate foresees disaster for Rahab and sweats coldly. But she smiles, certain true power remains hidden. In darkness, a flower blooms beneath crimson droplets. Only impenetrable darkness now flows from former light. A whispered name heralds a new age, and Queen. Phantaminum chose Mago as the tower's next ruler. A majestic guardian sits on a cliff, shaking earth silently. Urek knows taking the crown is difficult, but retreat is impossible. Yet destroying this ecosystem's pillar is unthinkable. There must be a way without killing her. Urek follows the queen, leaving Danjong shouting behind. "Did he seriously just fly away?" Danjong cries. Then Urek notices a mysterious pulsing object. That must be Danjong's object. Why is she ignoring it? Whatever follows, he will track the queen. The gigantic guardian moves, each step thunderous. She heads toward the sinister bull's nest. Meanwhile, a fallen figure notices the monsters reacting strangely. Their glowing eyes reveal an unexpected emotion: fear. The creatures turn toward something deeper in darkness. Heavy footsteps approach, promising unavoidable collision. The girl stays still, pretending unconscious. A monster towers above. One movement means death. It sniffs her, scorching breath washing over frozen skin. Then its horrifying jaws open wide. At the critical moment, another monster attacks it. A tremendous blow knocks the predator away. The first creature crashes down, carving a crater. The smaller monster mournfully studies its fallen enemy. But this rescuer is another primal predator. The girl suspects the pack leader deliberately intervened. Darkness returns as tentacles drag her away. Awakening while carried, she wonders where they are going. Elsewhere, Sancho and his companions face another trial. The old man despairs. Their careful plan is exposed. Rue fears Evelyn's silence means disaster. Breathing hard, he decides he must help her. Before he moves, a mysterious figure appears. "Who are you?" "Pobidao Berber, a light bearer." She calmly says he will go nowhere. She came to kill him. Berber adds that Evelyn will soon join him. She reveals luring Evelyn into the bull's den. Records say no ordinary warrior defeats a water-powered bull. Rue forces himself through electrified water toward her. Lightning strikes, throwing him aside and draining his strength. Berber mocks his helpless body with cold contempt. "Only cowards use traps." She recalls his own schemes. Her superior voice reveals the secret behind his doom. Her lighthouse showed something leaving no alternative. A creature stronger than every warrior forced her from the crown. Now she will eliminate everyone until only 5 teams remain. Rue understands the horrifying cruelty of her strategy. Another electrical surge tears through his body. Evelyn needs him, but Berber's doubts take root. "If only I were stronger, useful." He clenches underwater. Her final words strike. "At least you won't die alone." As she leaves, approaching death pulls him into darkness. Then the earth shakes, twisting Berber's face. Net dolphins burst from water, crying in panic. They stampede past, forcing her startled scream. Barely conscious Rue senses chaos and looks up. Berber freezes inside the raging creature current. Why are the net dolphins fleeing?
Panic fills her eyes. Every instinct says impossible, yet dread grips her. Elsewhere, the old man leans on his staff, weakening. "Evelyn, Rue," escapes as his desperate farewell. An unknown force knocks one companion away. A giant creature traps him in a merciless embrace. Another impact sends monsters scattering through chaos. The old fighter stares, unable to understand. He wants escape, but sees his companions swept away. Dark creatures drag limp bodies across frozen ground. Despite captivity, determination flares inside one girl. Silently apologizing, she reaches toward the creature's head. With no choice, her fingers grip its scales. Red light flashes inside its bottomless eyes. The convulsing creature screams and throws her away.
But escape attracts every other predator. Then bloodlust spreads, and one monster attacks another. Primal roars shake the cavern as the pack fights itself. Amid blood, the girl desperately wakes her companion. This chaos is their only chance. She begs him to run. Using final strength, they flee the slaughter. They run onward through monstrous roars and poisonous blood. The fallen creature rises, twisted body trembling with rage. A sinister growl escapes as its red eye anticipates pursuit. Every step burns, yet neither dares stop. Barely keeping pace, she begs for breath but keeps running. Finally, they collapse, and he asks whether she can continue. His lungs burn too, but he grants brief rest. After recovering, she says they escaped. He thanks her. Still, suspicion flickers. She seems unlike an ordinary contestant. He asks whether she works here and became lost. She stares, realizing the depth of his ignorance. How could anyone not know what a regular is?
Only participants or administrators enter here, so he hides something. Or...
She demands truth, but he swears ignorance. He cries, "What is this place? And those monsters?" Clutching his chest, he asks whether this is hell. She hears his curse story, but it makes no sense. She accuses him of pretending. He reacts with outrage. Finally, she believes him, but wonders how he entered. His presence in this forbidden zone deeply unsettles her. Evelyn explains they are on the testing floor. Passing every test allows advancement to the next floor. Tests? Every word remains completely new to him. To her surprise, Evelyn believes him. But one question has troubled her since meeting him. "Where did you get that shirt?" she asks. Embarrassed, he says it is traditional village clothing. "Which village?" He answers with a bitter laugh. He describes repentance, failure, ocean fall, and awakening here. "Yes," he continues, "and this shirt marks you among the cursed," Evelyn finishes alarmedly. Far away, a desperate shout cuts through ragged breathing. A capped boy races through frozen rocks, calling Evelyn. Net dolphins released him, but Evelyn remains missing. Panic tightens his heart. Something happened to her. He screams her name until fear breaks his voice. Back below, Evelyn studies the stranger's shirt. "That clothing marks you as cursed," she explains. Cursed? He struggles to understand her meaning. Then earth shakes, and something ominous approaches. Terror freezes them briefly, then survival drives them onward. Behind them rises a larger creature Evelyn recognizes. Its red eye reveals the hunting pack leader. They flee desperately, each breath becoming battle. The path soon splits, their only escape chance. But two shadows appear, blocking safety. The entire pack has surrounded them. Every route closes except the leader's direction. Despair twists Evelyn's face. They entered a trap. The leader approaches slowly, smiling beneath its mask. The beast toys with them, savoring terror. Evelyn battles rage and hopelessness as danger closes. Then she stops, determination entering her voice. She demands his curse's secret, if she saves them. Even facing death, her priority stuns him. She wants to know whether the curse can be removed. Under pressure, he reluctantly promises answers. Evelyn knows nothing, yet determination burns fiercely. She grips her sword. Every girl dreams of rescuing cursed princes. With that cry, she charges into nightmare. But even bold dreams can become more reckless. For that fragile future, she will fight until death. Anticipation flickers inside the creature's sinister eye. To the monster, her dream promises another sacrifice. With an ancient creak, the beast steps forward. Thunderous footsteps fill the air, then it suddenly turns. Its massive body makes an impossible leap. He realizes it hunts something specific. Ancient instinct guides it among lifeless rocks. Roaring, it plunges into depths, seemingly tearing reality. Observers wonder how a newcomer connects to ancient secrets. For Evelyn, this is simply her reckless dream awakening. Her lungs burn, yet fire remains in her eyes. The boy rubs ringing ears while Evelyn prepares again. Below, the sinister eye emerges like a grin. Fury boils inside Evelyn as she braces herself. "Stop grinning, beast!" she screams, charging. Yet strategy guides her. Direct combat means death. She throws her sword like a spear, forcing evasion. Her true target is a small, shimmering object. Energy copies of her weapon follow the original. The creature dodges, unaware of her real intent. It slips between projectiles without one direct hit. Then, alarm flashes as it recognizes the trick. A powerful kick knocks the monster backward. Before recovery, Evelyn lands another precise blow. "I'm not finished!" she shouts, reaching forward. Sensing danger, the monster jerks away. That distraction lets Evelyn catch her flying sword. Suddenly, armies of copies clash across the cavern. She changes tactics after noticing its avoidance. The monster already understands her copying danger. Even better, she thinks, forming a hand sign. I have more tricks. Her observer activates Magnet. The monster escapes the pulling beam through shadowy afterimages. How? Evelyn stares while it grins victoriously. She falls, still clutching the magical device. The creature opens its jaws for slaughter. Evelyn refuses surrender, tightening around her blade. With remaining strength, she drives it into the monster. The creature bites the hilt instead of screaming. It tears the weapon free and crushes it. Damn it! Evelyn realizes her mistake. A powerful jerk hurls her aside defenselessly. She crashes into a boulder, pain tearing everywhere. Her scream mixes with cracking stone. The monster leans over, single eye burning. Another blow sends her fallen sword spinning away. Green blood pours from its wound without affecting it. Then its eye narrows at something unexpected. The monster seizes Evelyn and bites with a sickening crunch. Green slime covers her face as she chokes. In the dust, she whispers, "That is revolting." The predator grants no recovery time. Evelyn blocks desperately, releasing an energy pulse. Writhing, she barely avoids another strike. The creature traps her arm between its jaws. Its teeth tighten, but Evelyn still refuses surrender. "Let me go!" she screams as bones creak. In desperate defiance, Evelyn bites the monster back. Its inhuman shriek echoes across the gorge. The boy recognizes the sound. "Evelyn?" Adrenaline surges, and he races forward.
but Evelyn barely remains conscious, trembling from pain. With one motion, she reaches toward empty air. The monster strikes and tosses her like a doll. Even fading, determination flickers in her eyes.
Another blow slams her against rocky ground. She slides across stone as the creature approaches. Its thunderous footsteps announce the end. But Rue sees monsters surrounding him everywhere. Despair creates a plan. Become bait for Evelyn. "Come get me!" he shouts, drawing savage roars. Meanwhile, the leader prepares to finish helpless Evelyn. Its growl promises death, malice blazing within. Damn it! Rage grants Evelyn one last surge. Then it turns, and she sees someone familiar. "Rue!" she cries, terrified for him. Rue's spear flies as he screams, "Leave Evelyn alone!" The weapon pierces the monster, creating one silent instant. Then silence shatters beneath a deafening boom! The creature roars, pain only awakening more rage. Rue realizes the killing blow failed. Wounded and enraged, the monster surges toward Evelyn. "I'm here!" Rue shouts, trying to divert it. "Rue, no!" Evelyn desperately reaches toward him. He keeps provoking it. "Run! I'll hold it!" But the monster ignores him and unleashes a crushing slam. One leap reaches Rue before he can dodge. Its jaws close and swallow him into darkness. Gah! His scream echoes as bones crack. Seeing this, Evelyn forces herself upright with blazing resolve. "Stop, monster!" she screams, swinging furiously. Her sharp thrust drives the blade into its flesh. The monster's red eye flashes with rage and surprise. Its black tail instantly traps Evelyn. One violent motion hurls her aside and disarms her. She hits the rock and loses consciousness. "Evelyn!" Rue cries helplessly. The invulnerable monster towers above. He cannot defeat it. On the ground, Evelyn's eyes remain paralyzed with terror. Then, something behind the creature catches Rue's attention. Sancho appears, gripping a magical staff with determination. "Thank heavens!" His artifact erupts with purple light. The Shinsu stone pulses with tremendous, unstable power. "No, Sancho!" Evelyn recognizes his sacrificial intent. The priceless stone briefly controls Shinsu, but dangerously. Rue and Evelyn warn him away from mortal danger. Sancho knows the stone survives only one use. He fires pure energy directly at the monster's heart. A deafening explosion shakes the darkness and reality. Dust and steam hide the outcome. Breathing heavily, Sancho prays his sacrifice worked. Then Evelyn's chilling scream makes him turn. Unharmed and enraged, the monster closes in rapidly. Its teeth close around Sancho amid blood and crunching bone. "No, Sancho!" Rue and Evelyn scream. Cracking bone and tearing flesh echo through their minds. His bloodied hand opens, dropping the staff. The beast swallows him, leaving chewing and icy silence. Its lifted mask reveals a horrifying, victorious smile. Shock transforms into searing rage across both faces. One charges forward, swearing revenge. But new footsteps shake the ground, announcing another threat. A white-maned creature rises in the distance. A deep growl shakes the surrounding air. Then, it charges like a predator. Every movement strikes like a hammer toward its objective. The second warrior pursues, searching for its target. Suddenly it stops, and someone shouts, "Got you!" A violent gust carries an unseen strike. The crushing impact sends him flying painfully. But his ally immediately swings to seize initiative. The agile monster slips cleanly away. The girl struggles for breath. Every movement hurts. The second warrior also lies defeated, gasping desperately. Nearby, Sancho's body rests on blood-soaked ground. The monster's shadow covers their exhausted bodies. A cold, contemptuous chuckle escapes its mouth. Cracks spread beneath them, echoing its triumph. Sinister fire burns in its gaze amid breaking stone. Then, the ground explodes into dust and debris. Something gigantic crashes down, shaking the region. A colossal fist tears through the air. Its impact carves a massive crater. The fighters freeze before this new threat. The earth groans as an unimaginable creature rises. Its giant silhouette covers the battlefield. Its eyes' hazy glow fills the darkness with terror. The smaller creature's red eye boils with fury. The giant lowers one paw, displaying overwhelming strength. Discarding its cloak, the smaller beast charges, shrieking. One mighty arm intercepts it effortlessly. The creature flies away, trailing caustic green fluid. A nearby witness cries in amazement. The terrifying monster becomes a toy before this giant. The fallen girl stares open-mouthed at the newcomer. A low, uncertain roar emerges from the giant. One question freezes her. What is this being? Meanwhile, a cliffside observer chuckles thoughtfully. Could the figure below truly be an ordinary regular? The girl's ghostly image suggests not one being, but an army. Sudden understanding widens his reflected eyes. A predatory smile reveals a hunter finding worthy prey. Elsewhere, 6 allies prepare for the next stage. Loeb proposes cooperating until 5 teams remain. An impossible alliance forms. 2 teams, 6 lives. Distrust remains, so Loeb proposes a guarantee. "We exchange members," he declares confidently. Go-jung panics when ordered to join the opposing team. Hyun-sung demands trust, recalling their acceptance of him. "Besides, we cannot send Aru," he adds. Holding back tears, Go-jung reluctantly sacrifices himself. His friends praise him and promise the exchange is temporary. Loeb announces their choice and demands the same. A blue-haired girl sees the alliance benefiting her weaker team. She volunteers because her lighthouses transmit information fastest. Her companion thanks her. She promises a lighthouse signal. Agreement complete, Loeb orders Go-jung to fulfill it. The chosen members approach and complete the exchange. Go-jung introduces himself. Loeb welcomes his new teammate. Her control of 2 lighthouses immediately impresses them. They regret such talent belonged to their opponents. They invite her permanently, while Go-jung remains uncertain. He wonders whether Loeb is replacing him. Both groups separate to search, promising mutual trust. Loeb watches them leave and urges speed. Go-jung's anxiety grows despite desperate reassurance. A mark flashes on Aru. Go-jung's hidden observer watches. Elsewhere, a red-clad girl faces a penguin warrior. A warhammer swings. She barely dodges. She splashes into water where her own strength excels. The aquatic penguin says water amplifies his power. Energy covers his weapon before another fierce attack. Power concentrates until the hammer crackles. With a wham, it releases a tremendous water shockwave. Without slowing, the penguin prepares another swing. A thunderous boom sends icy water exploding upward. The relentless warrior radiates raw strength. The blow launches her aside, barely leaving her upright. She wonders how a penguin possesses this power. Perhaps his entire species shares it. He boasts of fighting bears, then objects to chubby. She calls him adorable, and he accepts. Politeness ends. She demands his name before killing him. The penguin proudly introduces himself as Bichon. She pauses, processing the ridiculous name. He guesses her thought. Airborne, she suggests changing it. But her gaze reveals she is not alone.
Her allies hide nearby, tracking every movement. Spear and light bearers can intervene instantly. Their roles remind her of her own team. She reaffirms friendship is merely a deadly fairy tale. In this world, such illusions lead to death. Princess Zahard and Bichon clash furiously. She dodges a dangerously close strike. From above, she answers with a powerful attack. Bichon groans and barely avoids it.
But the princess continues her relentless assault. Her gaze tracks and parries every faster blow. Then she senses another presence amid battle. A more sinister penguin suddenly appears. One glance shows it is not targeting her. Bichon realizes that truth too late. The princess exploits the opening and attacks harder. At his limit, Bichon staggers toward defeat. Her weapon prepares the final blow. Then something sharp flashes past like shadow. An arrow strikes Bichon and throws him backward. The princess retreats from another unseen attack. She deflects a spear, worsening Bichon's fall. He collapses as water boils around him. A figure emerges, making a ridiculous declaration. His justification grows increasingly absurd. The princess knew every hidden threat already. His continued protection offer only irritates her. Violet eyes blazing, she rejects him absolutely. His confidence disappears beneath her stare. He insists on pure intentions and receives a snort. Her poisonous words strike directly through his heart. The princess spins toward every hidden listener with fury. She declares Zahard's princesses need no pathetic weaklings. Anyone calling themselves her ally will die. She instantly charges the nearest supposed ally. A lightning strike tears through air and flesh. Blood sprays, staining the water crimson. Behind it, her predatory grin promises to devour them. The young man watches from afar, frozen in horror. She casually mounts her creature and mocks those fleeing. A hidden observer smiles, enjoying the spectacle. He has never encountered something so unique and dangerous. Surrounded by violet aura, she looks toward unseen secrets. The observer imagines exploiting this empty vessel. Then a tremendous impact shakes the ground. A colossal creature appears with an earth-shaking roar. Both observer and princess stare in astonishment. The young man flies backward before understanding anything. The princess tightens her weapon, amazed. Her eyes find the radiant crown atop its head. The giant seizes the struggling man. Chaos rises as his hand grasps desperately for support. The world shakes beneath unknown force and thunder. Against ruins, the crowned queen reveals herself majestically. Tiny contestants panic below amid falling debris. They stare upward, wondering where she came from. The crown confirms both her royalty and danger. One sharp-eyed observer decides to intervene. Meanwhile, the dog-masked man staggers onto shattered ground. He commands the stranger to identify himself. The stranger mocks him as a mere guard dog. Enraged, the masked man summons mysterious energy. Pulsing blue lines instantly web the battlefield. He cannot measure the enemy's true strength. Piercing beams slash his body, spraying dark blood. The victor stands unmoved within his own radiance. A hoarse groan carries pain and total defeat. A glowing blue eye reveals power beyond appearance. Then a swift white-haired man arrives. The masked fighter senses his undeniable power. Exhaling smoke, he knows this danger cannot roam freely. The hero creates luminous labyrinths around him. Every defense collapses beneath the unrestrained force. The hero grins, warning him to lower the noise. His screams vanish inside a bloody vortex before Rahab hears. Horror flashes. His opponent knows far too much. A merciless grip leaves only certainty of death. The victor grins like a child with a new toy. He confirms the encounter remained hidden. Then, something distant catches his attention. A figure races past at unbelievable speed.
Behind it, a gigantic creature appears against the mountains. Its glowing eye inspires almost sacred fear. The horrified girl barely forms a question. Then, resolve returns, and she rushes toward Sancho.
Sancho bends over the body, trying to preserve life. Rue races closer, desperately calling for help. Hopeless eyes silently beg for a miracle. A broken staff lies nearby as someone declares it useless. Rue accepts the truth. He is gone. Standing above him, Rue swears revenge. Before he raises his weapon, a shadow descends. It feels less threatening than protective. The monster now resembles a maiden and shows no hostility. Her invitation to take her hand seems impossible. How trust the creature that killed so mercilessly? Yet her eyes hold no malice, only confusion. Without noticing, Evelyn opens her heart. Stardust shimmers in her eyes, beckoning toward unknown. Against reason, Evelyn reaches out. Rue calls her name as she touches the monster. The contact feels strange, but not hostile. The monster bends toward Sancho and extends long fingers. Evelyn asks tremblingly whether this is safe. The creature only whispers about their touch. Skin meets skin, filling Evelyn with impossible calm. Then Rue cries out, making her look up. The crown rests upon the creature's head. It is their target, but why did she take it? The queen asks whether they stole something shiny from home. Evelyn bravely requests the object in return. The monster's sinister eye stares down silently. Her irritated snort shakes the ground and freezes them. Evelyn explains their need and promises its return. Then she realizes the queen sees the crown as authority. Evelyn agrees. Crowns symbolize greatness. Naturally, one belongs only to a true queen. But Evelyn smiles cunningly. She has one advantage. Audacity shines. After all, she is a queen too. Rue stares. Evelyn says every woman deserves royal treatment. She declares herself Rue's queen, and he agrees happily. Then she demands the crown again by royal right. The queen cries out, and Rue asks whether she spoke. Another figure descends the cliff with goat-like agility. She glides downward, spots them, and accelerates. A sharp whistle makes her turn. Mazino flies overhead, instantly recognizable. He races past, leaving a faint whirlwind. Realizing their shared goal, she chases him. Mazino crosses rocks toward the coveted artifact. Then he stops, sensing something nearby. A blinding flash illuminates the ground. Something enormous rises amid rumbling steam. Its gigantic figure eclipses the sky. And atop it, Mazino sees Rue and Evelyn? A red-clad girl appears and reshapes ground with one slash. Contestants point excitedly at the majestic monster. "People are riding that thing!" they shout. "What happened? Did the queen give you a ride?" Rue says Evelyn and the queen became friends. Even by tower standards, this is strange. But Mazino asks whether they received the crown. Evelyn firmly says the queen refused. Only a true queen may wear it, she explains. "Then what is your plan?" Mazino asks. "Take her to the throne and seat her." Evelyn believes the queen's throne time counts for their team. "Victory is ours!" Mazino doubts the throne survives her weight. Then, violet energy streaks toward him. The red-clad girl charges Mazino like a whirlwind. Their paths cross, and he barely deflects her blade. He parries and shouts after the princess. She lands gracefully as Mazino retreats. She also wants the crown and chose identical prey. She orders him aside and attacks again. Brilliant power sweeps past the queen, making her flinch. Evelyn warns her, but too late. "The princess attacks! Help the monster!" others shout. The blonde swordsman charges with a battle cry.
Mazino intercepts his surprise attack. A powerful counter launches the swordsman away. He crashes on rocks, his sword spinning off. His companion asks why. Mazino warns them from the queen. Beside her, Mazino's gaze promises violence. Our mission is killing her and taking the crown.
She's our friend, Evelyn protests as someone questions ownership.
The queen says, only a true queen deserves it. The princess declares it should therefore belong to her. As Zahard's princess, I alone deserve it, she says. The queen snorts and turns away. The princess hears speech. The blonde swordsman asks whether everyone heard it. The queen says Mazino will never take the crown. Her ancient eye declares strength beyond them all. But we have a princess. I never joined your team. The princess admits the queen greatly surpasses her. Then what do you propose, Mazino? He smiles mysteriously. Would that truly be terrible? He says ownership matters little without complete victory. If time expires with the crown untouched, one result follows. Every surviving team advances to the next stage. And if you're wrong, everyone is disqualified? Absurd risk. Mazino simply looks towards something flickering in the sky. Then I'll explain why these rules are wrong. Trust me. He is the monster who challenges entire systems fearlessly. The blond man freezes, staring at the strange creature. Peeking from behind rocks, his eyes widen. But this is not the man he sought. Why is an ascetic competing here as a regular? And what mysterious power allows Mazino to float through the sky like a bird? All right, he needs to process everything. To float through the sky like a bird? All right, he needs to process everything. A regular can fly like some ninja Terminator. An empty vessel can shatter ground beneath her. And another ascetic Rahab never mentioned has appeared. Worst of all, they befriended the monstrous queen. Park Mujin wonders why Rahab concealed this ascetic. Does the administrator know? Only one protection may remain. Every one of them must be eliminated. But killing them unnoticed while together is nearly impossible. Mujin searches for the perfect opportunity. Then he spots something wandering alone. Perfect. He has found his target. The creature seems abandoned by everyone. Mujin calls out, drawing its attention. You hate the queen and those regulars, he says smoothly. I can help solve that problem. The monster's stare promises violence. You want every one of them dead, correct? Mujin's energy suddenly swallows the creature. Dark power wraps and strengthens its body. Mujin asks whether its new power satisfies it. The transformed body crouches, preparing to spring. Bones crunch as its form changes under pressure. Wild fire ignites in its scarlet eye. Mujin raises an eyebrow, watching with interest. Then the creature charges him furiously. Smiling, Mujin prepares to test his servant. The beast leaps with earth-shaking force. Mujin effortlessly slips between its attacks. The creature opens its jaws to swallow him. Its teeth snap shut dangerously close. But Mujin already grips the growth on its head. He slams the massive body into rocks, then pins its skull beneath his foot. Standing above, Mujin crushes his newest ally's rebellion. You are my servant, not my equal. Absolute loyalty will keep increasing its power. Lesson understood, its first assignment begins. Mujin leans closer and commands, perfect memory. A distant impact answers his thoughts. Evelyn exhales, stunned by the sudden tremor. Amid chaos, an important memory surfaces. Anxious Mujin demands where the stranger went. Evelyn is unsure, but clearly willing to help. She asks Urek to find a similarly dressed man. Urek agrees if everyone accepts his earlier plan. He flies toward the light-bearer, demanding attention. Urek orders him to locate the stranger immediately. Aru proposes cooperation, and Mujin reluctantly agrees. Urek surges forward, dragging everyone along. Evelyn promises Mujin they will find the man. Riding the queen, she orders movement, shaking earth again. Lost in thought, Mujin asks Evelyn something important.
Hope fills his eyes that she may clarify everything.
Evelyn smiles serenely, claiming the stranger said nothing. She promises later questions and urges onward movement. Mujin nods while the queen's steps rumble. Unknown danger waits ahead, but Evelyn remains determined. As impacts grow, inevitability builds inside Mujin. Far away, someone in observation finally relaxes. A director assesses the near disaster and breathes freely. Her partner wonders whether the queen saved and befriended them. She repeats tearfully, "This is absolutely incredible." But another observer watches with cold calculation. She cannot understand the white-haired man's flight. Flying fisherman, queen-taming anima, soul-filled princess. Too many anomalies. Minutes earlier, a silhouette appeared inside a giant crater. At its center stood the ominous throne. Mujin sees it and understands the coming conflict's scale. His companion senses others hiding nearby.
Mujin sees nobody. She smiles at their invisibility strategy. Every team waits like predators, watching competitors. They want someone else claiming crown and throne first. Then, the merciless bloodbath begins, leaving only the strongest. Mujin proposes immediate attack, but she refuses. We wait? Challenging great families or the princess means suicide. Instead, let Urek handle every dangerous opponent. Mujin calls it dishonorable. She calls his morals stupidity. Does he not understand Urek can destroy nearly anyone? That power is why they joined his team. Mujina smiles. Urek will carry them to victory. They can let him handle every enemy. Mujin stares at such shamelessness. That is horrible. How can you say it? Why assume he intends exploiting Urek? He refuses uselessness and will act despite doubts. Intention matters, the true essence of team spirit. Mujina sighs, turquoise eyes narrowing. Newcomers always have far too much energy. To his surprise, she finally accepts his plan. He proposes attacking before Urek arrives. She interrupts. Haste achieves nothing. Use your head, not fists. She says both must think, though she doubts him. Stung, Mujin lowers his head and explains. More competitors mean more enemies to exploit. Holding her head, he explains the exact strategy. Minutes later, beside the ancient throne, Mujin wears a ridiculous headdress, deeply unhappy. This is what using my head meant? Mujina laughs, claiming the accessory leads to the crown. Others will think the real crown hides beneath it. Ignorance creates chaos, she declares as they descend. They move down rocky ledges towards something distant. Elsewhere, two travelers freeze in astonishment. Unaware, Mujin advances with the absurd headpiece visible. What is that on his head? They wonder. Mujin reaches the golden throne and touches it. Under Mujin's gaze, he sits like its rightful ruler. The travelers wonder why he sits crownless, wearing bandages. Then, realization flashes in the green-haired man's eyes. What if the bandage conceals the real crown? The armored girl calls it an obvious deception. Then a mysterious ding makes them exchange looks. They watch Mujin seated, troubled by the sound. Silently, they try understanding what is happening. Another ding rolls through the cavern. More follow, forming a steady rhythm. She remains confused, but he recognizes a pattern. Excitedly, he measures intervals with his pocket. At exactly 1 minute, another
Ding confirms it. Her eyes widen. 1 minute? Is that possible? An alarming possibility enters her mind. Does each sound mark his crowned throne time? Then the crown may truly hide beneath the bandage. Choi Yun-ah smiles. The blindfold cannot deceive forever. Her timed recording deepens their doubt. Tension thickens until ready to explode. Then, someone's patience snaps. A spear instantly flies toward its target. Park Sung-hee watches the attack approach. Before impact, energy bursts from his palm. A blinding explosion hurls the attackers backward. Choi Yun-ah smirks. Go on, feed the chaos. From above, they see the target unharmed. Another ding strengthens belief in the throne's power. Their clenched teeth reveal frustration and deadlock. Then one charges as though possessed. Her spear tip flashes as she moves. The glowing weapon promises imminent attack. But a sudden shot pierces her and throws her back. As she crashes down, a terrifying truth becomes clear. A blast erupts behind the cliff, filling air with gunpowder. To some, this chaos is beautiful destruction. To others, it counts down towards something greater. The heroine looks toward the puppet show's controller. Without hesitation, she charges and leaves the observer. Everyone believes the fleeing pair carries the crown. The disguised man must now run for his life. Pursuers shout to catch them before they escape. New figures join, determined to block retreat. One attacker strikes mercilessly, clearing a path. The wounded fighter demands who launched the assault, but she watches silently, as if expecting everything. The fugitives accelerate. Hesitation means capture. She sees a distant glow, recalling where she learned survival. Catching breath, her partner says they barely escaped. Her calm answer confuses him. Is it not over? Of course not. The puppeteers value this chaos. Grinning, she points out their next target. Then something colossal rises, sending one fighter fleeing. Not yet, someone shouts, still pulling fate's threads. Their gaze finds gigantic tracks across rocky ground. Many monsters are chasing someone. They found the T-shirt man's trail. Blair orders pursuit. Mazino approves, requests surveillance, and moves. From the ridge, Blair issues orders and considers strategy. Then a ringing call interrupts her thoughts. 2 Mazino teammates were spotted near the throne. One wears head bandages and creates a distraction. It is bait, sending everyone after the wrong target. Confirm whether they actually possess the crown. Understanding flashes moments later. No, the real crown is already found. The Dolphin Queen keeps it. They cannot be deceived. Blair changes course toward her allies. Play along and block their escape, she orders. Mazino connects to Evelyn, perfect for weakening his team. Merciless fire enters Blair's eyes at Mazino's name. She trusts no peace treaties and moves with deadly resolve. Fox, stall them. His companions are mine. Exhausted, the man runs as growling monsters close. Every breath tortures him as strength fades. Before surrendering, he recognizes a familiar silhouette. A golden-haired man stands smiling and waves casually. Recognition brings no relief, only freezing horror. He stops before the person he desperately avoided. Sir. The man orders him to stop pretending. Kneeling, the fugitive begs forgiveness and accepts defeat. His master mocks his clothes and demands compensation. Predatory monsters silently watch the humiliating scene. You need help, the golden-haired man threatens. Instantly, every creature collapses beneath his power. The fugitive keeps begging, life entirely in his hands. Get up, the golden-haired man snaps. He mentions the grounds and one permanent resident.
Help me find him, and you live. This way, Urek, someone calls, following a tracking cube. I found it, he shouts, sensing their quarry. His rapid steps carry him deeper into the wasteland. Then he stops, shocked by the sight. What is that revolting smell everywhere? Stone fangs rise, creating a nightmare landscape. He senses someone and questions his companion. The golden-haired man smiles, expecting uninvited guests. Disappear. Someone is coming. The white-clad figure instantly obeys and vanishes. Fear leaves only a panicked cry behind. One cold glance and threat force obedience. Trembling, the man nods without resistance. The golden-haired stranger watches him leave, preparing. Then a newcomer's first step breaks silence. A scarlet-eyed, white-haired stranger enters the corpse field. He looks around until noticing something familiar. Disfigured creature bodies cover the ground. Understanding brings fury. Where is he? The golden-haired man shrugs innocently. But his sinister grin promises something important. He raises one hand as energy sparkles. A challenging name accompanies erupting light. The white-haired man stares, solving the mystery. The stranger demands his identity and questions his boldness. He steps forward and names himself Urek Mazino. Shock follows his title. The greatest fish in the sea. The stranger explains Urek encountered people called ascetics. Marked clothing identifies them. Escape is their only goal. Their path crosses swamps toward an angel-protected castle. None reach it. Rancor angels slaughter them. He knows neither their identities nor massacre's true motive, only that they occupied this floor much longer. Ascetics think God sends their trials, unaware of truth. In reality, the angels seek their own salvation. They believe ascetic blood dyes the flower crimson. The castle's crimson flower grants power and any wish. Simply, the angels exploit ascetics for themselves. The golden-haired man smiles and reveals more. Urek sharpens. Outrageous, but every piece fits. Energy surges around the stranger, promising disaster. Urek has questions too, but chooses patience. Then Rahab's name shocks the golden-haired man. Radiant vortices rise as space moves beneath command. He recognizes the ancient nature of this power. Shinsu strikes like lightning, shaking the air. Barely dodging, he slides back, stunned by Urek's attack. Urek raises one hand as new currents spiral. He will not let the man escape, and asks why he runs. Smiling, Urek says his turn has not arrived. One graceful gesture begins another unpredictable power dance. The blow shakes earth. The stranger promises another meeting. The explosion throws him backward through debris. Dust and stone hide the battlefield. He flees as Shinsu dissolves behind. Looking back, he finds Urek truly gone. The name Jongkum casts unease over his thoughts. That name should never be spoken inside the tower. He studies cracked formations until everything connects. Focusing, he challenges the hidden observer. Piercing eyes search before the presence escapes. Then he rises and finds Urek waiting overhead. Without pause, the golden-haired fighter punches furiously. His fist tears through air toward its target. Crushing force descends, shaking stone and sky. Urek grins as though never threatened. Playfully, he summons darkness for a counterattack. Then his expression freezes at an ominous change. A distant plea echoes, and he whispers, "Neo." Meanwhile, deceptive light flickers beside the ancient throne. The young man doubts anyone accepts obvious bait. But the woman trusts desperation will bring someone. They need one rival whose greed defeats sense.
He looks toward Neo, uncertain and bitterly smiling. He hates intrigue and wants honorable combat. Neo says honesty costs lives and insists on strategy. Only unquestionable strength can afford nobility. He recalls people whose power needs no tricks. Then Neo detects movement where none should exist. Their first victim appears, an exhausted, armored knight. Bleeding and cursing, she barely remains upright. Still, determination survives before approaching death. Through pain, she hopes the bundle contains the crown. With final strength, she rushes toward hope. Or death. Blood-stained fingers nearly reach the prize. Then another hand creates a pure energy vortex. Blue light surrounds and carries the bundle away. The knight reaches after prey already escaped. A desperate scream follows its disappearance. Enraged, she demands her supposed property returned. Unable to accept loss, she begins pursuit. She vows recovery, unaware of danger behind. A merciless red blast pierces her body. Pain and shock freeze within her eyes. Blood pours as mortality's crushing truth finally reaches her. She collapses, clinging to the treasure's unanswered mystery. Meanwhile, the blue-shielded bundle drifts gently down. A graceful hand claims it. Perfect. Neo now holds her prize and searches for another target. Then someone's sudden approach surprises them. A broad-shouldered man arrives, grinning as if knowing Neo. Neo recognizes his connection to the princess. He introduces himself as Fox and asks about the bundle. Neo's cold smile unmistakably refuses. She warns continued pressure may cost his life. Fox laughs, treating the threat as invitation. Neo's companions emerge, warning his curiosity is dangerous. Unintimidated, Fox accepts the challenge. At Neo's signal, her red-haired ally attacks. Neo watches mockingly, hoping Fox possesses real skill. The red-haired fighter answers with his own challenge. Fox slips past a flying kick and moves. His fist lands with devastating force. Fox seizes his opponent's throat, controlling everything. Caught completely unaware, the fighter cannot even gasp. A heartbeat later, Fox smashes him down. Looking down, Fox reveals his strength's secret. Then he prepares another finishing strike. Suddenly, twin blue energy streams race toward him. They hit, blasting Fox backward explosively. Neo's female ally reminds him he faces multiple enemies. She throws a razor-edged water spear, then realizes Fox has his own spear bearer. She deflects instantly with flawless speed and technique. Fox was never alone. His partner proves it. A sharp click announces another magical threat. She sensed nothing and entered a perfect ambush. Even skilled Rohan cannot survive coordinated attack alone. Outnumbered, the girl refuses surrender. She decides one enemy must be removed. Water magic blasts an attacker away. The second enemy smirks as everything follows plan. He pretends concern while drawing her deeper. They want her away from her spear bearer. Rohan retreats, promising regrouping coordinates. Meanwhile, the enemy spear bearer creates a water clone. The clone attacks Rohan, diverting his attention. Surprised, Rohan's spear lies beyond reach. The water clone hardens for another blow. Its creator retreats, leaving it alone with Rohan. He looks back with a wicked grin. His partner asks to throw. He says wait. They strike only once she focuses fully on the artifact. Another step finally reveals their true intentions. The Rohan imposter reaches toward the bait. Now! A spear whistles through the air. It pierces the real Rohan deeply. Blood bursts from his mouth as disbelief twists him. His trembling eyes ask, "What just happened?" The princess watches his agony with chilling calm. "Rohan, throw the spear!" his ally screams at the imposter. The fake only watches real Rohan collapse bleeding. Horror freezes the heroine's entire world. "Rohan?" she whispers as the princess touches him. "Princess? When did you arrive?" The impostor acts surprised. "Only a worthless trinket," she says, approaching. Something cloth-wrapped rustles inside his hands. The bundle drops, revealing an ordinary stone. "Just a common rock, Your Highness," he reports. As expected, the real crown is with the queen. "Did nobody teach you mocking people is rude?" The heroine silently watches their shameless deception. Nearby, real Rohan lies bleeding but unbroken. They forget. True power now awakens within her hands.
Wrapped in new radiance, she rises above raging elements. Her cold gaze reveals a long, buried secret. A colossal energy sphere rises, filling the princess with dread. What impossible power is this? Far away, a black sphere races toward Urek. His crimson pupils flash as he whispers Neo's name. Neo is in danger, calling for help. She would never summon him without necessity. Urek immediately races toward the throne. Elsewhere, a golden-haired contestant climbs while taunting. He will crush every obstacle like insects. Then something tears past, twisting his face in surprise. Urek flashes by like a fired arrow. The shockwave alone sends him staggering. He rises, fury heating the surrounding air. Another girl chases Urek, struggling desperately. Urek glances back, wondering why she lags. "I'm heading to the throne. It is urgent." He offers help because teammates support each other. Before her reply, Urek lifts her and accelerates. The world tears away beneath her. Shinsu erupts, leaving only a stunned echo. A gigantic raw energy sphere hangs above battle. The princess recognizes the rare, deadly form. Only chosen ones supposedly shape Shinsu this powerfully. It becomes an enormous, pulsating sphere. Such mastery belongs to veterans of countless trials. A newcomer's dark Shinsu sphere is unthinkable. Without explanation, the princess orders her ally to run. Pure, concentrated Shinsu makes any contact fatal. He obeys, leaving her alone before danger. The sphere reaches its limit and devours everything nearby. Shinsu streams erupt, ripping through space. One strikes the princess and hurls her aside. Another rapidly pursues her fleeing ally. The blast engulfs him as he shouts a warning. This attack creates 3 streams from one sphere. She divides and independently controls each current. Worse, the streams move autonomously. This opponent surpasses every chosen one she faced. The princess maintains distance, sensing greater danger ahead. Still, her distress signal should reach Urek soon. She need only conserve strength and survive. Rohan remains alive and can still be saved. This time, she will not repeat past mistakes. The princess cannot approach while her ally awaits orders. She waits for Mazino. Warn him when he appears. But the princess never retreats from challenges. She will face any power blocking her path. "You should have stayed away," her opponent thinks. Their clash erupts with thunderous energy explosions. Shinsu waves collide, tearing surrounding space. The princess recognizes repetition in her master's attacks. A few exchanges expose the entire strategy. First, one side attacks, then the opposite strikes after she dodges. Any counter meets an immediate frontal assault, knocking her back to the starting position. Her opponent retreats, maintaining controlled distance, but no barrier can stop this princess. She surges forward through raging water streams. She grazes lethal currents only with her blade's tip. Her opponent wonders why she no longer changes direction. Like a locked arrow, she advances relentlessly.
Each calculated step turns danger into momentum. She races through explosions, always just beyond reach. Her irrational strategy confuses the opponent. Then, realization. She traces a huge circle, not a straight line. The enemy blocks her route, but she glides past. A faint smile reveals her plan taking shape. Circling neutralizes attacks while drawing her into a trap. You never expected this. Now, witness my real power. Her opponent gathers resolve and challenges openly. The princess again deflects a powerful kick. Her enemy instantly closes the distance. But the princess is already airborne. She evades 3 Shinsu tentacles and closes in. Victory blazes as she raises her blade. Her opponent smirks. Perhaps this ends for you, princess.
The princess's blade erupts with furious light. The princess unleashes her power, flooding the battlefield with light. Disbelief twists her face as something far greater appears. Every calculation in her mind collapses at once. Her opponent grins faintly, as if saying, I warned you. Never underestimate someone hiding secrets in darkness. The princess attacks again. A deafening explosion erupts as raw power meets iron resolve. Her rival stays calm, knowing vigilance alone keeps her alive. After all, she faces a princess of Zahard. No single strike, however devastating, can defeat her. Their deadly dance has only just begun. A massive energy blast tears through the air and strikes. Yet her rival shows no fear, only fierce determination. The princess emerges from the light like an invincible goddess. Every approaching step fills her opponent with growing dread. Resolve hardens as the princess raises her ringing blade. The blade pierces flesh with merciless precision. Blood erupts, but the fire in her eyes remains. How? Her mind cannot comprehend what happened. The princess leans closer. You survived? All that? Falling to her knees, the rival whispers, You monster. The princess grins as blood stains the cold stone. Her plan was flawless, except for the princess's overwhelming strength. Choking in pain, she admits her strength is gone. Then the fallen woman does something impossible and horrifying. The princess freezes as darkness erupts around her enemy. Snapping jaws tear through flesh in a bloody frenzy. Was this Plan B? The woman transforms into a towering beast. The monster roars as someone desperately screams for Fox. Its enormous body rises, seeming to swallow the horizon. Neo stares in alarm. Is that a bull? But something about the creature feels deeply unnatural. The stone on its forehead radiates the angel's energy. The princess admits her enemy was surprisingly cunning. Yet her armor cannot hide the wound beneath it. She reluctantly admits the battle injured her, too. The princess advances, but a familiar voice calls, Neo! She turns, questioning silently. A newcomer appears, breathing Mazino with visible relief. Then she sees Rohan lying motionless and badly wounded. The white-haired man arrives and locks onto the enemy. His calm eyes ignite crimson as rage overwhelms him. The locust-like monster answers with a hostile hiss. Seeing Rohan bleeding destroys Urek's last restraint. So you hurt my friends? His warning echoes ominously. The threat in his voice chills everyone nearby. At last, the monster understands the danger. Elsewhere, Rue and her companions continue searching blindly. He is nowhere, the girl mutters, scanning the ground. Then something catches her eye. A faint shadow darts beneath Rue's enormous foot. Look, he wears your shirt, Rue, the boy shouts. That's him, the girl cries, turning toward Rue. She asks the queen for help, and Rue responds. Her massive paws shake the earth as she charges. Each step launches dust and debris into the air. She lands amid a vast swarm of net dolphins. Even Rue looks surprised by the creatures surrounding her. "There are so many," the girl says, searching desperately. "Finding him here is impossible," she realizes. A hand rises, gripping their target by the neck. The blond man mocks them, clearly expecting their arrival. "You know him, Rue?" her companion asks in disbelief. Rue's widened eyes reveal countless unspoken questions. The blonde raises his hand, gathering obedient blue light. "It is time to hunt the queen," he declares. A concentrated sky-blue sphere forms above his palm. "Careful, he uses Shinsu," Rue's companion warns. A blinding beam of blue fire erupts forward. The net dolphins scatter beneath the lethal Shinsu stream. "Your Majesty, duck!" the knight screams. Instead, the gigantic queen opens her mouth and swallows it. She devours the Shinsu like an effortless snack. The blonde freezes, all confidence vanishing from his face. Rue's companions exchange stunned looks. "Did she eat the Shinsu?" one whispers. Above them, the mysterious cube begins glowing brighter. "An outsider is controlling Shinsu inside the test!" Suddenly, ominous purple waves distort space itself. Darkness swallows the battlefield, leaving only the cube visible. "What is happening? I cannot see!" they cry. One possibility emerges: Chief Test Director Rehab's power. The man in purple never expected this roaring interruption. Then Jong-gum appears, wrapped in radiant energy. He stops, stunned by the battlefield before him. A towering monster marks him as its next victim. Fear becomes resolve as Jong-gum gathers his power. "I will give you a feast," he roars, attacking. The monster answers with consuming crimson flames. Destructive waves spread, making the entire earth tremble. Jong-gum struggles upright as every impact tears through him. Then, the creature's enormous foot crashes downward. Horror fills Jong-gum's eyes. He is trapped. He tries warning everyone, but destruction drowns him out. The impact shakes the earth and launches him skyward. He tumbles helplessly through violent currents and unseen barriers. He crashes down, wounded and barely conscious. But the monster raises its foot again. Another crushing stomp tears a scream from him. Then, the monster's foot suddenly glows brilliant blue. A powerful beam erupts below, blasting it backward. The monster's foot suddenly glows brilliant blue. A powerful beam erupts below, blasting it backward. The golden crown flies from the monster's head. The heroine desperately reaches for it before it falls. She launches after the crown in turquoise light, but the monster's enormous hand reaches for it too. It catches both the crown and the pursuing girl. Still trapped, she clutches the crown protectively. Then the monster crushes the precious crown underfoot. It grins. The crown was bait, and she was the target. The hero erupts with rage, his restrained power blazing. With a roar, he becomes a living projectile. His blue beam collides with purple power explosively. He drives the beast back, forming razor-edged energy blades. The monster gathers a crimson charge within its chest. Their attacks collide amid multicolored lightning. The hero lands and suddenly understands its weakness. It releases energy only from its mouth. His gaze drops toward the creature's massive legs. He gathers power for another lightning-fast charge. Razor-sharp blue blades form around his hands. For one moment, the world erupts in blue. The terrified knight gasps at the impossible sight. Magic races through the ground, converging on one target. Every deadly thread meets at the creature's leg.
The knight barely screams a warning to the queen. Blades of pure energy burst from the earth. The barrage pierces flesh and carves jagged wounds. Thick black blood sprays through glittering sparks. The monster's scream shakes the entire battlefield. The knight cries out as his queen suffers. She throws back her head and roars in agony. Weakened, she sinks as her minions surround her. A desperate "No!" tears from the knight. But the hero smiles. He was waiting for this. The small dolphins glow, forming a ring around her. Their light intensifies into a mysterious radiance. The hero watches more gather around her wounded leg. They merge together like one living mass. Confusion fills his eyes. What are they doing? The net dolphins are healing their queen. Their light seals the enormous wound instantly. The miraculous recovery stuns everyone watching above. Jonggoom realizes the dolphins are parts of her body. Her gigantic foot crashes down, shaking the battlefield. Rue and Evelyn tumble from the monster amid chaos. The queen stands before him in terrifying glory. He was wrong. Her children only prepared her next attack. Crimson energy ignites within her chest. The dolphins tense, becoming extensions of her will and her murderous intent. Jae-hyuk finally understands what is happening. A devastating purple beam tears through space. The explosion catches Jae-hyuk at its center. He crashes down, coughing, blood covering his face. Despair hardens into fierce determination. He slams both palms down, igniting cold blue light. Pure energy spreads outward in pulsing rings. The net dolphins shudder as their shared field destabilizes. A deadly grin spreads across Jae-hyuk's bloody face. Rue and Evelyn now fear both monster and companion. The beast unleashes a roar of death, or victory. Hundreds of chick-like creatures spill from its body. They emerge sickeningly, like darkness pouring into reality. The colossal queen seems to consume the surrounding light. A luminous bloom forms within her hands. Rue and Evelyn watch the creatures gather its flowers. Countless petals fuse into a colossal needle. The petals spiral into one deadly, energy-filled spike. Even Jae-hyuk cannot hide his shock. Rue gathers courage and orders everyone to attack. The masked stranger's calmness becomes deeply unsettling. The giant needle swings like an ancient god's weapon. Jae-hyuk charges through shimmering energy threads. The queen's colossal needle crashes down. He slips between the currents, narrowly avoiding impact. Shockwaves lash around him, but miss their target. The queen's power physically drives him backward. The impact splits the earth into a vast abyss. Its echo shakes both ground and sky. Jae-hyuk finally grasps the queen's absolute power. He coughs through pain, fury mixing with desperation. Cursing through a feral grin, his anger reignites. The creature's monstrous palm looms above him. Then something unexpected makes Jae-hyuk freeze. A new figure crashes onto the battlefield. The graceful creature tears across the landscape. Every step splits the earth into ruins. Jae-hyuk tumbles helplessly into the newly carved abyss. He lies wounded, every breath now a struggle. Pain fills his eyes, but resolve still burns. Though badly wounded, the ordeal only hardens him. He clenches his teeth and vows revenge. A flash of memory mirrors the creature's sudden light. Far away, a masked observer waits to intervene. Under his stare, Chonggoom sounds like a death sentence. The majestic creature raises two tiny figures overhead. Recognition and warning flash through its unnatural eyes. A purple energy sphere surges from its body. The attack screams forward as someone calls for Her Majesty. Jae-hyuk looks up. "Rahab, is that you?" Rahab freezes, pierced by dark energy. The Queen's tiny passengers are hurled aside. One clings on while the other screams, "No!" Another anguished voice cries, "Your Majesty!" The attack drives Rahab down, spraying blood. The crown rolls across blood-stained earth amid screams. Nearby, red-haired Rohan lies wounded too. 3 figures approach, asking why Neo called. Mazino arrives, demanding, "Who hurt my friends?" The bull's single eye widens in alarm. The cloaked monster freezes as Mazino approaches fearlessly. Mazino's companion starts speaking, but Neo interrupts. Neo falsely convinces Mazino the bull attacked Rohan. Unaware of her motive, Mazino advances. "He will destroy our greatest threat," Neo explains. 2 overwhelming forces silently approach their clash. A threatening growl rises from the monster. Its jaws spread wide as it screams. The roar fills the battlefield with primal terror. Mazino attacks instantly, determination blazing. His first step alone shakes the earth. His hand vanishes forward, reaching for the monster. He stops and grips its thrashing body. The enormous beast crashes heavily to the ground. Still fighting, it searches for an opening. Its massive fist tears toward Mazino. Mazino strikes first with a lightning-fast kick. He closes in and grips the monster's head. A furious hiss erupts from its jaws. Mazino buries it beneath relentless blows. The monster thrashes, trying to throw him off. Mazino leaps back, creating perfect distance. Energy erupts as he charges like a meteor. The impact detonates in brilliant light. He touches down only long enough to gather power. Then he rises, merging with streaming energy. A crushing blow folds the monster's enormous body. The creature flies backward through a violent explosion. Mazino gathers colossal power between his hands. A blinding torrent erupts from his fists. The devastating attack descends. Its shockwave tears the ground apart. Even the giant monster twists beneath the blast. Every witness freezes at Mazino's impossible power. Has he been holding back this entire time? Mazino clicks his tongue. He is still restraining himself. The mangled monster rumbles, still not broken. A mysterious crystal glows inside its torn flesh. Unknown energy streams from the creature's heart. Sensing danger, Mazino immediately retreats. His companions stare, unable to understand the change. The monster was not defeated. It was transforming. Its stronger new form roars, shaking the earth. The crystal in its heart spirals out of control. If this continues, the world may be destroyed. A desperate scream warns Mazino of danger. The transformed creature charges with impossible speed. Its gaping jaws descend to swallow him whole. They snap shut, but Mazino has already vanished. He escapes effortlessly, leaving only wind behind. Yet even Mazino cannot evade every attack. The next strike catches him partially.
Blood and pain bring sudden understanding. An observer gasps. The monster actually touched him. Mazino recognizes the nature of its sinister power. A corrupted gem fuels this twisted ancient magic. The monster attacks again with its claw. Mazino sweeps past like a groundless whirlwind. One step places him directly behind it. He crushes the attacking limb with precise blows. Every impact hurts, but his fury never fades. Golden light gathers around his clenched fist. He drives it straight into the monster's mouth. A stone-splitting crack echoes across the battlefield. The monster's vicious eye fractures and crumbles. Golden light explodes, launching the creature away. Energy shards scatter destruction across the arena. Mazino stands before a tunnel of shattered earth. Green corruption spreads across the defeated monster. I planned to play before killing you.
but that pathetic scream sealed your fate. His eyes recall the monster's rotten teeth, closing before his face and inspiring only contempt. Mazino calmly bends over the fallen creature. "Since you cannot speak," he says, touching its eye, "show me who gave you this power." Another figure suddenly rushes onto the battlefield. "Rahab! I thought you would stay away!" Rahab explains, "When the queen attacked the regulars, I had no choice but to intervene." His masked words carry absolute steel. "I eliminated the rancor invading the testing ground, thereby protecting the ordinary regulars." Ominous purple energy ignites around Rahab. "A convincing excuse, wouldn't you agree?" He smiles. The hero glares, but commands the monster, "Do it. Show me who infected you with this stench." The golden-haired warrior asks, "Is that supposed to be a threat?" He finishes defiantly. Rahab answers, "You invaded my territory. Prepare to die." Cries of agony rise beneath the invisible force. A colossal embodiment of chaos blocks their path. Even allies whisper, "Your Majesty," trembling with fear. Rahab's opponent protests, "You know our battle." Rahab answers coldly, "I don't care. Die." His opponent roars back, "Not a chance." Their collision erupts in light and thunder. Onlookers cheer as the chief director joins battle. "Amazing! I thought he was only a pervert." But the white-haired girl watches the sinister game anxiously. Scattered magical sparks shimmer like stars. Elsewhere, Mazino demands who gave the bull its gem. He crushes its jaws. "Point with your eyes." The monster answers with an agonized death rattle. "You little..." Mazino's anger flares. A crushing blow sprays poisonous green blood. Another fighter joins, raining attacks upon it. Her swift, precise strikes burn with fury. A younger girl watches in undisguised horror. Soon, only green sludge remains beneath Mazino. He crushes the creature like dust underfoot. Annoyed, he demands it reveal the way. Only animal terror remains in its fading gaze. Its contracting eye begins dissolving painfully. Mazino stares into the cave's mysterious darkness. At last, the creature reveals the path. Mazino rages over its deliberate delay. One final strike ends its life. Green slime, flesh, and bone erupt below. Only a foul crater and terrified Neo remain. Mazino turns toward Neo with a warning gaze. "Watch Rohan," he orders beneath the tension. With his next movement, he disappears. He vanishes like wind, leaving a shimmering trail. "How can a regular move that fast?" Neo whispers. Mazino soars through space like a living whirlwind. Every witness wonders who he truly is. Elsewhere, a wounded creature begs, "Your Majesty." A blonde girl begs it not to leave. Her desperate, "Please," hangs in the air. A blonde girl begs it not to leave. Her desperate, "Please," hangs in the air. But a blinding explosion tears the world apart. One determined man remains standing through the chaos. A radiant sphere pulses between his hands. It expands, weaving energy into an explosive pattern. The masked warrior becomes rage within the light. Blue lightning races from his palms toward the enemy. The blonde dodges, wondering what caused this madness. Then he smiles. He has awaited this confrontation. An ancient, hated name surfaces in his eyes. Rahab says he only intends to eliminate the intruder. He threatens to erase him from existence. A dark vortex spreads outward from Rahab. The blonde mocks him and raises a willpower barrier. Blue and purple currents collide explosively. He laughs, finally meeting someone equally mad. His power erupts, beginning their merciless battle. Rahab compresses dark matter, distorting reality. For the first time, the blonde fighter freezes. The mass detonates into a light-devouring vortex. A chilling promise rises from the storm. But the blonde grins and dances past death. Their powers collide in another blinding explosion.
The masked warrior sees an opening. He flashes behind his enemy with an electrified blade. His target narrowly escapes into the air. Then a hand suddenly grips the masked warrior's throat. He realizes he was the prey all along. A gray-haired warrior has seized control. His grip tightens, cutting off all resistance. He drives Rahab into the ground. Dust and shattered rock explode upward. Red light flashes through the gray-haired man's eyes. He descends, judging the fallen enemies below. His shadow hangs like an executioner's blade. Unknown pressure turns every breath into agony. The blonde regains consciousness but receives no answers. The gray-haired man demands the truth. He points toward the mutilated victim. Rahab cannot believe anyone challenges his status. "And what if it was me?" he replies. The challenge snaps something inside his opponent. "What did you say?" Disbelief cracks. The red-eyed man believes every crime demands punishment. A sudden energy eruption shakes the ground. Does he know who he's addressing?
The blonde scoffs. The golden hero vows no restraint against corrupted gems. Power surges as he condemns the spawn of darkness. He rises inside a vortex. Now it is time. His golden radiance intensifies with every word. Creatures of darkness, your hour has come. Words end as he becomes a beacon of judgment. He rises higher, blazing with furious purity. Elsewhere, a crystal flower releases strange droplets. A long-haired woman awaits its final transformation. This flower will soon reveal, she promises, the truth hidden behind ancient secrets. A blood-stained crystal rests inside the opening flower. Far away, a woman softly calls. Urek? Her scarlet eyes sense his call across worlds. Urek Mazino, my love. In another dimension, something ancient awakens. A mystical flower blossoms, illuminating the surrounding space. The shadowed woman stares at the miracle. Petals open, revealing a forgotten name. Mago? Then an explosion announces another battle. An observer wonders whether the wounded warrior mastered Shinsu. "Come here, fool!" he shouts, releasing heavenly blades. The attack tears through space as his enemy retreats. Golden power ignites around the opponent's hand. It detonates, hurling the golden-haired warrior backward. A blue-wrapped third fighter charges into battle. His Shinsu-enhanced strike shakes the air. The warrior dodges as the enemy appears beside him. A fist whistles directly toward his face. A sharp grip pulls him closer. A merciless knee crushes his stomach. The opponent follows with a sweeping kick. It strikes his jaw and knocks him unconscious. Another blow sends him crashing through the earth. The world trembles beneath his fall. He skids through rubble, fighting to remain upright. But the enemy closes in instantly. A powerful hand crushes his face. Then he is hurled down again. Pain fades when his opponent mentions the gems. Red eyes reveal forbidden knowledge. The golden-haired man realizes this stranger knows too much. Suddenly, purple energy distorts space. Explosions crash around the golden-haired warrior. A mysterious savior blocks the destruction. A mask hides his accusing, disappointed face. The white-haired warrior watches in confusion. His aura flares at the newcomer's strength. But the man's knowledge of gems troubles him more. How did he learn their secret? Anger flashes as the warrior remembers the stones. How did someone insignificant gain such dangerous power? The stranger says their understanding is completely wrong. A sinister force inside seeks to consume all light. It turns every hope into endless despair. That truth burns within his scarlet pupil. They misunderstand the tower's true threat. These stones could release darkness swallowing the world. His distorted red gaze completes the warning.
But the enemy questions him without fear. A masked figure says this world deserves darkness. Purple radiance surrounds him as he welcomes destruction. Watching this world vanish is his deepest desire. A devastating strike answers him, shaking the surrounding space. Through golden light, he mocks his opponent's endless chatter. Those are many words for someone hiding inside a shell. The masked enemy charges, wrapped in crackling energy. Surprise flashes. Can one fist hold such destruction? Two fists collide in a blinding flash. The impact sends golden waves in every direction. He promises to tear his opponent from that shell. Fragments finally break from the mask. A crushing blow launches the masked man backward. He retaliates with space-cutting energy blades. Mazino's ally watches his friend trapped in the storm. A crackling pillar condenses into a blinding sphere. The furious enemy directs it, leaving no escape. His icy eyes silently command, "Die."
The swing releases more than simple streams of light. They carry heavenly judgment and unavoidable destruction. The hero charges forward, fist clenched. His punch collides with the assault in blinding light. The enemy grins. "You have more attacks coming." More blades surround the hero. "Escape this!" He calmly redirects the first blade. Every impossibly precise movement neutralizes another threat. He spins through light and steel, deflecting everything. "Even one hit would barely hurt me, but catching them all is more fun." His hands blur, parrying attack after attack. The enemy silently struggles to understand. Confidence becomes shock. "Am I seeing this?" The hero turns chaos into perfect control. He dances through the storm, redirecting every barrage. Another powerful projectile is casually swept aside. Its blinding force dissolves harmlessly. The hero floats as if gravity cannot touch him. He exhales and faces his shaken opponent. The enemy finally understands his defeat. "I admit, you're fairly strong," the hero grins. But that strength awakens something greater within him. Power begins pulsing above his hand. It grows more threatening each second. An uncontrollable flame suddenly ignites in his palm. The fire transforms, intertwining with surrounding energy. It expands into something enormous and terrifying. The colossal mass crashes upon the enemy. Primal terror freezes in his eyes. A deafening explosion shakes the arena. Its echoes roll beneath thick smoke. "Will you stop talking, pathetic rat?" a voice sneers. But a new shadow appears before the victor celebrates. A masked face looks down and speaks calmly. The mysterious newcomer challenges him to a duel. The victor answers with reckless excitement. He accepts, provided the duel won't affect the test. If nobody claims the crown, he has plans for it. The challenger vows to keep it from ordinary mortals. Behind his mask waits cold, unbreakable resolve. One deliberate touch begins the irreversible countdown. After confirmation, the world awaits their collision. The victor charges, leaving dust behind. His face shines at the promise of battle.
The masked man remains deadly serious. He steps forward, questioning whether this fool sees a game. The smiling youth confirms it is only fun. The masked gaze sharpens before the storm. Contempt fills every dismissive remark. His hidden expression holds only cruelty and superiority. Then a desperate plea cuts through the silence. Others watch in horror, comforting their sobbing companion. Someone points toward a distant new hope. The crown shines, the test's ultimate objective. But why is nobody rushing to claim it? One suggests risking the nearby Lopobia fighter. Nobody wants to share her victim's fate. They choose stealth and immediately move. Elsewhere, a white-haired youth demands his opponent's best.
A confident grin stays fixed on his face. He whistles, promising to use only 2 fingers. The mask hides his opponent's fury. Purple energy ignites as the enemy charges. The white-haired fighter watches condescendingly. A sharp attack descends, shaking the earth. The masked eyes promise punishment for his insolence. Purple energy crashes upon the youth. A thunderous explosion scatters sparks everywhere. But the youth simply lowers himself and blocks. He shifts tactics, crushing debris underfoot. "1 finger is enough for you," he says. That finger touches down, releasing purple power. The earth trembles as he charges again. A blinding strike cuts through space. 1 finger guides the attack through the air. It detonates, launching the masked man backward. The ground splits beneath the impact. Yet the enemy casually springs away unharmed. Surprise and doubt flash behind the mask. The hero smiles, saying the answer is simple. His opponent finally charges without restraint, but the hero is already prepared. He dodges and parries an entire storm untouched. Then he counters perfectly. His fist launches the enemy skyward. The mask cracks, exposing a bloodied face. A deafening crack announces a shattered limb. Another strike sends the enemy farther away. He spins helplessly through the air. The hero lands lightly, indifferent to the damage. He looks up, preparing to finish it. A powerful kick drives the man into the ground. The hero jokes that he flies surprisingly well. Then he tells him to rest and leaves. A desperate scream behind him demands he stop. Despite his wounds, the enemy still burns with determination. Consumed by rage, he screams, "Mazino!" Mazino turns around, mildly confused. Rahab rises, declaring the battle has barely begun. Mazino mocks his kindergarten-level ability. Rahab grips a mysterious purple stone. He insists the true battle has not started. Then he swallows the glowing artifact. A mad smile crosses his bloody lips. For once, Mazino stares in genuine surprise. The swallowed stone violently transforms Rahab's body. Sinister energy floods his wounded form. He rises beneath a crimson halo, breathing inhumanly. "Rahab, what are you doing?" someone screams. Mazino mocks the artifact's questionable history. Then he notices a group racing closer. 3 frightened companions rush forward desperately. Mazino finally recognizes them. One fugitive meets his eyes and senses disaster. They carry a radiant crown of limitless authority. Mazino charges furiously before they can react. Purple lightning wraps him as he pursues them. A suited, dark-haired man suddenly blocks Mazino. Red fire promises brutal punishment in his eyes. He declares their suffering has only begun. Purple energy strikes Mazino and forces him back. The attack divides, becoming even more dangerous. A second crushing impact follows immediately. The dark-haired man smirks and reveals his power. He demands everyone witness his superiority. The fugitives watch Mazino trapped inside a purple cube. Mazino becomes gigantic, while the director shrinks. The giant Mazino stomps, shaking the ground. The director laughs, calling it merely a tickle. Mazino fires a massive golden blast. The director faces it calmly. A gigantic white feather shields him completely.
Nearby, Mago watches with quiet interest. The feather cocoons him. His true power stays hidden. Invisible pressure makes the earth tremble. Then the energy fades, leaving destruction's echo. A defeated warrior collapses beneath another roar. Pain and disbelief fill him. How is this possible? Even after absorbing the gem, their gap remains enormous. The victor simply turns and walks away. The fallen man realizes his absolute defeat. Mazino races onward without another word. Only cold purpose burns in his red eyes. He does not care whether Rahab survives.
Rahab was never a worthy opponent. A tear rolls down Rahab's cheek. His fist clenches as he remembers Mago. He recalls the flower granting any wish. Brilliant light washes across the battlefield. His eyes widen as something impossible approaches. Scarlet light surrounds his legs as energy dissolves. Meanwhile, Mazino demands his stolen property. "Come back, thieves!" he roars, pursuing them. A golden artifact offers Rahab another chance. Radiance surrounds him, opening a new path. A violent impulse fractures reality around everyone. Rising, he forces out a familiar name. Pain, confusion, and new resolve fill his eyes. The crystal woman's illusion begins crumbling. Her form dissolves and reforms from light and water. Defiant red eyes predict the battle's ending. Boats approach a mysterious island castle beyond shimmering water. A hooded traveler watches, burdened by worry. Only waves break the silence around them. "Asensio," he says, but receives no answer. His companion sleeps soundly on the other boat. "Wake up!" A shove returns him to duty. "What happened?" he mumbles. "She wants you." He instantly asks how he may serve her. Hearing something happened inside, he exclaims, "At last!" Months of observation have led to this day. He orders the lighthouse checked as the Shinsu vanishes. "It repelled us before. Perhaps now is different." "Activate diving mode." The boats descend underwater. The vessels disappear beneath the surface. Inside the citadel, voices cry, "Mago awakened!" Signal orbs flash as observers ask how. A dark-haired girl admits she does not understand. "I will follow her, whatever the cost." Elsewhere, a translucent figure forms from sparkling light. A man stares. "Wait. Mago? We haven't met since Sanba, have we?" A sharp wind carries her words. Concern fills his eyes. This is bad. Mago watches him with unsettling calm. She asks whether he truly avoided meeting her. He doubts her reality, but she sensed him instantly. She touches his face, happy to see him. Surprise and confusion mingle in his eyes. "You are my brightest gem," she says. He breathes deeply, controlling his emotions. Then he pushes her away and demands solitude. "Go sleep. You aren't even fully formed." Mago protests, but he says, "You've become smaller." She realizes her icy body is truly shrinking. Urek notes he never specified what became smaller. Then he notices the crown is gone. The trio escaped with it during the distraction. "Come back, rats!" His furious roar echoes. But the fugitives exploit a new test condition. Urek realizes he changed the rules himself. The crown holder says everyone can pass by cooperating. Urek warns crumbling Mago not to touch it. His gaze promises death to any thief. Mago grins as icy shards flash around her. She accuses Urek of valuing a trinket more. Urek remembers her explosive temper. Her radiance intensifies as she demands his attention. She proclaims nothing matters more than herself. Pure force sweeps outward, bending space. The fleeing trio is caught in the eruption. One flies aside as a stranger emerges.
He offers to escort them wherever they wish. "Provided you don't object," he smiles. The crown holder cannot understand his motive. He introduces himself as Lapis, or Chongum. Instead of explaining, he asks a piercing question. The main fighter charges with blazing determination. Lapis watches with a twisted smile. The crown holder hesitates while his companion suggests fleeing. The girl appeals to their conscience. Greedy Gojung snatches the crown and betrays them. He shouts that every participant stands alone. Gojung approaches Lapis and proposes a deal. He offers his allies' lives for victory. Lapis listens until Gojung reveals his final leverage. The protagonist offers to defeat their common enemy. Lapis chuckles delightedly.
He loves schemers who betray anyone for gain. The bargain is sealed, and Lapis acts. They charge ahead beneath flashing energy. The protagonist sees distant hope, or destruction. He rushes forward, refusing to surrender. An inverted hope might still change fate. His determined charge leaves a shimmering trail. A reality-warping blow throws him backward. Mago's reverse hope turns desires against their owner. It sends targets opposite their intended direction. He realizes there is no path backward. To claim the crown, he must defeat Mago. The throne stands alone like an indestructible beacon. A woman checks her fallen companion for life. She finally finds a weak pulse. Old enemies unite around one objective. Their loss strengthens the temporary truce. She vows to defend the crown with everything. But time runs out as warning voices rise. Gojung suddenly sits crowned upon the throne. He triumphantly announces his long-desired ascension. He brazenly addresses the gathered women, then offers them places among his concubines. An outraged scream answers his arrogance. An ordinary man has somehow claimed the throne. Now every movement may decide the test. Even Gojung understands the moment's scale. He announces a new king and demands submission. He declares the uprising over. The blonde says whoever sits there owns it. Gojung calls him a servant, stunning him. He demands worship as the new ruler. The blonde grabs him, insisting he is master. The red-haired warrior orders Gojung off the throne. The blonde blocks her attack with a barrier. He protects his little pig and warns everyone. The warrior launches a fiercer second strike. It rebounds from the blonde's invisible defense. He wonders what strange insect disturbed him. The girl suspects he may be a rancor. The blonde asks Gojung to stop provoking them. But Gojung considers which women deserve his throne. He chooses the 3 most beautiful girls. His gaze settles on the disbelieving brunette. Gojung promises Aru safety while following his heart. Then someone else unexpectedly confesses to her. Gojung remarks that fools are easiest to control. He jokes about keeping all 3 women. Aru turns aside, trying to understand. Leo stares in complete disbelief. His blue eyes widen at the situation. Someone behind the throne calls Leo an idiot. Asked whether she knows him, Aru denies it. Leo wonders why Aru refuses to recognize him. He decides the host is impersonating a contestant. He laughs proudly as Aru grows nervous. Aru claims she is Neo and does not remember Leo. Her hardened expression makes the warning clear. Leo freezes at her cold rejection. He quickly recovers and changes the subject. Leo asks everyone not to disturb enthroned Gojung. The red-haired rancor demands why Leo aids Irregular. She warns the administrator may punish him. Leo says his reason is ridiculously simple. A finger snap reveals his true objective. He plans to frame Mazino, but her attack interrupts. Leo has clearly underestimated her fury, and her strike launches him away. Her crushing foot drives him into fractured earth.
The battlefield trembles around fallen Leo. Glittering with light, she reminds him of her lessons. Then she coldly speaks one name. Urek. Leo admits he learned greatly from them. But his words hide something sinister. She senses danger as Leo closes in. He grabs her face and demands attention. His grip crushes her fragile shell of light. He throws her aside like a doll. Then Leo raises his leg for another strike. She flies wounded through the air. Leo lands heavily, announcing the final attack. He leaps and descends like a predator. His foot slams mercilessly into her. He towers above her shattered body. She calls him Mago, but Leo hears weakness. His red eyes burn. I am the strongest. Gripping her throat, Leo says killing her is complicated. First, he must destroy her sustaining flower. The girl smirks, acknowledging his strength fearlessly. Red fire blazes within Leo's tightening gaze. He remembers when his brightest light was stolen. Urek asks whether he still holds that grudge. Leo painfully admits he does. His hand seizes her with savage force. He pins her down, crushing her remaining life. But her eyes show confusion, not agony. Then the sky splits as a figure descends. A stranger appears before a majestic dragon. The young man watches in amazement. A long-haired man stands wrapped in golden radiance. Leo focuses on this new participant. His eyes narrow. Who are you? The stranger answers with a concerned blue gaze. Heidi and her companion also watch in shock. Heidi ignores warnings and heads toward the test. Gripping her staff, she refuses help apologetically. She releases a blinding emerald vortex. The impact tears reality into a bloody haze. Yet one observer scoffs at heavenly beings. The winged fighter lectures from atop his opponent. Gripping his collar, he explains their imprisonment. This tower has no sky. You're a liar. The accused man's blue eyes remain thoughtful. The white-haired fighter says she alone opens heaven. She will become queen and open its gates. We serve her, so we are angels. His opponent questions her promises and his identity. I am Urek Mazino, and I remember her unpleasantly. The faithful fighter leaves, refusing to listen. Urek offers Heidi his hand and safe escort. The white-haired man glares, expecting ignored warnings. He prepares to end the farce himself. Urek calmly says, "You cannot." The fighter learns his actions may fail the test. Urek praises him, but calls this task impossible. He offers another chance, but receives an angry challenge. Urek says the floor ruler supports him, then reveals he is chief test director. The white-haired man stares in disbelief. He rejects it, pointing toward the corpse. Urek explains the Mago flower split the timeline. Another figure calls them a system bug. Mago's awakening means hiding is unnecessary. Urek tells him to discover the truth himself. Afterward, all but 3 regulars receive second chances. One sweep of his hand seals the offer. Kun, Hatsu, and another wounded regular receive mercy. Urek rises beneath brilliant golden light. And if they pass the new test, they will face Urek Mazino. The white-haired man accepts the insane challenge. He vows to pass against every director. Urek grins at his determination. Regular, he says, inviting Lady Mago to begin. Lady Mago answers with a radiant nod. She hopes he might kill her next time. A voice announces one trial's end and another's beginning. The crown game ends, its meaning still unclear. The messenger explains the newly changed trials. Everyone watches the tower's fate-deciding megaphone. Even experienced contestants fall silent. A new chapter begins aboard a majestic ship. Urek recognizes another irresistible challenge. Their journey toward mysterious Mago Castle begins. Inside, Kun finds only ominous, deserted halls. Then a blue cube containing a silhouette appears. A figure enters through a glowing portal. Claw-like scraping accompanies every footstep. An enraged man vows nobody steals his flower. He is Asa Mago, the fallen floor ruler. The heroes silently await his response. Asa Mago mocks the rats invading his domain. "What now?" someone asks. Kun answers, "Hide." They must wait unseen for the castle's true master. The group scatters, preparing to strike. Asa Mago looks around, confused by their disappearance. His confusion quickly becomes rage. "You cannot escape inside my home." Outside, the fortress resembles an island of despair. Inside, Urek remembers Evelyn, his first true friend. She alone never recoiled from his touch. Despite her nature, she gave him genuine friendship. Now, Evelyn's tears mourn her shattered hopes. Rue approaches and calls Urek. He anxiously asks about Evelyn's condition. Urek shakes his head. "She is dying." Rue blames himself for arriving too late. Then, a distant figure catches their attention. The stranger wears exactly the same shirt. Rue realizes it. "That shirt matches yours!" The stranger flees, and Urek follows. One powerful strike from Rue stops him. Urek approaches, determined to learn the truth. The captive says he obeyed someone called an angel. "Calm down. I only need answers," Rue says. "Tell me about the salt-smelling island." Rue comforts the girl while explaining Salt Island. An announcement suddenly ends the crown game early. "Ended early? What is happening?" Shin asks. An impact throws someone back, and Shin screams, "Neo!" Nearby, Rohan lies bleeding heavily. Gojung complains the game barely started. He worries his royal authority went unseen. Then Rue approaches with judgment in every step. "Didn't I promise death if you wore that crown?" Gojung scoffs. "And what will you do?" He mocks Rue until Neo pulls him away. "We won, Aru! Let's celebrate!" Neo says. But rage still burns behind Rue's obedience. A magnificent cruise liner shelters the survivors. Shin carries wounded Rohan through luxurious corridors. The confused participants gather inside a grand hall. "Why did the test end early?" they demand. A figure atop the staircase calls for calm. "It's the chief director, but his gem is gone." Wounded Reha barely resembles himself. The crown game ended after an invasion and bloodshed. Directors Gisli, Phaedra, and Baskerville died. "The puppy died?" A desperate cry erupts. Yet Gojung claimed the throne before interruption, so only his team passes every remaining trial. Their celebration fills others with envy and anger. New test directors will replace the fallen. Their footsteps announce approaching change. 3 unfamiliar figures enter the light. "Those faces. Impossible," someone whispers. Leo, Mano, and Lapis remain mysterious. They fill the positions left vacant. Rahab announces his transfer of leadership. "A new chief director," the crowd gasps. Leo steps forward, introducing himself brightly. "From now on, I am chief test director." The crowd protests his sudden appointment, but one girl notices a strange resemblance. Leo promises to resolve everyone's confusion by removing training and allowing one attempt only. He points toward the holographic position test and the final test, the only remaining stages. Everyone must take both without exception. Success immediately advances them to the next floor. Only 2 tests remain? Confusion becomes hope.
Excited approval erupts across the hall. Rue understands why easy paths attract everyone. A faint, triumphant smile reaches Leo's lips. "Let the additional trials begin," he announces. Rue searches for peace beneath pain. His cabin blocks chaos, but not memories. He gathers everyone. "Tell me about Salt Island." Rue begins. "My first memory is waking on an unknown island." Ascetics there wore shirts marked with crosses. When ocean paths opened, they began pilgrimages. They believed the opposite island offered salvation, but angels guarded it with deadly trials. I faced that trial and died. After unbearable pain came unnatural peace, and I awoke beyond time and death. "They resurrected?" someone cries. The angels revived everyone without memories. Apathy lasted until hope awakened again. Then another pilgrimage ended in slaughter. The cycle repeated: resurrection, return, and suffering. Only I remembered every death and rebirth. I alone remembered, believing it a curse. Then I met the one-eyed tower administrator. The others recognized that extraordinary creature. The administrator changed my understanding forever. The island was an outside dimension. I counterbalanced it. If I obeyed, passed tests, and climbed, cracks would form in the island's controlling force. Then its curse could finally break. "The tower created you as a counterweight," Neo realizes. "Exactly. That's why I became a regular." Rue trembles. "Then why was I chosen?" "The tower only proved how weak I am. I am a useless, cursed child." Neo gently urges Rue not to surrender. "The tower chose you, and so did I. More importantly, I know where the curse began. I will reach the next floor with you." Moved, Rue thanks his loyal companions. They vow revenge on the false angels. Another voice protests before a beauty appears. She gazes away, reading invisible fate. "I promise to remember you too," Neo whispers. New conspiracies await elsewhere in darkness. Neo vows revenge on his puppy's killer. Footsteps draw his scarlet gaze aside. A fiery, red-haired stranger approaches confidently. They stop back to back, tension promising violence. "Hey, I killed your puppy," the stranger says. He walks on, leaving Neo frozen. Pain and rage fill Neo's widened eyes. Elsewhere, a long-haired girl smiles in violet light. One figure floats behind her, another waits nearby. A fair-haired stranger secretly watches from a column. She wonders whether her captor rules this floor. Her companion confirms Asa brought her here. Asa was once an exceptional ranker. Years of power inflated his bizarre ego. He filled an entire test ground with statues. During his travels, Asa found a mysterious island. They now stand upon that island. Locals treated it as sacred pilgrimage ground. Their reverent worship deeply affected Asa. He imagined them worshiping him instead. Within one night, locals lost their sacred land. Asa sank it and created a test floor. But something hidden came with it. Deep inside the castle, she already waited. Asa planned a test site, but another director arrived as his successor. Fate brought him to the concealed woman. At that moment, Fate's wheel bound two different beings forever. "The two of us?" she repeats, confused. Her reflection confirms another version of herself. The island's stone heart awaited his final trial. He watches the floating ruler expectantly. On test day, the ocean reveals a secret road. Chosen participants must overcome every obstacle. Fate awaits inside the fortress's highest chamber. The ruler already anticipates defeating future victors.
He theatrically describes the magnificent test. But Turquoise eyes hide bitterness. What a disgrace. After apologizing, he prepares everything alone. Exhausted, he understands why his predecessor left.
Night falls as he rests beneath endless stars. Despite the ruler, he enjoys returning here. He hopes to forget the past and restart. Old determination burns inside him again. He leaps down and returns to work. The useless ruler leaves every responsibility to him. His footsteps echo deeper into the castle. Then, something surprising catches his attention. A glowing staircase descends before him. Curiosity draws him onto it. The endless spiral winds into darkness. He descends deeper into the unknown. His footsteps count the silent distance. Stone walls swallow everything but breathing. At last, brilliant light breaks the darkness. He realizes this destination was unexpected. A radiant crystal flower floats before him. What precious plant blooms this deep? He has never heard of such creation. Unable to resist, he reaches toward it. His touch makes the flower explode with light. A powerful force throws him backward. Reality fragments into radiant chaos. Then power pulls him toward the flower's heart. He floats briefly before landing safely. Now he understands the flower more deeply. It is a vessel for something ancient. A gemstone flower? The seated man repeats. He decides to see the unknown wonder himself. Awe fills his eyes upon arrival. The jeweled flower sparkles in heavenly light. The Lord rushes toward it eagerly. Nothing in his life compares to it. He dismisses his subordinate immediately. Alone, the companion marvels at his master's fascination. Perhaps he feels its charm faintly too. The flower certainly deserves admiration, but not enough to lose all reason. Elsewhere, a familiar figure faces a crowd. Chief Director Leo announces a new test. Yet one woman finds him strangely confusing. Leo feels familiar, like a forgotten dream. She sees herself reflected in every movement. His clothes and features match her younger self exactly. She remembers secretly summoning him. They shared a birthday, age, and destiny. Even their reason for climbing was identical. She faced a living version of her past. Her story earns a knowing smirk. Secret knowledge flickers in the figure's red eyes. When I found you, you felt my desire. The desire that created us both. The blue figure admits she is merely an echo. During the test, the young man predicted the future, while controlling Shinsu beyond normal explanation. She summoned him again to learn why. He had lived the test before and found a gem flower. Touching it killed him and reversed time. That gave him the future he desired. And there, the figure says, the paradox begins. You wished to leap into your ranker future. Her reversal and his acceleration created contradiction. Then whose wish did you grant? Which reality is real? Mine, his, or both? The questions shake everything she believes. The figure only hums thoughtfully. Then laughter echoes. What a fascinating question. She promises the truth, awakening hope. Yes, but first, grant my wish. She demands the legendary Urek Mazino. A shining stone rises from her palm. It can turn even Mazino into an obedient slave. Elsewhere, a quiet report confirms readiness. One brief answer immediately raises tension. Every exit is sealed, the commander reports. Then a furious gaze finds him. There you are. A golden pupil calls him a sneaking rat. An explosion scatters bodies and debris. The truth-giving figure crumbles beneath the strike. The storyteller opens her eyes in terror. Even the operation's architect is stunned.
A blood-stained attacker announces the hunt. The woman understands the slaughter has begun. The leader's face reveals a dark premonition. His declaration promises a brutal pursuit. Sparks burst amid rushing movement. The warrior realizes this enemy exceeds ordinary rankers. A voice roars that rats always flee.
Then a stranger flashes past, interrupting battle.
The dark warrior realizes more enemies are present. A gray-haired youth mentions orders to hide. A wild-haired nobleman charges, condemning the rats. He vows punishment for stealing his flower. A blinding explosion begins the massacre. Its shockwave hurls even distant observers away. The dark warrior decides to identify them. He recognizes the insane floor ruler. The others and their motives remain unknown. A spear-bearer asks the dark warrior's identity. His grip tightens, expecting an enemy. He demands why these strangers invaded. Elsewhere, a giant ship hosts the scout test. A megaphone announces, "Pass this test, and immediately apply for the final test." A blond man hears, "Good luck," and prepares. A ponytailed girl identifies the scout grounds, then demands why 2 boys are there. One claims he wants to become a scout. She apologizes to Rue for their delayed test.
The smiling boy welcomes moral support. Rue is surprised he is apparently a scout.
Another participant grins at someone's bad luck. Furious Cheonggum vows to prove himself again. Jungle Island contains the ruler's dangerous Shinsu. The ruler collects powerful creatures, including wolves. Passing requires only one condition. The island has one exit. Future scouts must find it or fail. They must also evade roaming creatures, or they may tame them. The last surviving participant also passes automatically. She wishes them luck escaping. Rue insists his team belongs together. Yawning, Rue says the test leader is fake. The white-haired fighter expects nobody to pass. He believes the test exists to kill them. A nearby rustle interrupts the warning. A small creature bursts from bushes. The girl cries as it attacks. It resembles a purple-white ball of fur. One panics, but another calls it harmless. It is only a fluffy blob, he thinks. Evelyn and Rue prepare as it hisses. "Stay away!" Evelyn shouts, lunging. The creature squeaks timidly, looking adorable. "Why is it approaching?" Evelyn demands. Irritation and surprise cross her face. "Do not follow me!" she snaps again. The creature answers with a confused squeak. Urek decides flying will find the exit fastest. He warns them to call if danger appears. Then, Urek launches skyward. "Warn me if anything happens!" he shouts. "Come on, Rue," Evelyn orders. Rue believes the blob genuinely likes her. Evelyn fumes while it follows stubbornly. "Run!" she shouts, racing forward. The creature joyfully calls, "Evelyn!" Its tiny paws race to keep up. Then, it tumbles awkwardly onto the ground. Dizzy, it hears Evelyn's distant name. That name helps it rise beneath a shadow. Rue warns Evelyn the creature is threatened. She accepts another fight is unavoidable. Evelyn charges. "Spear, Rue!" Monstrous footsteps shake the terrified creature. It covers its ears as energy pulses. Evelyn punches one monster's head. The creature freezes in awe. Evelyn drops monster after monster. Rue spears another beast through. Rue smiles, sensing victory. The final monsters collapse weakly. Evelyn stands victorious with clenched fists. The creature gazes at her adoringly. It runs again toward its savior. Evelyn pushes it away. "Stay back!" Rue suggests keeping the helpless baby. Evelyn turns away, silently agreeing. Rue gently calls the creature closer. It reaches shyly, then changes course. It races past Rue toward Evelyn. Rue understands exactly whom it prefers. Then the baby stomps strangely on wood. Elsewhere, another participant desperately searches for an exit. His golden-haired opponent mocks him. "Fly forever, you'll never escape." "Because no exit exists. Only death by Shinsu offers escape. Nobody was meant to pass." His laughter makes the participant question his sanity.
Then he notices Rue and Evelyn on a monitor. He assumes one of them is an anima, but their companion looks like an ordinary blob. His database shows no matching species. Rue and Evelyn's observers find nothing. The baby suddenly races away. Rue chases, wondering what it found. Their gazes reveal this is not mischief. The creature urges them deeper through the grass. Rue follows despite Evelyn's warning. She chases, cursing his attachment. A piercing roar shakes the forest. A clawed monster bursts from the undergrowth. Evelyn kills it with one dagger strike. She blames Rue's recklessness. The creature disappears deeper into crackling bushes. It taps carefully against a hidden surface. Mysterious light reveals a secret passage. Hope ignites in Rue's eyes. The creature invites them toward the real exit. "The exit! We found it!" Rue celebrates. He proudly points at their tiny guide. Evelyn slowly understands its behavior. Evelyn, it repeats softly. "Thank you," she whispers reluctantly. She says they will separate afterward. "Urek, we found the exit!" Rue shouts. Urek arrives so excitedly he nearly knocks Rue away. He notices the passage and furry guide. Rue explains the creature led them there. Urek stares closely into its eyes. Recognition sparks within his gaze. Called jelly, the creature puffs up angrily. Rue stops Urek from smacking it. Chunggum races over to stop them. Urek assumes all his beatings confused him. "This isn't the proper exit!" Chunggum screams. He attacks the creature, accusing it of deception. Rue and Evelyn shield the baby. It pulses with light at the threat. Chunggum refuses to reveal the genuine exit. Urek realizes nobody was meant to survive. He declares this portal the only true exit. Then, Urek seizes Chunggum's collar. He offers to follow any real official route. Otherwise, they settle this outside the rules. Fear enters Chunggum's eyes. A strangled sound promises approaching battle. Instead, Mazino simply declares the test finished. His words drip with arrogant mockery. Chunggum's eyes ignite red. Urek forces out, "You!" A powerful aura announces their clash. His patience vanishes completely. His fist tightens, ready for battle. Urek attacks, but Chunggum calmly blocks. Overwhelming force meets unbreakable defense. Fear briefly flashes through Urek's eyes. Chunggum only smirks. Then he retreats after one final warning. His commanding voice demands obedience. Urek remembers the insult and vows revenge. His icy stare promises future payment. Far away, Urek Mazino's name echoes. A furious scream demands his appearance. The warriors wait, but Mazino is absent. Disappointed voices predict his disqualification. One determined person insists on waiting. A 30-minute delay enrages everyone. Why does he get special treatment? Then the princess steps forward. "I will wait too. Disqualify me as well." Meanwhile, the prison ship crosses the waves. 3 filthy survivors finally escape the labyrinth. A strange crunch interrupts their joy. A girl eats an apple atop a cliff. "Who are you?" they ask. "I'm Shiny, another scout who skipped lessons." She suggests staying together after passing. One survivor suspects she found the exit first. Shiny says her task is finished. They protest she needn't take another position test. She says goodbye and dissolves away. "I never understand her,"
one heroine sighs. Then something furry peeks out. What am I supposed to do with you? Above the liner waits the light-bearer test, beneath an ominous, floating pink cube. Beneath an ominous, floating pink cube. The hero realizes the test is meaningless because the controlling woman designed it as a trap. Nobody was meant to pass. We return 20 minutes to the beginning. Mano cheerfully introduced herself as test director. She promised very simple rules. Then a camera flashed blindingly. Take overhead photographs, she explains. The confused light-bearers listen carefully. Mano repeatedly demonstrates the perfect angle. Show the target's head clearly from above. Anyone photographed with a lighthouse enters a cube and is immediately eliminated. Only the last participant passes. Begin, Mano announces, rising in purple light. The hero realizes the horrifying challenge. Only one of us? The girl whispers. The green-haired man understands their situation, and chaos erupts. I'll eliminate him first. The green-haired man understands their situation, and chaos erupts. I'll eliminate him first. A camera clicks, activating the first cube. Another click confirms no retreat. The heroine freezes, almost apologizing silently. Adjusting her glasses, she claims victory. But scarlet eyes above understand triumph differently. A helpless participant begs for it to stop. The heroine calmly watches magic surround her. You got what you wanted. You hate complications. Your test ended surprisingly easily, the observer smiles. The heroine notes nobody has passed. Then the answer strikes her. Wait, I understand. Horror fills her. The hovering figure says, I'm still here. You're a rancor. How can I defeat you? Just take the perfect shot, the director replies. Shoes tap, and the heroine instantly moves. She dashes past the approaching danger. She accelerates toward her objective. Now she understands the real test. She accelerates toward her objective. Now she understands the real test. The director delights in their desperate dodging. Failure isn't allowed? Then take the hit. What ridiculous test is this? Someone shouts. One contestant curses as his strength drains. Despair and determination fill his eyes. If he were an almighty conqueror, he could fight for justice instead. Hey, smile, a sarcastic voice calls. The heroine sees a cube aimed at her. A flash captures her confused expression. The stranger taps her backward with the cube. He celebrates while her eyes redden. Then he gives another participant the passing cube. You fraud! How dare you interfere? He says her attention would not matter. His red eyes threaten her during the argument. She wisely decides not to test him. He photographs another unsuspecting participant. The heroine takes her own strange photograph. Mazino says his version makes her look better. She rages that appearance is irrelevant. He asks whether he passed, eyes glowing dangerously. She runs off, ending the absurd argument. Mazino sends an unapologetic gesture after her. Then he launches skyward. The bespectacled girl freezes speechlessly. She wonders whether this is conqueror power. Meanwhile, the fishermen's tests continue. Waiting participants complain their time expired. The director announces only 1 minute remains. Then Mazino crashes down like a meteor. The entire waiting crowd falls silent. Warned of disqualification, Mazino only grins. Someone cries favoritism, but Mazino ignores him. Asked why late, he says he was busy.
Besides, Danjong promised him 30 minutes. Frustrated, Danjong orders the tests to begin. Mazino steps onto the water without hesitation. The fisherman test finally begins. He slowly studies every opponent. A brief sound check echoes. Hua Ryun's heartbeat sounds like a sad ballad. Rax pounds with savage rhythm. Inside Mazino, butterflies drift through endless darkness. He listens for their hidden melody. Yu Han-sung reminds him who directs this test. Mazino mocks his forceful, scheming promotion. Han-sung silently draws his blade. He warns Mazino not to lose the rhythm. Mazino immediately charges. Han-sung deflects him fluidly. Steel clashes across the arena. Mazino wagers secrets on the first clean hit. Han-sung warns against impossible promises.
But Mazino is completely serious. Han-sung attacks relentlessly. Mazino narrowly evades everything. Mazino smiles and urges him onward. Then he answers with a crushing blow. Han-sung barely dodges, genuinely surprised. Mazino says he will not hold back. Han-sung assumes he must be joking. Mazino praises his recognition of ancient blood. Han-sung says the hair and eyes reveal everything. Mazino condemns arrogance that destroys people's hope. His violet blade shines with disgust. A storm of strikes represents crushed hope. His blade stops close. My destiny is mine. Elsewhere, an explosion launches Bam away. He lands, realizing his enemy is terrifying. Floor ruler Huak smiles through electricity. Bam cannot reconcile him with the stories. Huak accuses him of helping filthy rats. Lightning surges as his rage rises. He rants about the stolen flower. Bam is pinned down, one mistake from death. The insane ruler attacks mercilessly again. Even Mazino senses the disturbance. Bam is thrown backward once more. He knows direct victory is impossible. Their only hope is exploiting Hawk's instability while Sleman attacks. The tiny chance is all they have. Blue energy surrounds Kun at the perfect moment. Battles like this offer priceless experience. He wagers his life on one move. Show yourself, little rat, Hawk sneers. Kun steps forward, seconds from death. Sleman, wait for my signal. Kun launches upward, envisioning high-ranker battles. Elsewhere, Endorsi repels attacks and raises her spear. Sleman uses the flying fish spear. Its gleaming tip tears forward. The weapon shatters on impact. Fragments scatter into a deadly warning. Endorsi calmly deflects every shard. Sleman stumbles backward in shock. She mocks his difficulty changing modes. Endorsi claims the chief director position. Sleman dryly laughs. That's funny. Their weapons collide thunderously. Endorsi's precise attacks drive him back. She attacks from every three-dimensional angle. Blue energy coils around her blade. Her Machini-inspired lightning spear strikes directly. Another electrical wave follows immediately. The battle becomes brutal close combat. Every landing gathers another charge. Endorsi suddenly attacks from below. Machini's lightning sphere forms in her hand. The blast destroys the ground. A furious growl rises from smoke. He insults her. Endorsi increases pressure. Perfect distance control denies him initiative. Each swing distorts his sense of range. Sleman grits his teeth. More lightning forces constant defense. Endorsi listens to his breath and heartbeat. Their rhythm reveals fear and exhaustion. His heartbeat exposes the path to victory. An invisible spear targets his heart. The ghost spear strikes across any distance. At the last instant, he dodges, but his resistance and their time fade. Everything depends on one final blow. They must attack now. Her ally signals readiness. Endorsi gathers every spark. A gigantic light blade forms overhead. Her heart pounds violently. The enemy confidently raises his weapon. Then one click changes everything.
The invisible spear pierces his core. His scream confirms the truth. A lightning storm engulfs the battlefield. "We did it!" But doubt immediately follows relief. An ally suddenly attacks from behind. More energy strikes the defeated enemy. They realize the battle continues. Blood spreads through darkness. The broken body collapses like a puppet. Then Misheni's electricity turns against her. Her attack reverses under another controller. A tiny, shining figure watches from above. Pain cannot extinguish Misheni's determination. At last, she falls. Leo and Asa exchange grim looks. The victor orders everyone finished. His disturbing smile reveals he wants Urek. The fisherman's signal starts another stage. One participant admits defeat. Urek Mazino wins. Mazino and the princess advance. The final test waits beneath crimson skies. All successful participants gather at headquarters. Urek congratulates them for surviving. Then he gets directly to business. Everyone silently awaits his words. Their greatest enemy is Mago. Mago has devoured entire planets. Only one method can stop him. Urek demands trust and no interference. Determination burns in his scarlet eyes. Elsewhere, a warrior returns to the beginning. He stares at the place escaped countless times. Every escape attempt returns them here. A girl urges him to stop struggling. A horned figure admits countless failures. The warrior questions Heidi's loyalty to this madman. Heidi says serving her master leaves no choice. Long ago, she served his family. The yellow-haired man asks about her companion. The warrior urges Heidi to abandon the lunatic. Heidi remembers her master's overwhelming former power. He returned wealthy but mentally shattered. Nostalgia and sorrow fill her expression. A worn baseball cap rests in his palm. He puts it on, challenging fate again. Rue answers Rohan and prepares another attempt. Rue cheerfully claims he feels better than ever. Everyone sincerely thanks Urek for his support. The spear-bearer examiner awaits calmly. Rohan stares at her impossible challenge. They must hit a tiny, distant target. Each receives 3 attempts, the examiner says. "We've never reached 80, much less 100. She calls it a true bearer's warm-up. This floor filters unworthy climbers. Her cold gaze cuts through them. The challenge's scale fills them with dread. Still, Rohan steps forward with Rue. "We'll show her our strength," he roars. His confidence inspires everyone. Rue quietly calls his mentor. "Let's give everything," Rohan answers. Together, they vow no obstacle wins. Urek enthusiastically cheers Rue and Rohan. The examiner gives him a puzzled stare. The first projectile whistles toward the target. It misses, exhausting its dark-haired thrower. She begs again, but the examiner refuses. New footsteps carry fragile hope forward. Rue enters as teammates cheer. Urek and Rohan's names strengthen him. He grips the spear. "I can do this." Each step nears destiny and freedom. Even the examiner notices his resolve. Rue charges until his body blurs. He hurls the spear with everything. It vanishes into the blue sky. Silence follows, and Rue collapses. He struggles to understand the failure. The examiner doubts this frail ascetic's survival. Even passing might only delay death. Perhaps failure would spare greater suffering. But Rue watches those he refuses to abandon. A strangled cry carries his final hope. Genuine surprise enters the examiner's eyes. One little farther, yet the target feels impossible. His friend's unwavering faith keeps him moving. Their voices stir something inside the examiner.
She remembers someone believing in her.
"You can do it, Heidi," memory echoes. His extraordinary encouragement anchored her. Rue throws again with every ounce of resolve. It lands short with a dull thud. Damn, but it traveled farther. His friends see his total commitment. He struggles exactly as she once did. Their faith strengthens him, as hers once did. The examiner questions what she is doing. His final chance approaches. Can he reach it? A tiny spark ignites in his eyes. He gathers everything and roars. "I can do this!" Rue declares. "Go, Rue. Your team believes in you." Even the examiner silently urges him onward. He accelerates beneath rising cheers. Every stride brings the dream closer. His shoes pound with his heart. He draws the trembling spear backward, then launches himself like a projectile. Rue flies forward with absolute focus. His hand reaches toward unseen victory. The examiner watches in alarmed amazement.
Something snaps, and a whistle cuts through. "The test is over," she announces coldly. "All of you failed."
Rue collapses, apologizing through pain. The examiner says, "The curse now remains." A heavy hand comforts Rue silently. "You gave everything," his friend says. "Leave the rest to me." He turns toward the questioning examiner. She says every position needs one winner, then offers a final contest against herself. "Throw farther than me," she explains. Bewilderment spreads across the room. "Lose, and you jump to your death." Someone protests the impossible challenge. She says they may refuse and stop climbing. A capped youth steps forward beside his guardian. He accepts despite the fatal price. "Yes, I'm ready to die 1,000 times." He has witnessed sacrifices for impossible dreams. This risk finally matters enough. The examiner silently studies his motive. Rohan joins and prioritizes his companion's advancement. Rohan's support fills him with gratitude.
A third man volunteers, despite lacking the position. Everyone holds their breath for judgment.
"Let them both compete," she decides. "I will throw last," she announces. 2 gleaming spears await the contest. Not bad for ordinary mortals. Then she lifts her own weapon. "If I win, you both jump." Invisible power gathers around her raised spear. A tremendous swing creates a vortex. Mazino recognizes something in its whistle. The spear pierces the blue sky, then lands directly before her. The spectators freeze in disbelief. Unwavering resolve shines in her eyes. "It appears I lost," she says. She dismisses questions, predicting their coming deaths. "Don't blame me for letting you continue." Her warning fails to inspire fear. "Who decided we'll die?" Mazino asks. He vows to survive and break the curse. "Mazino." Even the air tightens. She respects his strength, but he smirks. "I won't fight alone," he says. She senses their absolute mutual trust. Every one of them reaches the next floor. "Watch closely and see who wins." She turns away. Nonsense. The embedded spear clicks as she leaves. Elsewhere, a beacon summons tomorrow's reinforcements. Her thoughts address the parent behind her pain. "No wonder they call me evil," she whispers. A red-cloaked girl observes violent, distant energy. She has fought this unkillable enemy before. Leo suggests the being is an awakening error. The word error disturbs his mistress. Scarlet flame ignites in her eyes. Leo watches her with devoted concern. "Anger alone cannot defeat Urek," she says.
She needs something beyond destruction. Leo senses enormous change approaching. The girl erupts in transforming light. The surge hurls them skyward. Energy screams past stunned observers. "Behold my light, your salvation." Her radiant mercy hides unimaginable horror. The crowd rushes toward promised death. Again and again. Madness consumes her. Leo watches with profound sorrow. A colossal ship rises from the sea. The legendary vessel carries unknown power. Inside, a host announces the final test. Only this trial leads to the summit. The smiling host promises immediate commencement. His fingers make the air sparkle. Golden particles pull everyone into a vortex. Blinding light erases reality. They fly helplessly through shimmering emptiness. A glittering girl's silhouette appears. A white-haired man recognizes her in shock. Naked Mago sits defenseless within swirling light. Behind her lie mountains of blood-stained bodies. Raging, he demands what happened to Mago. Mago cheerfully greets and introduces herself. A magnificent castle appears before them. Evade angels, find Mago, and kill her. The first challengers charge with polearms. Mago asks why they entered the tower. Her ancient gaze searches their true desires. She promises the first speaker any wish. One contestant lunges forward despite warnings. He wishes for strength, while his companion protests. Power-hungry, he assumes Mago is teasing. Mago playfully agrees, watching everyone. Her fingertip flashes, beginning the miracle. A radiant weapon appears in his hands. Mago says it grants power without payment. The boy doubts the ordinary-looking staff. One swing releases devastating force. The wall collapses behind him. The regulars realize Mago kept her promise. Wonder and distrust spread equally. Everyone demands wishes, but only the first qualifies. Mago invites them to reconsider their deepest desire. She feeds their hope while Urek warns them. He calls her a liar. Mago denies it. She points to the miracle as proof. Urek accuses manipulation, but she gestures behind him. The regulars already contemplate their wishes. Urek screams while Mago encourages deeper dreaming. They have only 5 minutes. Jean awakens among bodies inside a dreamlike glow. Her astonished gaze rises upward. Urek wakes and asks who the figure is. Bam's turquoise eyes open nearby. Jean sees countless corpses and distant players. Recognition dawns. "The Great Ark, our savior." The being smiles and asks Jean's name. "I am Jean. I came to meet you." She bows, and the savior asks her wish. Jean reveals a terrible cross-shaped scar. Villagers carved it, believing she was a witch. Her strange strength made her village reject her. She resents their defilement of the Great One. Jean asks healing and forgiveness for them. The savior promises compassionately to grant it. But one condition remains, involving unseen observers. Everyone must value Jean's wish above theirs. Urek realizes the cruelty and screams Mago's name. One selfish wish will ignite Jean's scar. The wound already burns across her back. Mago calls this Jean's only salvation. Jean begs mercy for her suffering people. One player says healing her breaks the curse. Everyone watches helplessly in horror. The flames surge violently. Jeannie screams beneath unbearable fire. The players watch her agony helplessly. Burning Jeannie collapses, begging desperately. Fire consumes her hair, skin, and body. Her final words vanish beneath the blaze. Her fragile body falls lifeless. The flames fade, leaving only ash.
Dying embers crackle after the horror. Mago turns away emotionlessly. She blames their selfish desires. Her gaze demands their confession.
The prologue ends. Now the real test begins.
A long-haired follower immediately answers. He announces the next sinister stage. 3 participants plummet toward an unknown shore. They crash into wet sand. Another tense group lands nearby. A red-cloaked figure studies the distant castle. They wonder how they returned here. Fate dragged them back into the test. A distorted voice explains the new game. 3 teams each receive 1 surviving ascetic. Lady Mago slaughtered everyone else.
A stone embeds painfully in each ascetic's palm. Protect them. Reach the castle. Find the altar. Every stone must be placed there. Then they can reach and kill Mago. 1 death or broken stone fails everyone. An ominous "good luck" lingers. One contestant suggests coordinating through pockets. Velen must protect his ascetic and regroup. Aru confirms unity is their only path. "Move out," the leader orders. Then a voice calls them greedy regulars. The woman condemns their selfish wishes. She offers an alternative: abandon the test. In exchange, they must protect her. Shock and confusion spread. She reveals a wish-granting flower below the castle. Helping her fail restores her and makes her queen. Protecting her fulfills their deepest desires. Neo suddenly runs away with strange determination. Her confused companions chase after her. Her backward glance reveals manic obsession. The mysterious woman smiles and says farewell. Greedy regulars. Ancient malice fills her voice. Neo runs from the offer and herself. What secret drives her desperate resolve? We return to the previous night. A man orders Neo to stab Urek tomorrow. She awakened. Our wishes will come true. They seek to undo a past tragedy. The stone can end their curse. Now Neo races toward finality. Neo's group reaches the ancient city shore. Urek greets them with suspicious warmth. The journey felt far too easy. One empowered contestant tries charging forward. Urek stops him with one movement. He demands every gem they collected, then separates Neo and orders cover. His red gaze promises finality. Urek declares he will fight Mago alone. His protesting friends cannot change his mind. Only cold resolve remains in his voice. Further resistance feels pointless. Deep inside, despairing Mago awaits her fate. Her eyes reveal hope or madness. Urek enters the ancient darkness alone. Someone already studies the activated gem altar. Mago appears, understanding Urek's impatience. The altar's light marks an irreversible beginning. Urek believes destruction is his only path. Mago anticipates their tragic conclusion. She invites Urek to focus on the finale. She demands his full power. Meanwhile, others hide in an underground shelter. One girl claims castle knowledge can protect them. Her familiarity raises immediate questions. Only a resident should know this route. She has already returned from death. She understands her curse, but worries for Lady Ark. Their debate is interrupted. The hatch opens, revealing a stranger. He calmly introduces himself as Lapis. Ominous serenity fills his eyes. His footsteps echo inside the bunker. The heroes order him away. Nobody understands how he found them. Suspicion falls on one protesting member. Then another companion steps forward. A cold declaration shocks everyone. The betrayed girl whispers a familiar name. A bitter answer reveals the traitor.
I told him, the traitor confesses. Neo says the truth is difficult. She vows to restore everything lost. Leo reminds Neo nobody may be harmed. Mono waits to imprison everyone safely. Evelyn attacks, but Leo captures her instantly. Neo forbids Evelyn from defending herself. A young man begs Neo to return. Neo asks him to tell Urek she left. Finality fills her eyes. She says goodbye and leaves him silent. A tremendous impact ends the silence. A cold-eyed man charges a fiery girl. Fighters exchange impossibly fast aerial attacks. One smashes through a barrier. Each collision echoes through earth and sky. Metal rings across the ancient structure. Another strike reduces an obstacle to dust. The warriors rise beneath mysterious light. Then the counter-hope technique appears. Emerald fire tears through space. The target flies aside like a toy. The attacker closes in for the finish. The wounded woman says this is her weakened shadow.
A golden explosion hurls him away. She creates a second sun from remaining strength. The power destroys her, but she feeds it. The explosion tears reality apart. Only debris and steam remain. The victor finds her still smiling.
You were lucky. At full strength. She gestures towards scattered corpses. He asks when she began caring about deaths. I almost miss your hesitation, he admits. She says her true victory was time. I lured you here alone. His supposed ally begins a distant ritual. The traitor removes his glittering stones. Each crunch breaks another bond. Remove the last, and you're expelled. He cannot accept betrayal from his team. She asks when he ever had true allies. His regret questions whether he learned anything. She calls his perfection a curse. She tells him to handle those obstructing him. Another crystal tears free with a crunch. Fury and despair rise as time vanishes. He races through collapsing space. The scarlet gem fractures again. Blue light surrounds his weakening body. Every muscle strains. His gaze becomes fire. Her red eyes hold more than pain. He approaches the source of power and curse. Poisonous energy reaches from her fractured body. She says her power feeds on enemies. Her greatest strength comes from his despair. Elsewhere, a bright-haired boy holds 3 gems. He asks where the dark-haired girl is going. She says fate has always led her there. She must reach the flower. Urek cannot understand her goal. Still, he races after her. The ancient altar erupts with light. Urek suddenly returns before it. Damn, I'm back, and the stones have vanished without a trace. Then Leo approaches with blade and arrogance. Incredible speed, she says admiringly. Urek clenches his teeth. So it was you. She towers like a wrathful goddess. You will never see Lady Mago again. An invisible force tears through her body. Urek's fury blasts Leo away.
She crashes down, yet refuses death. You should already know, Leo says. Lady Mago's blessing makes me immortal. What? Silence grips the battlefield. Urek stares in horror. Leo looks back, shivering awake. Ancient stones begin awakening around them. Dark blood fills the smoke. Golden light tears through the darkness. A colossal pillar rises from ruins. Urek orders Leo to repeat herself. Barely breathing, she repeats the impossible. Her body cracks apart. Immortal. Elsewhere, someone demands justice for thousands. The screen repeats. Intervention remains forbidden. One killing makes a murderer. Hundreds make madness. But above 10,000, some call it talent. The killer turns away indifferently. Each step echoes with his crimes. He leaves debris and bloody footprints. Then red sparks announce new danger. Something makes him turn in alarm. Leo's corpse rises with a deafening crash.
Her black hair streams as earth trembles. Red eyes and unholy energy ignite. She gathers transformative power in one palm. Leo casually brushes back her hair. Her smile mocks death and angelhood. But an exhale betrays hidden tension. Kai sarcastically praises her miraculous return. He asks what connects Leo and Neo. Leo becomes serious before answering. She invokes Schrodinger's cat. Kai reels. How does she know Earth? He remembers the outsider after finding Mago's flower. That man revealed Gem's secrets and other worlds. Kai realizes how much they overlooked. Leo says the man vanished suddenly. But Neo and Leo share his paradox. A cat remains sealed inside a box. Until opened, it is alive and dead. You two are like that cat. When truth appears, one must disappear. One real, one false, one already dead. Kai finally understands their bond. They coexist only while truth stays hidden. Leo reveals her wishes for Mago. First, open the box of truth. But that is only the beginning.
Second, let truth and falsehood coexist. Only Queen Neo can rewrite Tower Law, allowing the Sphere Holder and Blade-Ready Leo to coexist without vanishing. They fight for shared existence. Kai catches the blade, refusing. Rage ends his patience for words. A huge impact throws them into the abyss. They crash into an underground prison. Rohan and his companion fall there too. Every escape returns Rohan to the beginning. Sophia says even rankers cannot escape. The prison photographer obeys and leaves. Sophia mocks Rohan's humiliating arrogance. He vows to break any barrier. Other failed escapees emerge hopefully. Ruel shares suspicions about Urek. Her gaze measures their doom. Rohan defends him, but Ruel smirks. She declares them prisoners of fate. Ru looks ready to act. He refuses to ignore the battle outside. Each step deepens his resolve. One uncertain step begins a new future. Ru walks through the invisible barrier. Rohan cannot understand how. Even the hopeless raise their heads in wonder. Ruel expects victory, unaware Ru broke free. He can pass through their trapping illusion. Distant slaughter continues through the ruins. Blood covers the ground beneath resistance. His spirit survives unimaginable punishment. The weapon slips from his weakened hand. Then his energy erupts defiantly. Suddenly, his dagger presses against the enemy's throat. "You won't kill me easily," he says. Those words only begin the storm. Shimmering blades instantly surround him. His gleaming weapon promises violence. He charges before anyone reacts. Blades strike invisible defenses, scattering sparks. Bam! Sends blazing energy past his opponent. Mazino becomes trapped within a fire ring. Bam grips his weapon, eager to continue. He rises and dives upon Mazino. New power collides with ancient defense. Bam's ability rewrites combat rules. It disrupts Shinsu and pierces defenses. He retreats to gather decisive force. Dozens of frozen blades pierce surrounded Mazino. "I'll tear you apart, Mazino." Mazino's eyes glow ominous scarlet. An explosion erupts, yet leaves him unharmed. He launches faster than sight. Instantly he stands before his enemy. His fist drives toward the target. The opponent matches his speed and counters. Weapons collide, tearing surrounding space. Mazino slips away like wind. His enemy strikes only empty air. Mazino's gaze asks who ended the battle. Blinding light suddenly throws him backward. Light? Mazino wonders what struck him. His opponent advances over shining ground. He calls Mazino an irritating cockroach. Darkness existed first and cannot die.
Only the brightest light drives it away. He slowly approaches fallen Mazino. A blinding flash forces Mazino down. Through pain, Mazino raises his weapon. "Get away from me!" he roars. The enemy says Mago's darkness was never his. "Your darkness is your weak light's shadow." "Light? I am not light! I am darkness, rejecting my past to survive. I am the cat, both dead and alive. I still crave Mago's power to conquer darkness. None of you understand what I saw." A hand suddenly seizes his chin. The child of light kneels before him. "I am the light," he declares. Radiance fills the hero's turquoise eyes. Dark strands dissolve like dust. The surrounding darkness disappears. Golden flame surrounds the extended hand. "Stand up." Ancient stones rise. Energy surrounds his calm, focused gaze. His scarlet eyes turn toward Neo. Elsewhere, thunder rumbles across the scout grounds, turning the horizon into electricity. Lightning nets lash the water. A blue mass forms within the storm. It strikes ground with deafening force. Debris explodes from the shattered earth. Fragments ring through the air. Fighters await battle among ruined columns. Power crackles like an approaching storm. Blue fire awakens in silver-haired eyes. They stand on a frozen sea of wreckage. Invisible currents fill the air with tension. He senses ancient secrets here. What catastrophe created this ruined hell? Elsewhere, a hero confronts his past. Someone stronger than Mago granted his wish. That manipulator waits at the tower's core. He turns toward distant, dark spires. O'Brien walks through magnificent halls. Every step approaches revelation. Someone seeking truth races toward him. The man prepares to confront his manipulator. A hidden camera tracks his rush. A click precedes a girl's descent. Her arrival forces him to stop. Rose glasses frame fascinated eyes. He recognizes a carefully arranged game. Then she vanishes into swirling air. A crushing impact shakes the corridor. His hand already restrains her. He demands answers. She shakes her head. He warns her, and she nods. His foot crushes her abandoned device. She complains about its cost. Her hand quietly reaches into her pocket. She produces an old phone and grins. He turns away. "Got you!" The camera shutter clicks. Her old phone captures his retreat. Victory sparks in her eyes. An electronic tone confirms the image. Then her eyes widen. The screen shows only a mocking blur. She realizes he stands behind her. He simply moved faster than she saw. Even her camera missed his speed. She draws a blade and demands answers. Her strike launches him. "Who are you?" She poses victoriously, expecting a photograph. But the phone shows another blur. He lands without any clear image. The useless photograph irritates her. He questions her obsession. She calls him perverted. Then she photographs herself mischievously. He watches without understanding. A moment later, he realizes. Two identical girls now stand before him. Both take selfies, pulsing energy between them. He slides away from an invisible attack. 4 phone-holding copies surround him. A smile reveals he enjoys this. Shutters click amid swirling currents. He evades the fast-moving doubles. Each click creates another copy. Excitement lights his amused face. He charges through their formation. One strikes him, but he continues. Another draws blood as a photo succeeds. He fights through countless copies. Her smile calls resistance pointless. The girls multiply across the space. He struggles to accept the impossible. Suddenly, every copy disappears. The real girl stares in shock. He says he eliminated every illusion. Ominous red light fills his eyes. She groans at the realization. Kneeling, she demands why he resisted. She pounds the floor beside her phone. Why couldn't he behave like a gentleman? He asks what photography truly means to her. She claims she only wanted revenge. She calls him unbearably ordinary. Disgust fills his expression. She calls him a freak. He leaves while she curses him. Another figure interrupts his footsteps.
The newcomer rages at more castle intruders.
Neo races past enraged Urek. She briefly studies the castle's master. Urek drops his sword in shock. He recognizes the one called Wolf. Meanwhile, Mago and her companion advance cautiously. A magnificent crystal flower draws them. Its glow reveals a mystical bond. Her companion grips a matching shard. Her voice invokes its name. Mago! Urek spots danger and screams, Neo! The girl turns in dread. Neo approaches, calling the companion Urek. Old hostility ignites between them. Neo commands, Hand over the stones. The demand makes battle inevitable. Neo lunges instantly. Mago grips the shard defensively. Neo's faster strike pierces her. Pain and horror fill Neo's eyes. Then Mago's shard erupts with light. Consumed by desire, Mago only apologizes. Radiance engulfs everything. Reality pixelates beneath the energy. Light blurs dream and waking life. The ancient walls begin vibrating. Outside, calm seas conceal secrets. Urek senses the anomaly. A tall man orders, Investigate. Kun Aguero Agnes immediately departs. The others watch silently. Neo remembers receiving her cruise ship command. Mago wanted Urek's power, not his death. The enormous structure begins shaking. Collapsing walls force them to flee. Neo curses her hesitation. She understands the artifact contains Urek's power. Neo expects Mago to grant her wish. Elsewhere, a heavy sword hits golden flooring. An elegant blonde man looks upward anxiously. A white-haired warrior prepares as ground trembles. The vibration echoes inside his soul. An unnatural monolith rises skyward. The warrior kneels, watching lightning over the island. A blue-haired youth battles within the storm. Every barrier attempt hurls him backward. He admits he cannot break through. Even strongest attacks fail against the wall. Scout Eri Kun cannot explain it. He and Tesorieri remain helpless. Elsewhere, a child crosses the barrier. He chases the mysterious girl. Breathlessly, he explains everything to Rue. Escaping alone solves nothing. Maybe Rue can cross while touching him. Hope returns as he watches the path. They clasp hands and charge. Their connection carries Rue through. Touch is the key. Together, they follow the figure deeper. On the other side, Rue understands. He can carry imprisoned directors through. His friend warns him. Rue promises caution. He scans the area, heart pounding, then rushes forward to distract the jailer. A prisoner watches the reckless move. The bespectacled man alerts the director. She locks onto supposedly helpless Rue. Cold fury fills her turquoise eyes. Rue runs without slowing. Prisoners scream for him to flee. The director pursues with a glowing blade. She gathers strength for a killing blow. Rue knows this may break the curse. Her icy gaze promises punishment. Her fingers tighten around the sword. Rue reaches the captive's outstretched hands. Their touch activates the barrier-crossing force. The director lunges too late. The freed captives celebrate Rue. United, they challenge their jailer. She responds with puzzled silence, then casually opens a portal. Exhausted Gisli withdraws after brief words. Only 2 prisoners may leave unnoticed. The group hesitates over the offer.
One volunteers to remain behind. The calculating member evaluates their usefulness. He selects 2, including Ru. Ru immediately volunteers. He promises to bring powerful allies. They choose him and 1 companion. Ru wastes no time. He tells Evelyn to join him. She questions choosing her over stronger warriors. Ru refuses to abandon a comrade. His kindness deeply moves her. She takes his hand and agrees.
Escaped prisoners wave from above. Their voices point toward freedom. A woman urgently signals them onward. The barrier muffles their voices. What happens beyond those walls? Every lost second endangers their goal. Her companion cannot break the barrier. Tears gather after every failed attempt. Suddenly, new figures fly toward them. Reinforcements arrive with Princess Masheni. Her ancient name reveals the crisis. Kun forces remain trapped outside. Everyone must breach the defense. Someone proposes a daring plan. His assurance quickly earns trust. Confidence restores hope across the group. They rise in a light vortex. A hand gathers reality-shaping power. The heavens distort into a whirlpool. The spell tears open the invisible veil. Triumph comes, but danger remains. The young man stays on the platform. Their path now leads to Edwan. The princess questions why he came. Her servants promise secrecy and recovery. She watches the castle's foreign secret. The unknown threat must be captured. She may halt the entire test. Meanwhile, Edwan advances with followers. Everyone gathers for the ritual. Only an ascetic can use the crystals. The arriving group prompts screams of "Neo!" The blue-haired youth charges to stop them. Where did they come from? One radiant gem slips free. Neo screams not to insert the stones. Edwan vows revenge on the invading rats. Metal clashes as battle erupts. Neo sees an artifact deflect her attack. That is Asa, the floor ruler! Whoever he is, they must stop him. Lightning fills the hall under Asa's command. Another figure appears deep inside. A new, scarlet-eyed power awakens. A crystal absorbs force in his hands. A voice calls upon Urek's power. She seeks only her oldest desire. The crystal brightens like fate's countdown. Her target dismisses another life coldly. He watches the radiant lotus above. Energy cracks reality apart. She charges, blade cutting space. A silent observer prepares among rubble. Enormous pillars rise, announcing a world-changing event. A touch erases the boundary between worlds. An ancient spear forms amid raging elements. One motion awakens the deadly weapon. He lunges, spear carrying devastating force. Its icy tip can tear reality. The spear whistles through space destructively. Lightning engulfs the battlefield. Everyone realizes the true battle just began. Descending lightning sweeps enemies away. Electric power floods every cell. He dismisses opponents beneath thunder. His bottomless eyes show only contempt. Each step leaves charred emptiness. Nothing seems capable of stopping him. Then a naive challenge cuts through chaos. One gesture sends attackers crashing down. Hovering like a god, he inspires fear. One confused woman emphasizes his monstrous power. His landing makes the earth tremble. A careless motion sends blood flying. The body lands before horrified witnesses. Then a cry inspires final resistance. An emerald stone enters its target. Green light promises salvation or catastrophe. He calmly gathers blue electricity. A lethal fingertip bolt fires precisely. The defender falls to her own plan. Emerald energy pulls everyone into distortion. Green radiance hides the outcome. A door slowly opens into the unknown. They approach a mysterious glowing figure. A ghostly artifact shines in their hands. Is legendary Mago truly before them? Her smile suggests she expected them. Her gaze commands surrender of the stone. Its holder demands conditions first. She demands her wish before surrendering it. Mago briefly acknowledges the move. The holder places desire above everything. Crimson impatience fills Mago's eyes. The air hisses beneath growing light. A lightning entity erupts from Mago. He smiles, acknowledging their understanding. Mago's female form gathers determination. Lightning strikes her with tremendous force. The attack pierces and twists her body. Agony tears a groan from her. She falls, confusing even her attacker. Blood scatters as hope seems lost. Her companions rush forward desperately. The enemy watches her choke on blood. They realize he exists beyond their level. Primordial power radiates from him. A destructive wave forces defensive cover. Foreign magic drains her remaining life. He wonders why she survived instantly. Her resilience only interests him more. She realizes her best defense failed. Death approaches as she seeks his secret. She begs her ally for the artifact. Its ancient power may save them. The enemy watches with cold curiosity. She promises any wish for the power. Can this remnant really change battle? Astonishingly, the monster orders them to comply. His pride demands her full strength. He believes even this cannot defeat him. The keeper demands an oath first. Her choice will decide every life. She screams for the ritual. Her ally grips the golden crystal. She hands it to the dying woman. Their touch seals the dangerous pact. Primordial light explodes through space. Magic fragments rewrite the dying body. The guardian rises, restored from golden flames. The enemy still waits calmly. Her allies stare at awakened power. A dark, transformed being stands before them. She confirms the bargain and promised wish. Golden flame separates them from battle. The barrier shields them from the storm. She looks at her saviors respectfully, then charges to repay them with death. The ancient warrior smiles coldly. His lightning spear thrusts forward. She rises and gracefully avoids it. Her fingers condense fury into scarlet light. A crushing explosion begins their death battle. Her speed steals his focus briefly. Her smile confirms accelerating movements. He can barely follow her. She gathers power in her legs. A violent kick launches him away. He slides across stone, regaining control. He wipes blood, recognizing unpredictability. Mad delight fills him at this opponent. His laughter welcomes genuine pain. At last, this is real battle. He summons an icy goblet mid-fight. The gesture is outrageously arrogant. His opponent watches in disbelief. He drinks, savoring invincibility. The empty cup dissolves into energy. Only sparks and storm remain. Ancient weapons materialize behind him. Primal madness promises blood. She smiles, eager to teach defeat. His lightning spear escalates the battle. This is exactly what she wanted. He invites her into the storm. Only one will survive their next clash. Elsewhere, two figures from the past reunite. Tense silence freezes time. A gentle priest hides bottomless darkness. He questions the warrior's remaining strength. Scarlet eyes flash with interest. Back in battle, rage still demands blood. Their deadly dance shakes space. Light and lightning weave a lethal web. She recognizes his simple defensive tests. Then his weapon reveals greater power. Colossal danger shadows her instincts. He brings down his full fury. Only calculation fills his eyes. A gigantic mace shatters the air. Electric projectiles follow relentlessly.
The impact shakes the battlefield. Ground splits beneath the onslaught. The weapon suddenly whistles upward.
Scarlet substance erupts through space. The warrior freezes at the flash. A new threat emerges from blood mist. She materializes directly before him.
He instantly accepts the challenge. One movement releases his weapon's power. Energy strikes defense and detonates. The steel sphere begins breaking. Its imprisoned power floods the arena crimson. A terrifying silhouette emerges. She rises as destruction's mistress. He smiles, knowing battle just began. Their fearless, excited gazes meet. He swings the flail again. She receives it effortlessly. The weapon tears across her face. The wound heals beneath her grin. Her counterattack flashes instantly. It sends him flying. She attacks again before he recovers. Her force shakes earth and space. She gracefully evades every heavy counterattack. They separate and briefly study each other. Kun gathers a huge lightning mass. He prepares his unique lethal technique. Piercing gaze sees through every defense.
A radiant crystal beats inside her chest. She smiles as he discovers her core. Kun now knows where to strike. She is clearly not human. Energy prepares her next exchange. A deadly vortex blossoms beautifully. Kun calmly enters his stance. He launches forward like light. He only needs her core visible. Then his weapon can reach it. Kun drives the weapon toward her chest. The spiked mass strikes the crystal. Its barrier proves unexpectedly strong. A whistle begins the duel's next stage. The spiked weapon hangs beneath energy. She lands and immediately regroups. She flips from its deadly path. Landing, she studies his every movement. She mocks his theatrical swings. The warrior smiles and keeps dancing. Each rotation multiplies stored destruction. Space bends as spikes release. She charges instead of retreating. He releases rapid azure magic. Their powers collide in sparks. His gaze finds her opening. The projectile breaks through her barrier. The radiant shield shatters. The blast nearly knocks her down. Primal fire ignites in her eyes. She prepares her final hidden technique. A merciless backhand strike hits him. He sees it only at impact. The blow hurls him through debris. Breaking armor cracks loudly. The fighters briefly separate. He struggles to regain balance. Wounded, he drops to one knee. Her sly smile claims control. Her crimson gaze reveals terrifying nature. But he refuses defeat. Energy creates a vessel of primordial water. He drinks its restorative power. He empties the giant cup mid-battle. The liquid restores his strength. He wipes water away, composed again. An excited smile welcomes the battle. He begins understanding her ability. She reflected his attacking intention. His correct conclusion proves her intelligence. She destroys hope, not bodies. That cruelty strengthens his resolve. He raises the cup again. Lightning condenses in his palm. His eyes show only confidence. The storm forms a space-ripping spear. His fingers tighten around it. He challenges her with absolute certainty. Power distorts air around his face. She smiles at predictable foolishness. Underestimating his rage is fatal. Azure fire locks onto her. She invites the supposedly predictable attack. The world briefly freezes. He thrusts, releasing crushing power. Her defense collapses instantly. Every barrier shatters. A spectral beast pierces her. Shock freezes her helpless face. Lightning burns through her internally. She crashes down, convulsing. He prepares to explain the attack. The spear accelerates only upon impact. Primal horror fills her eyes. The weapon moves beyond conscious control. The spectral beast charges onward. She rejects an unguided attack's possibility.
He answers her calmly. Another crushing strike splits space. Her illusions collapse completely. Elements gather at one point. The spear outruns its owner's thought. Its tip pierces her shoulder. Pain forces a desperate scream. A pulse hurls her backward. She struggles to remain upright. She realizes every word was true. But speed is not its worst feature. Each strike predicts her movement. She flips desperately through air. A graze leaves a deep burn. She changes strategy immediately. Wounded, she charges directly. She aims to neutralize his reach. Inside his blind spot, blows rain. He makes no attempt to dodge. She commits everything to one thrust. A terrible premonition grips her. Her attack lands at terrible cost. He accepted injury to trap her. His bloody smile shows confidence. A monster never fears pain. Blue flame promises punishment. Genuine terror grips her. She desperately breaks away. She meant to prolong the duel. Now survival demands full power. Her restraint shatters. Unfamiliar energy freezes her opponent. Golden power envelops her. His legendary weapons resonate. She focuses through a sacred gesture.
An artificial sun ignites overhead. Its explosion shakes space. Energy collides in a world-eclipsing vortex. His defenses begin cracking. One strike turns his weapon to ash. Her hidden power astonishes him. She revels in the force. This limitless power fulfills her craving. She remembers its sacred giver. The flame exceeds her dreams. Primordial light scatters universal darkness. She dissolves into radiance, declaring victory. He calmly reassesses the battle. He questions the unknown benefactor. But one task remains clear. She is too dangerous to live. She gathers another lethal flash and violently blocks his charge. Her physical power has multiplied. Her strikes force him backward. She invites his final step toward death, then summons a golden chest. A crimson gemstone enters her palm. Rose quartz can decide the battle. She absorbs it without hesitation. The air thickens around her. Magic restructures her body. The crystal awakens ancient force. Raging aura grants unprecedented power. Thorny stems erupt from the ground. A living nightmare traps him. A desperate leap avoids crushing vines, yet she reads even his speed. She gracefully evades every lightning attack. His lightning can no longer touch her. Her counters increasingly weaponize his strength. Their clash splits surrounding space. She releases all-consuming golden flame. His defenses only improve her accuracy. An explosion erases light and darkness. Survival requires thoughtless instinct. He attacks from above decisively. The perfect attack finally connects. Yet her instincts enable escape. Still, the blade draws first blood. He nears his limit, breathing heavily. Living thorns coil around his weapon. Green vines strip away his defense. Branches bind his every movement. This power violates his world's laws. Energy-fed shoots tear through her back. A razor thorn lunges like a beast. It pierces him, causing violent pain. She hovers like an invincible goddess. Thorns deepen with every agonized breath. Her will binds his mind. She coldly accepts the inevitable ending. Vines crush him into bloody ruin. Wild nature breaks flesh and steel. She plants a foot upon him. The strongest survivor ends the game. One final word announces victory. Her bloody foot prevents escape. Yet her eyes show only emptiness. Only execution remains. Then colossal electricity vibrates through air.
Lightning pierces darkness and earth. She realizes her enemy survived. Violent discharges crush everything. Energy erupts into a towering pillar. Primordial death forces her backward. A heavenly fury rises from the storm. Amazement and fear cross her face. He has become living lightning. The radiant giant looks down confidently. One attack forces desperate evasion. She narrowly dances between electrical blasts. He gathers more power. A heaven-splitting spear forms. He hurls it directly at her.
Crimson thorns form her final shield. Lightning makes the world shudder.
He calls her resistance meaningless. She cannot wound the living storm. She drives spikes into the vortex. Their forces create a blinding explosion. Only endless sparks remain. He emerges holding another thunder spear. Every resistance turns against her. Electricity closes every escape. He hovers as heaven's resurrected lord. His energy could incinerate all life. She launches a desperate stopping wave. It fails before electric speed. He tears through her flames. His silhouette merges with thunder that materializes before her. His strike breaks defense and bone. Merciless attacks prevent recovery. The final impact drives her down. Defeated, she stares helplessly upward. Still, she gathers remaining strength. Light collides with raging electricity. He towers beneath crackling bolts. His revival defies comprehension. Yet she believes every storm passes.
Thunder fades, while her light remains.
The shining casket appears again. She reaches inside for survival. A true diamond is her only choice. She absorbs its energy. The crystal dissolves into pure power. His attacks continue shaking space. Another vortex descends upon her, but new flame burns inside. A flawless crystal barrier rises. She notices his fury fading. His grandeur cracks near its limit. He prepares one final attack. He gathers heaven's remaining power. The air melts around his bolt. He raises it to erase her. Primordial light tears through space. She watches magnificent death approaching. Pure rage blocks every escape. She directly accepts fate's challenge. A knowing smile crosses her bloody face. Lightning nearly pierces her. Her fingers form an ancient sign. The indestructible eternal diamond unfolds. Colossal forces collide deafeningly. Energy searches the facets for weakness. Heavenly wrath shakes the world. A bolt turns battle into sparks, but the barrier grows brighter. Triumph fills her eyes. Incoming power only strengthens it. Every injury instantly repairs. She waits for his exhaustion. Then horror freezes her. Deep cracks spread through the stone. Urek's radiance should burn forever. A sudden realization strikes. She remembers the artifact's black-haired giver. Did he steal the genuine light? She realizes she was betrayed. Stored energy detonates uncontrollably. Raging currents force her to cover. She begs the dying flame to stay. The empty gemstone falls away. Her triumph shatters into pieces. Primal fear replaces her strength. Electricity races through the ruins. The final explosion releases everything. Only powerless fragments remain. Primordial thunder distorts space. Her grand ambition becomes smoldering ash. The true Stormlord emerges. Even he found this awakening difficult. Exhausted, the warrior bends down. Zahard's warning has proven true. Only glittering enemy fragments remain. His gaze shows exhaustion and calculation. He crushes the last remains indifferently. He drinks to cool himself, then collapses unconscious. Without his spear, he he might have died. A yawn carries him into sleep. Frightened eyes watch through a doorway. A youth cannot believe Mago lost. He fears the silent Kun warrior. He begins slipping into shadows. Then a voice beneath him freezes him. He stands, terrified of moving. Shimmering grains speak below. The dust is Lady Mago herself. Her remains beg transport to safety. She promises any wish for rescue. Temptation battles mortal risk. He makes his fateful decision. He remembers a hidden refuge. He offers any sacrifice for salvation. He wants only one escape chance. The youth silently leaves while Kun sleeps. The light sleeper follows him coldly. The sealed path raises the stakes. The tragedy's puppeteer blocks him ahead. The tense meeting demands answers. Every second hides suppressed rage. The stranger remains frighteningly calm. Ancient secrets return within castle darkness. Memory drags them to the beginning. New truth changes every accident. Crimson eyes await final revelation. An ingratiating voice recalls timeless truth. Great disasters do not begin with gods. Every nightmare begins with human greed. During the trials, someone chose fatefully. A plea for help became eternal curse. Masks fall from the hidden guide. Yet truth cannot break the cycle. Their living friend was borrowed memory. A desire-born ghost repeats endless trials. He understood his artificial nature. We return to the majestic temple. There began his greatest test. Fate united impossible companions. Exhausted, they entered his isolated world. The meeting stirred a strange premonition. The young adventurer froze before him. He introduced himself to the supposed pioneer. Stories praised the mysterious master's strength. A silent companion stood beside him. Despair hid beneath his easy manner. His companion watched without interrupting. He begged the all-powerful guide for salvation. They sought a deity to save the girl. Her curse caused endless burning pain. Hope promised an end to suffering. Instead, a cold gesture stopped him. The girl did not truly exist. She was an island mirage. Her eternal pain tore his heart. He refused to abandon her. Real or dreamed, his promise remained. He followed her ghostly silhouette. Mad determination surpassed reason. His sincerity shook the defender. The fugitives raced through endless halls. Stone giants blocked their path. The trap removed every retreat. Then, overwhelming energy pierced the hall. The giants shattered instantly. A miraculous savior stepped forward. Pride could no longer permit their deaths. She would help break the illusion's curse. Hope restored, they advanced together. Their quest for legendary Ark began. They left old conflicts behind. The journey challenged every belief. Danger taught them true adventure, a sincere bond from an offered hand, unstoppable movement toward their goal, and joy in overcoming adversity together. All awakened buried feelings. The exit approached as secrets surrendered, pointing toward the waiting deity, so he voiced an embarrassing thought. He once regretted entering the tower. This adventure finally gave genuine happiness. Though weak, he asked to stay beside her. Her deep eyes weighed the request, then gently accepted it. If they survived this floor, they would walk onward together. That promise erased their mistrust. An ancient temple waited within misty seas. They prepared the ritual at its altar. Fate brought them before time expired. Jeanne entered the sacred circle. She prayed for the Savior's appearance. She begged forgiveness for her persecutors. She requested mercy and freedom. Golden radiance filled the trembling temple. The majestic savior emerged. He confirmed hearing the girl.
His question froze every heart. Then he agreed to hear them. But great power demanded a cruel price. Any new wish would replace Jean's salvation. His true name revealed the severity. Success required perfect thought purity. The command to pray began countdown. They focused solely on saving Jean, yet temptation whispered limitless possibilities. The girl fought her doubts. She repeated only Jean's healing. Human nature faltered before absolute power. Her hidden wish awakened. Pure energy began the decisive ritual. The Savior accepted their fatal thoughts. Jean awaited his blessing. His gaze promised only disaster. Her ancient curse would remain. His icy eyes turned toward another spirit. Her cherished dream shattered instantly. The journey merely tested sincerity. Betrayal destroyed Jean's remaining trust. Accusations reopened every wound. The stunned youth found no defense. His silent question watched hope collapse. Pain made him doubt everything. The deity saw only mortal insignificance. He condemned humanity's selfishness. Everyone would receive worse punishment. The divine sentence began. Their pleas vanished in light. The deity abandoned them. Unnatural flames erupted from Jean. Hellish pain sent her thrashing. Her screams filled the helpless temple. Fire consumed every plea. The survivors watched motionlessly. Then only ash remained. Final sparks settled silently. Only ragged breathing remained. His accusing gaze demanded answers. Guilt stole every justification. The boy fled into dark corridors. The calls echoed unanswered. Every step brought dull pain. She forced herself after him. A curse mark burned across her back. Broken, she crossed the dark castle. A stranger appeared ahead. His cold gaze studied her. He described an ancient monastery trial. It exposes humanity's darkest truth. His words questioned higher mercy. He warned against chaos's abyss. Disturbing darkness brings permanent curse. He ordered her into the abyss. He whispered of her deepest wish. One miracle waited below. Her steps echoed toward fate. The primordial flower appeared. The fabricated ghost could not continue. But one sincere wish remained. That her friend forget her and pass. His salvation meant her eternal solitude. Silent water would erase her existence. Desperate footsteps break the sacred silence. A familiar voice makes her turn. He emerges breathless from shadows. Relieved and embarrassed, he apologizes. He wants to understand and support her. His kindness hurts worse than steel. He only wanted to climb beside her, to share triumphs and face everything together. Those simple moments were his deepest wish. She says an illusion cannot follow the living. His entire world collapses. She accepts eternal emptiness with his memories. But he refuses that fate. He swears their bond will never break. Their promise illuminates the dying world. Astonishment enters sorrowful eyes. She quietly thanks him, finding peace before cold steel pierces him. Hot blood splashes across her face. The killer watches without compassion. His body falls, taking all warmth. She trembles, unable to accept it. What happened to everything she prayed for? The executioner begins explaining. The truth is crueler than imagined. The flower grants distorted opposite wishes. She charges blindly for revenge. Crimson light erases her attack. The tragedy was another cruel trial. Its burden falls upon the listener. Neo would do anything to save Rue, but the next test killed everyone.
The Ark's curse blocked past failures. Now Urek and Ru changed the rules. Neo realizes someone enjoyed his desperate attempts. Mockery ignites Urek's fury. The puppeteer only smiles arrogantly. Urek's eyes promise merciless retribution. His opponent invites his full power. Urek clamps his arm,
then pulls him into a devastating blow. The impact shakes the sanctuary. Their last meeting taught him nothing. The enemy cloaks himself in blue flame. He claims he barely used strength before. Urek no longer cares. The enemy retreats and prepares. His stance shows true martial mastery. Urek gathers his remaining restraint. Power announces two monsters' collision. Their furious, deadly dance begins. Each strike is blocked precisely. Their allies recognize their moment. They must break the ancient cycle. Every clue leads to Mago's island. Ghosts swarm the castle endlessly. Crimson flame reveals their illusion. The sentence erases the false souls. Each death advances Mago's new world. Memory returns to the brutal present. Their clinch moves with lethal precision. The blonde prepares to crush his guard. A counterstrike nearly reaches his eyes. Ancient power transforms martial combat. Space obeys its born commander. Raging flame leaves no escape. They charge for one final attack. Their energies collide savagely. Breaking bone announces the exchange's end. A precise strike pierces defense. Blood mingles with lethal radiance. His opponent watches like a predator. A deadly thrust forces retreat. He creates distance for seconds. The enemy mocks his imitation. His smile radiates superiority. The dark figure launches forward. The attack misses by millimeters. Instinct warns of an attack below. Then its trajectory shifts. A split-second dodge saves him. He counters with an upward kick. His opponent stops it lightly, then pivots upon that leg. A heavy step pins him. His fist erupts golden. Destruction gathers at impact. An explosion throws both apart. They land and charge again. Endless blows shake the air. A thought-fast thrust denies breathing. Fury collides with perfect technique. The strike finds flesh. Blood proves death's closeness. The blonde cleverly breaks away. He tastes blood from his fingers. This blood tastes exactly the same. His grin ignites hatred. Rage launches his opponent forward. He pursues up the steps. The blonde evades every direct attack. Another painful exchange begins. Golden energy fills the hooded fist. The punch shatters his balance. He rockets upward for a descending blow. The shockwave fills the chamber with stone. The veteran evades and regroups. An azure, reality-cutting blade forms. Golden rage meets blue calculation. Dust hides the outcome. Both silhouettes emerge ready. Blows merge into one barrage. Every thrust threatens death. Brute force meets perfect precision. Neither gaze holds fear. Another clash shakes space. A focused pulse blasts them apart. Its roar warns the end approaches. Ancient walls collapse around them. They pause to measure damage. Blonde asks how long he lasts. Golden light answers him. The fighter releases everything remaining. The priest's eyes reflect the flash. An explosion floods the chamber. Only one warrior remains standing. Darkness recedes into silence. He enjoyed facing an equal. Then a spectral guardian appears. The priest reveals his true power. He declares evil inseparable from existence. Light and darkness eternally coexist. Meanwhile, friends search through chaos. A flash blocks their route. An unexpected ally emerges, horrified. They understand the battle's stakes. She knows every soul hides desire. She urgently extends her hand. The young man mocks the sermon. Only cold determination fills him.
He reaches toward dormant power. The priest senses his confidence slipping. His earlier wound drained almost nothing. Space tears apart, screaming. The young man launches explosively. True ruler's flame burns crimson. The impact shakes the temple. Humans cannot erase evil, but can crush it. He challenges the colossal specter. The titan slowly draws its blade. Relentless assault forces him backward. The blade awakens summit memories.
A sun-bright light once fell into madness. Elsewhere, nobles end their throne room confrontation. Defeated, they await punishment. Even the proud submit silently. The intruders leave with hollow wishes. Only the princess watches coldly. They question her indifference toward her sister, but calculation hides beneath it. Space twists behind her. An unknown hand silences her. The stranger orders silence. His smile promises something prepared. Her angry eyes reject cooperation. He promises swift death instead. Then calmly explains his offer. An ancient golden artifact ignites. The princess accepts its dangerous merger. Her courage stuns the intruder. Only worthy people accept power fearlessly. Royal blood never flees destiny. Her companion watches the inevitable. Emerald flame floods the chamber. Ancient energy awakens inside her. Sparks erase human and deity boundaries. She smiles through transformation. The young man calls Mago vainly. A different being now stands free. The ancient predator admires its vessel. Elsewhere, another fate unfolds in city streets. Heavy footsteps announce a pivotal meeting. An ash-haired youth sees his destiny. He will rule while resisting the abyss. Proudly, he ignores every warning. Fate's messenger understands commands cannot tame him. Years later, blood carries him to power. His battles become legend. He repeatedly evades colossal blades. Suicidal assaults carve his dominion. A warrior never bows to darkness. Each precise step challenges death. Absolute darkness rises before him. Their gaze decides everything. A delighted puppeteer watches nearby. To him, battle is entertainment. The hero promises him retribution. He charges into the storm. His opponent twists humanity's essence. It turns noble light into evil strength. Metal and savage attacks scream. Defeating absorbed darkness seems impossible, yet the hero senses every intention. Another strike tears the arena apart. The guardian adjusts his rune sword. The hero smiles confidently. Deadly steel cuts space. Destructive energy threatens to erase him. Ancient walls tremble. He leaps high above certain death. Azure power passes inches away. The observer remains calmly smiling. The hooded knight pauses briefly, then rockets toward the airborne hero. Spectral steel crashes against his guard. The hero twists it aside. He counters with one devastating punch. Golden strikes drive the warrior back. Both land on shattered stone. The hero gathers everything remaining. Golden and azure forces collide. The giant sword should be slow. But the sword emperor moves supernaturally. He raises a ghost-flamed weapon overhead. The hero realizes blocking is impossible. The knight directs all power downward. Destruction descends like divine punishment. Deadly blades tear space apart. Explosions pulverize the floor. Only smoke remains where he stood. Then, golden light reveals him atop the enemy. Another blow immediately descends. He weaponizes words about their separation. Every clash tests their former bond. The truth behind this madness emerges. The blonde admits directing the overseers.
Elsewhere, a servant hears alarm. A masked executioner enters. She tries misleading him. A betrayal exposes the fugitives. His blade ends resistance instantly. He crushes her against stone. Contempt looks through his mask. She sees a corruption-seduced madman. The stones excuse his darkness. He blames victims for his sins. A merciless blow spills blood. Violence devours the corridor. He strikes repeatedly, blaming others. She knows retribution will come. Her final breath affirms every life's value. His cruelty exposes his fallen soul. A darker game unfolds elsewhere. The puppeteer frees his doll's darkest urges. Blood-washed blades await completion. The youth realizes his loved one's fate. He races forward despite hopeless warnings. Fate has already judged them. A remorseless killer stands among bodies. The youth's rage overwhelms reason.
The enemy calls his pain illusion. Every atrocity served one consuming flame. Lives feed it like dry branches. The arsonist adores its lethality. He welcomes his victim's coming fury. He wants rage to transform him. Restraint snaps with one furious blow. Its force pulverizes every obstacle. The youth cannot comprehend his insanity. The enemy smiles at the great flame. The madman declares the world corrupt. He believes some should not breathe. Fury hides the attack behind him. A blade pierces his body. True justice steps from shadows. Blood splashes across the rescued girl. The killer realizes his end. His body falls, leaving blood. The savior embraces the girl. She clings to him gratefully. His fear finally becomes relief. Togetherness comforts them amid blood. He realizes how mistaken he was. He overlooked the light beside him. Elsewhere, power shifts dangerously. A white-haired youth prepares fury. The manipulator stalls with false confessions. He claims the friends remain alive. The youth races toward them. The trap's architect watches triumphantly. His friends are already bound. The sight freezes his fury. He condemns this game with lives. The puppeteer only smiles calmly. Suffering will bloom the deity's power. The isolated island becomes resurrection's altar. The hero demands their motive. He hears the tower's hidden laws. For centuries, it tested entrance. But who was the tower truly built for? Perhaps they were built for the savior this dying world needs. Someone whose primordial power surpasses every human expectation. A new cosmic pillar terrifies those ruling from the shadows. They will not wait for this savior to claim his birthright. The young man's gaze hardens as he understands their madness. The priests plan to seize divinity and control the tower. Blind faith and fanatic devotion rule their minds. They will spill rivers of blood and shatter reality itself. Their crazed eyes already celebrate victory over fate. But the captives are running out of time. Their jailer approaches, gripping a cold blade. Belle, a former test director, craves revenge. She would kill them now, but someone demands a crueler game. Cold steel against skin makes the captives tremble. A fanatical gleam promises unspeakable torture. Her whisper becomes a furious rant against the world's laws. She hates rules shielding weak regulars from powerful rankers. Bloody fantasies strip away her final shred of sanity. Belle revels in madness and loses all control. Her body trembles as her mind collapses into chaos. Only one obsession remains: kill them all. Then, a crushing blow abruptly ends her delirium. A powerful ally emerges and locks her in an iron grip. He hurls the madwoman into the stone floor. The captives recognize their savior, the stern warrior Dan Zhong. Ignoring their sarcasm, the giant turns toward the prisoners. His instincts and trackers exposed this rule-breaking just in time. Danjong immediately contacts Urek, already racing toward them. He promises to protect everyone and sends their coordinates. Then a blood-stained blade plunges into Danjong's neck. His desperate scream makes Urek freeze. That voice belongs to his loyal companion, Danjong. A mental map reveals his friend's exact location. Urek launches forward, ready to destroy every obstacle. His blazing eyes leave the enemy no hope. Energy floods his legs, unleashing impossible speed. His explosive dash tears through space and every barrier. Meanwhile, fallen Danjong resists with his final strength. Mutilated but bloodthirsty, the killer looms above him. She raises her blade, unaware retribution has arrived. Golden lightning races closer, desperate to stop the inevitable. Before the blade lands, a furious strike destroys it. The Savior's fist carries enough power to pulverize mountains. Death fills her eyes as an enraged titan appears. All Urek's fury crashes into her with one blow. Bones shatter, finally ending the prolonged bloodbath. The shockwave rattles the dungeon and ends the battle. Danjong opens his eyes and stares in disbelief. Urek asks if he is okay. Danjong cannot process his speed. After apologizing, Urek finally breathes. His friends are safe. Pure energy tears through the air, announcing something worse. The young man orders everyone away before the next fight. Old grudges no longer matter beside what is at stake. His cold stare warns them never to repeat their mistakes. Stunned by his mercy, the others hesitate. But they quickly flee, leaving him with the coming storm. Urek tells his wounded ally to run while he still can. His senses are right. The silence feels unnatural. Darkness thickens, heralding an evil that can consume everything. The gates slam shut, leaving Urek completely alone. Heavy footsteps rise from the corridor's depths. An arrogant stranger emerges atop a grotesque beast. He glances at his fallen servant and sighs. Without pity, he discards the useless henchman. Then he orders his ultimate puppet, a spectral warrior, forward. The phantom charges, swinging its enormous blade impossibly fast. Instead of fear, golden fury engulfs Urek. He concentrates everything into one fist and meets the blade. Their collision detonates the air and shatters the weapon. Broken metal rains down before a true warrior's power. Golden flame coils around Urek's waiting fist. All confusion vanishes, leaving his mind cold and clear. This strange island has hidden far too many secrets. Now the truth is exposed, and words no longer matter. The corrupt priest lunges forward to seize initiative. Urek steps in, focused only on crushing him. His enraged roar begins the merciless punishment. The enemy takes a stance, foolishly expecting to survive. A golden whirlwind surges forward, trailing concentrated power. The priest guards, but the attack surpasses human speed. A heavy blow breaks his defense, bones and flesh. His fingers snap, twisting his face with terror. Urek's crimson eyes promise no mercy. The next strike launches the priest across the chamber. Then black sludge leaks from his torn flesh. His human shell splits, revealing monstrous jaws. Darkness transforms him into a demon wrapped in violet flame. The creature grins and mocks humanity's endless foolishness. Urek studies the monster without losing his resolve. The darkspawn flexes its claws, ready to drag him down. It claims humanity shines because it never surrenders. Those rejecting that truth can never understand humans. A barrage forces Urek to move at his absolute limit.
Black corruption surges around him, swallowing the chamber. After dodging again, he launches harder from the ground. He rockets forward, seeking one decisive strike.
The collision shakes the chamber walls. His energized fist punches through the monster's dark haze. Then, a third force suddenly enters the battle. A blinding flash sweeps away everything nearby. Merciless claws reach for Urek once more. He answers with a lightning-fast strike fueled by fury. A swordsman appears, driving both fighters backward. Every flawless blade movement promises death. Urek barely leaps aside from the punishing edge, yet the weapon stops millimeters above the fallen monster. The air vibrates around the blade's gathering power. The stranger condemns an old friend whose mind is gone. A terrifying explosion engulfs the battlefield in fire. Only flying stone remains to witness the end. Colossal power tears through the heavens. The enemy coldly judges the weakness of his former equal. He condemns the fallen warrior and every hope he carried. The hero tumbles helplessly through the shockwave. Another crushing impact shakes the world's foundations. Furious energy punches through barrier after barrier. Even the ancient sanctuary begins collapsing beneath it. The catastrophe awakens someone who decides others' fates. He rises slowly, staring at the chaos above. Elsewhere, people flee through endless corridors. They whisper the name of their only possible savior. Far below, the companions feel the earth shaking. Confusion and dread seize them before the unknown threat. They demand answers from the woman hiding her intentions. Her cold composure proves more than their lives is threatened. To protect them, she asks for one thing: trust. One final, desperate step could overturn this battle. The maiden prays, begging the heavens to break their curse. A dazzling golden light answers her plea. A majestic deity emerges from the sacred flame. She asks whether they truly desire freedom from the curse. Confusion spreads because salvation's price remains hidden. The deity fixes her unwavering gaze on the praying girl. She offers their deepest wish, but only for 5 minutes. Yet one different wish will bring immediate punishment. They realize every rule led to this impossible choice. The deity reveals her true form and claims soul salvation. Her thunderous voice demands absolute faith and obedience. Meanwhile, another sinister force awakens deep below. A dark claw hooks reality, condemning human frailty. Darkspawn surge upward as evil wagers on mortal destiny. It believes selfishness will defeat unity before death. Its malicious face awaits humanity's inevitable betrayal. But the Sun Warrior accepts whatever choice they make. He rains golden fury upon the advancing darkness. His attacks cut through night and reduce monsters to ash. Every movement explodes with primordial force. Gripping the radiant artifact, he prepares one final strike. A blinding torrent annihilates every obstacle ahead. Golden light consumes the battlefield and the darkness. Amid the chaos, an ancient will awakens to strike. A heavy impact shakes the air and splashes blood. The Dark Lord smirks, claiming humans always choose survival. He whispers damnation, trying to break Urek's spirit. But Urek dodges, refusing to meet anyone's expectations. His fist fills with fury toward those despising mortals, toward monsters that tempt the weak, then mock their fall. That rage erupts, shattering their illusion of greatness. The light absorbs every broken hope and abandoned dream. He raises the sun, proving humanity will not become dust. The abyss watches him with icy contempt. Its maw twists into a smile, expecting his destruction. Meanwhile, Evelyn watches and sinks into doubt. She knows the enemy's promises are only bait. Her fist tightens. Salvation was never meant to be easy.
But her love burns brighter than fear. If her friend's curse is truly this merciless, she will pay any price, even her own existence.
Suddenly, a warm hand closes around hers. She turns and sees the person she would sacrifice herself for. He smiles weakly and promises everything will be fine. Her heart stops, and the world seems to slow. Their joined hands glow, forging an unbreakable bond. Then the ancient deity looks down upon the supplicant. A cold voice accepts her sincere plea. Her deepest wish will finally be granted. Everyone watches the miracle with fear and wonder. Immense power erupts, blinding the chamber and shaking earth. The shockwave drives even the strongest backward. An ominous figure emerges from a screaming vortex. She stops before the young man, testing his resolve. Then a radiance opening across the horizon catches her attention. Through relieved tears, Jeanne feels her soul released. The ancient curse dissolves in streams of pure magic. She whispers thanks, ready to vanish into the light. The others watch her final sparks fade. A colossal pillar carries the cursed land's sorrow skyward. Even the demon admits the mortals chose correctly. It smiles, relieved it never wagered on their destruction. Their eyes meet, opening a new chapter. The creature reminds Urek he once doubted humanity. Only a faint, condescending smile answers it. Urek never idealized people. His gaze says enough. Still, a colossal energy vortex rises behind him. At the ruined citadel's edge, he decides to finish this. The tower restrained him, but now new power awakens. Even foreign laws can bend before relentless will. Urek vows to reclaim what belongs to this world's creators. Golden fire thickens in his palms with every heartbeat. A furious energy stream erupts and shakes space. This is no ordinary attack, but something unavoidable. Power beyond every limit spreads wings of flame. His entire spirit gathers into one crushing gesture. For one moment, the world falls silent. All his power floods his fist, ready to unleash chaos. A blinding flash reveals the strength of a true titan. His comrades stare at the raging ocean of golden light. Even ancient spirits freeze beneath the heavenly radiance. Colossal firestorms race forward, leaving no escape. The creature realizes its reign is over. A devastating strike turns the battlefield into an inferno. The enemy leader dissolves inside the radiant torrent. The golden dragon erases every trace of resistance. Ancient sparks crackle, marking absolute victory. Wrapped in smoke, Urek stands firm above the abyss. He smirks as his fist still radiates heat. Surveying the ruins, he knows the battle is over. Yet he suspects the true source survived elsewhere. His thoughts turn toward the dangerous Magu. Then, a sudden glow behind him breaks the silence. A blue-eyed stranger emerges and calls Urek by name. Urek freezes, uncertain of the intruder's intentions. Before him stands Kun Edwan, head of a great family. Edwan calmly reveals he already killed the woman Urek sought. The news shocks Urek. Defeating her seemed nearly impossible. Edwan suggests revenge if she meant anything to him, but the idea only leaves Urek genuinely confused. Edwan welcomes peace, then hints their duel is inevitable. Urek rejects pointless combat, but lightning fills Edwan's hand. For warriors like them, amusement alone justifies battle. Edwan channels electricity through Urek's earring, leaving a mark. The beacon can find Urek anywhere unless removed. Without another word, Edwan falls into deep sleep. If the curse truly broke, Urek cannot waste time. He races down the stone ledges toward the others.
Voice cracking, he charges inside and shouts their names. Hope flickers that the terrible curse is gone. But the sight ahead leaves him frozen. Evelyn lies curled on stone, sobbing uncontrollably. The bitter truth freezes Urek's entire body.
A familiar white cap rests at her feet. Evelyn explains that after Jean vanished, everyone began fading. Freedom brought no salvation, only their bodies' collapse. They never fought or ran, only exchanged sorrowful looks. Evelyn reached toward the light, fighting the inevitable. But her friend showed neither fear nor regret. Only a peaceful smile marked his final moment. She pulled him close, trying to preserve his warmth. Her arms closed around emptiness and falling sparks. As ashes scattered, their long journey ended forever. The abandoned cap struck the floor, the final physical trace. Her hopeful eyes now held only irreversible loss. Unable to endure it, she screamed through the silent hall. Only later would the island's ancient curse be revealed. Long ago, ruthless conquerors nearly destroyed the castle, until an unexpected savior defended its doomed walls. Her name was Jean, and she changed the war forever.
The maiden led the warriors with courage and resolve. She claimed the Ark had granted her victory's power. Winning again and again, she saved the survivors. But peace bred poisonous lies and suspicion. The people branded their protector a witch and burned her. Her enraged patron refused to forgive that betrayal. The Ark exiled them and imposed a cruel survival trial. It was a merciless test of greed and weakness, created as a warning to all mortals. But no human could fully master their inner darkness. One sinner after another failed the deadly game. Their bodies decayed, and their souls became faceless ghosts. They wandered the castle forever, monuments to their sins. Generations later, descendants returned in cursed clothing. Eventually, the original sin became a wish-granting legend. O'Brien used that legend to lure victims and revive Mago. Then a deafening roar interrupted a novice's prayer. The ancient island suddenly trembled and began moving. No one heard the terrified boy, who died beneath rubble. As life left him, reality distorted nearby. A rabbit-masked messenger descended through the broken windows. The dying child met a being known only from legends. Watching the island recede, she reflects on Rue's ending. Did freedom truly have to demand such a price? Her companion says Rue found peace, so they should not regret it. In their minds, Rue and Neo run toward a new dawn. Perhaps their souls already began another adventure together. Still, tears fall because accepting his loss feels impossible. She screams at her departed friend for leaving her. Her cries cross the sea as the airship departs. Sharing her grief, the young man urges strength for tomorrow. Walking away, he asks the guardian to watch her. Her furry companion rushes over, offering quiet comfort. She embraces it, finding warmth for her shattered heart. Above the crimson sea, the ship carries tragedy away. At last, the final and cruelest test ends. Every survivor earns the right to keep climbing, but only under one unforgiving condition. They must never reveal what happened inside those walls. The floating citadel leaves the cursed floor behind. Relief meets exhaustion as an unreachable path finally opens. Ahead waits the mysterious tower's alluring next floor. At farewell, she gives him Rue's simple white cap. She believes he can overcome everything and reach the summit. The gift silently asks him to finish their friend's journey. Alone, the young man studies the symbol of hope. His fingers grip the brim, accepting its honorable burden. He returns to his companions, ready for every hardship.
Seeing the familiar cap leaves the whole team breathless. They recognize whose will he carries, and their resolve ignites. He urges unity, because only together can they conquer the tower. A daring dream shines in his eyes, the world beyond the clouds.
No one knows what trials or companions still await.
Carrying precious memories, he continues climbing higher. Another spatial leap ends beneath unfamiliar trees. An endless green labyrinth drains the exhausted travelers. Finally, their temporary shelter appears through the foliage. This magnificent refuge will become their home for now. Exhausted, they rejoice at the promise of rest. The doors welcome everyone who survived the deadly path. A system announcement confirms they passed the previous test. Inside waits a royal feast overflowing with food. The aromas promise full stomachs and brief relief. Starving, the companions rush toward the celebration. But one remains detached, watching from the shadows. His vigilant eyes scan everything, refusing to relax. He knows danger often arrives when everyone feels safe. A purple glow ignites in the night sky. The distant beam confirms their next challenge already awaits. A sudden rustle makes him tense and turn.
Under moonlight, a lone woman slips into the forest. Her quiet footsteps carry her away from safety.
Determined to learn why, he follows silently. Her cold reply rejects interference. She will act alone. But he sees through her lie and borrowed appearance. Scarlet fire in his gaze exposes the truth. The name he speaks makes her false identity crack. Then a sharp sound puts them both on guard. The wind carries warning from deep within the forest. Elsewhere, a muffled groan begins a bloody massacre. A merciless monster crushes everyone blocking its path. Steel tears through flesh and drains the victim's strength. Another life fades, leaving crimson stains behind. Meanwhile, a lethal new figure confronts the pursuers. She points her weapon and announces their execution. The confused young man studies this insane stranger. She names a legendary princess infamous for destruction. Her calculating stare makes mercy impossible.
Elsewhere, a mysterious artifact preserves a dangerous triumph. Their sleeping ally remains unstable, demanding another solution. A masked patron decides to summon his loyal servant. Back outside, the deadly warrior repeats her threat. Her chilling gaze condemns everyone in her path. Every participant dreams of surviving and reaching the summit, but brutal reality quickly destroys those hopes. Only lifeless bodies remain after challenging fate. Eerie silence marks another dream's end. Meanwhile, another confrontation unfolds beneath the forest shadows. Unexpected questions deepen the tension and suspicion. But their target suddenly vanishes into darkness. The warrior fires a deadly projectile without hesitation. A blinding energy beam races toward its target, yet his reaction surpasses every human limit. The impossible sight leaves his opponent stunned. Before she recovers, the warrior surges forward. Then a sharp premonition makes him stop. He looks toward the window where his friends lie sleeping. Knowing every second matters, he changes direction. His explosive dash nearly knocks his pursuer down. She watches him seemingly dissolve into the sky. Inside, an unsuspecting youth dreams peacefully. An ominous door creak breaks the silence. A merciless killer emerges, ready for the final blow. One lightning-fast slash should end his life. But an unbreakable obstacle blocks the attack. The assassin cannot understand who interrupted him. One precise strike completely destroys his assault. Weapon fragments clatter across the floor in defeat. The rescued man recognizes an old acquaintance protecting him. The killer is hurled through the window into night.
Staggering, he cannot comprehend such overwhelming strength. His alarmed accomplice rushes to help, but her own target escaped at the last moment. Exposed, the conspirators retreat into the night. They realize the mysterious youth defies ordinary understanding. They withdraw, unaware someone watches their escape. An uneasy silence hangs over third floor's Lester. At their hideout, the conspirators rage over failure. Their order is to purge this floor and climb onward. The assassin refuses to remain trapped here forever. Then a window casually opens behind her. She turns and freezes before those piercing red eyes. The intruder enters, proving she cannot hide. Cornered, she watches him casually sit on her bed. She asks what he heard and receives her worst answer. She summons a weapon, but he never flinches. His stare warns that one mistake means submission. Instead of fighting, she is wrapped inside her own blanket. Her furious demands meet complete indifference. Her servant moves, but one gesture stops him. Trapped, she realizes their power difference is immeasurable. He calmly asks why she hunts the mysterious princess. Under relentless pressure, she struggles to protect her secrets. Then years of resentment force out the truth. She fears dying forgotten here without reaching the summit. In one final attempt, she attacks from the blanket. He catches her kick with insulting ease. She hangs upside down while her servant panics. Finally surrendering, she reveals everything and mentions the test. The revelation makes him pause. Their paths now align. His intense stare makes her question her mission. He doubts her noble claims and smiles at her arrogance. Instead of killing her, he proposes an unexpected alliance. She must accept his terms or disappear forever. He sets strict rules and promises no mercy for obstruction. Together, they enter a quiet settlement on a lower floor. It shelters those who abandoned the exhausting climb. Some hated the slaughter, others feared the trials. Most call them failures, but victory does not define strength. Refusing innocent blood can preserve far more humanity. Yet no one can hide from destiny forever. Each person carries secret reasons to keep moving. This is personal duty, not merely adventure. Meanwhile, another fugitive hides beneath ancient trees. Questions about her past meet only silence. The truth lies within an essence hiding terrifying emptiness. No soul lives inside her, only ancient power fragments. She was created as a vessel for someone stronger. Who will occupy that body remains the greatest mystery. Meanwhile, the group gathers to meet a new member. He introduces the woman as their ally without asking her. Then he shocks everyone by declaring her royal origins. A new trial awaits on a platform among the clouds. A colossal floating ark leaves everyone awestruck. Whispers spread about the newly revealed princess, but she watches silently from beneath the trees. On deck, a stern examiner begins explaining the game. He points toward Lester, revealing their target. Their monstrous assignment is to purge the peaceful city. Residents may be expelled or murdered in cold blood. They have 1 week to leave the streets empty. Afterward, the administrator reports inside the luxurious palace. He promises success, but his patron fears something else. The ruler fears the world discovering his child's truth. Meanwhile, an unsuspecting youth begins an ordinary day. Blonde Baekryong warmly greets merchants in the sunlight. Simple errands define his peaceful daily life. His sincerity has won the entire neighborhood's affection. A ripe apple feels like a sign of good fortune. To him, Lester is a beloved home worth protecting. But the coming storm already walks its streets.